I was telling Kayla after I was just like, I don't know if public like events are like that for me.
It's not, because Ohio State fans are the worst I've ever been in the same building as.
It wasn't, man.
They're not all that bad, Ramon. Don't worry.
No, they weren't.
It is a lot easier being a road fan when the fans are not some of the worst people I've ever been around.
Well, that girl went to Purdue. That's what really did it.
That checks out. 615-737-1045 is the number. Coach Mack will be here with us this morning over the phone at 7:20. We'll talk a lot of Titans. Of course, catch you up on the NFL headlines coming out of a very busy Christmas day. I've got an opinion about the Chiefs that might be kind of a hot take after yesterday's game, but I think they have reached New England Patriots level of annoying. We'll compare the two next on 104.5 The Zone. Thursday morning on RKW 104.5 The Zone, 615-737-1045 is the number if you want to jump in. Chiefs yesterday get the party started on Christmas, 29-10 against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Sorry, Ramon.
Yeah, that was
a tough outing there.
Cold on my TV yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Do you now hate the Chiefs as much as you did the Belichick and Brady Patriots? Because I think I do.
I hated the Patriots because I had to play against them and couldn't beat them as often. So not like playing, I've removed my emotions from it as much. Like I just look at Kansas City and just say, yeah, they're just good, and I don't know when the empire is going to fall. What they're doing, though, Will, yes, I do. I don't hate them as much. I dislike the way they win as often, though. Mm-hmm. I would say that.
I think mine could get to that level soon. They're obviously looking to win their, third straight Super Bowl, which is crazy to think about, that it's going on track of possibly doing that. I think the only reason why my level of hate is not yet to the Patriots hate level is because this team still seems to have a variety of personalities and a coach that's not as hateable as Bill Belichick was. I just feel like the New England Patriots were like this robot, well-oiled machine that had no type of personality outside of the New England Patriots. And we saw that when Tom Brady left the Patriots and was able to be a little bit more lovable when he won a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So I think that's why it's not yet comparable for me with the hate, because at least I feel like they have a little bit more of their own personalities they showcase as players and as a team.
I also feel like Kansas City has the opportunity to lose. Like, I didn't think the Patriots would lose a game.
They've showed a little bit of that.
I feel like there's flaws in what KC got going on. With New England, everything seems buttoned up because everything seemed buttoned up because they were doing it with lesser talent. They, you know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't recognize the defense until it was a little bit too later. Kansas City, to me, seems to be like a very offensive team that's just picking and just, trying to pick you apart as it pertains to how they do that offense. It seems like the offense isn't sustainable, and you should be able to beat them. But then again, you got Travis Kelce that's 15 yards down the field wide open. So there's a method to the madness, it seems like, with what Kansas City has going on. It's like that's the difference to me. I feel like you can still beat Kansas City, although they're unbeatable right
But things do go their way a lot, and I think that makes a lot of people mad when a call that, just magically goes their way or a kick magically, lands in the right spot. So I think that could be a little more frustrating for people now watching the Kansas City Chiefs that maybe didn't endure as much of the New England Patriots regime. But I'm sure they'll get there. They're just not there yet for me.
Absolutely there for me right now, honestly, because they're harder to avoid. They are more marketed in all parts of your football watching life than the Patriots ever were. Brady and Belichick weren't doing commercials, right? Like, if I hear Fumblerooski one more time on those State Farm commercials, I am throwing a Fumblerooski at my television.
Fumblerooski.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
It's awful. It's totally awful. And the whole Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift thing, I'm not going to go to that part of it because I just don't care. And again, because I'm now engaged and my fiance, that's kind of crazy to say, would absolutely tar and feather me if I said anything negative about Taylor Swift. So I'm not going to go there for obvious reasons. But I just think it's an interesting dynamic because they now are the protected class in the NFL. And it's not why they won yesterday. It's not why they're, the best team in the league and just clinched another 1 seed. But it just seems like everything comes together for Kansas City to the same script every single season. And it has again this year. I feel like they are just going to win it again. They are going to go win it again. They're going to win a third straight Super Bowl. It is all coming together. Offensively, they're starting to click. Hollywood Brown is healthy. Charles Omenihu comes back of the defensive line. He is incredible. Yesterday in his 4th game back from a torn ACL. You've got everything is just reaching the mountaintop, just as it does every single year. I'm tired of watching this story.
It really
I want to watch a different story.
And you know what's crazy about it? I was super adamant on the front end of Patrick Mahomes' career when he won. Like, I think he lost it in his first year as a starter, then he won it the next year. I was like beyond just buying into like the Patrick Mahomes effect. Like, I was of the mindset, like, nobody dislikes Patrick Mahomes. Like, looking at his play, he was fun. He was marketable. He had the play that everybody felt like they could play like in the backyard. And now it has somewhat gotten to that point. I don't hate him as much. I don't know why I don't hate him as much.
I don't like his wife as much, but yeah. I don't dislike him as much. I also think for me too, watching him, I know that Chiefs played 3 games in 11 days, and Patrick Mahomes has been banged up. But you would never know because he's always out there just doing his thing on a whatever bum ankle or whatever type of injury he has. And maybe that's why I kind of don't hate him. But I get how people, the Kermit voice and seeing him on your commercial, every other commercial could get annoying.
The other thing behind what Kansas City has going on, too, is their defense is number one as far as points given up, too. So, they're actually a good football team. I mean, I somewhat recognize it. Andy Reid, to that point, though, Will, has been one of those guys, man, for me, that's a very likable guy. He does it his way. He looks like he gets on his guys. But they're doing a New England thing, getting re-washed players over. Like Juju is one of those players, getting D-Hop to come over and be productive for him. They can take – Kareem Hunt is back in the fold for them. This is what, to that point, that's LeGarrette Blount to New England, if you're asking me. They always find a way to be productive. And as much as I like Isaiah Pacheco as a running back, he's not the guy for them in this moment of the year. But watch, they get deep into the playoffs.
Here
he's going to be running
strong.
like he got jeans on again and ramming guys up and down the field. Fascinating approach.
I do think it is a lesson to teams like the Titans who are trying to fix their offensive lines that if you are good enough around 1 or 2 less than members of your offense, you can still be productive and you can still be successful. I mean, the Chiefs are one of 4 teams that have not scored 30 points this year in the NFL. No longer the Titans.
Right.
All those other teams are well below 500, well below 3 or 4 wins. But they are making it work. They're doing all of this with really bad tackle play. Really bad.
They got a guard center basically playing left tackle in Joe Thuney. And he's actually doing okay because their style of play with the side to side and undressing and motions that they're doing. This reminds me when Kelechi Osemele moved to tackle for the Ravens. They ended up winning the Super Bowl soon after that, and he went and got a big deal. But here's the thing: Joe Thuney is an older player. He's a guy that has played primarily guard in the NFL.
Drafted in 2016 to play guard.
A Pro Bowl guard.
He's a stud.
And they've moved him out to left tackle of all positions.
As the last resort. I mean, Kingsley Suamataia, you had Wanye Morris, you've brought in pieces at left tackle and at right tackle, and it just still hasn't worked. And Jawan Taylor is a liability at right tackle. But again, this is what happens when you've got a legit quarterback, a legitimate scheme, weapons, and a good running back. When everything else is good around your ailing tackles, you don't have to make as many excuses to say, well, let's give X, Y, or Z quarterback. Let's just say Will Levis, for example.
Right.
Another year because, he doesn't have a tackle. You know who else doesn't have a tackle? Patrick freaking Mahomes.
I mean,
it's the only thing him and Levis have in common is the fact they don't have tackles, but still.
He's top 10 in terms of most sacked quarterbacks this season, right behind Joe Burrow, which is another one who's been playing really good football. Probably one of the best quarterbacks in the league right now. He's tackled or been sacked 37 times. Mahomes 36. Just for reference, with Will Levis, he's been sacked 40 times this season. We saw Mahomes do it a few years ago too, when his line was very beat up as well, and he found ways to get through the season. I just think a lot of it comes to coaching too, guys, and we all know just the steady Eddie that Andy Reid is. He's always going to set his offenses up for success no matter what happens.
So if the offensive line isn't the end all be all of being a real good team, right? That's somewhat kind of feels like what we've kind of said this morning. You ain't got to have elite.
You just have to have an elite quarterback.
And talent too.
Yeah.
Is it also talent? Because we mentioned all those things about how bad that offensive line is, but what Kansas City does have is talent. I think that's where the biggest gap I think I saw yesterday as far as the Steelers games go. I think it's a big talent. Well, no, Houston's got a lot of talent. I don't know what I'm saying on that one. No, Houston's got a lot of talent down there, offensively and defensively. But as far as the Titans, Kansas City conversation, all the teams that played yesterday, potentially probably except for Pittsburgh, talent is an issue too for the Titans as far as being that competent.
Yeah, I mean, look at how the Bengals did it, right? You can have a bad O-line.
Right.
and just be able to get the ball out quickly to studs that can take it and run or can get open quick. Like, would you rather get open really, really quickly or block long enough to let decent receivers get open for as long as they need to?
Get open really quickly, I think.
Either one. I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
That's how the Chiefs have been doing it, though, guys. Like, they're not throwing these deep bombs downfield. Like, look at the way that Patrick Mahomes maneuvers the offense. It's these short, intermediate passes. You get it out quick, and it's hard to defend in the way that, if you look, no one's been able to really do it successfully. They just kind of keep you on your toes.
They do. And on top of that, too, here's the other side of it. You mentioned Jawan Taylor. He has been not that great this year. He continually jump off sides. I think they called him twice yesterday.
Yep.
And on top of that, I feel like he had 2, if not 3, holding calls, too. Now, here, like, holding calls can really hurt an offense unless, to Will's point, you got Patrick Mahomes. I don't think holdings matter to them. I don't think, like, penalties that negate first downs matter to him because his ability to find playmakers down the field is super unique. I'm watching him yesterday, and, of course, there was a holding call down the field on one of the Steelers DBs, and Patrick Mahomes is scrambling. Just simply shot puts the football to, I think, Travis Kelce right after that. And it's just like that level of cohesion, that level of just being on the same page is a very unique place to be at. And it's been a while since I feel like we've seen it here, too.
I think it was, is it Nate, who did the broadcast yesterday? Burleson. Yeah.
J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt.
No, stop.
I think Nate said it, something about the just them being on the same page. I'll have to go back and listen to what the analogy was, but it was so funny the way that he described it with Kelce and Mahomes. Like, they just know each other so well.
Yeah, I heard him speaking about that yesterday.
That's just a great thing to have that not everybody has in terms of a quarterback.
If I were to give you the Chiefs or the field out of the AFC this year, who would you take?
Wow. As I feel like is don't bet against them, but if there is a team to do it, honestly, I got Baltimore.
Really?
Yeah.
And the only reason I'm not saying Baltimore, and I'll say Kansas City, is because Baltimore's as good as they are right now, and they look really good. They don't get past a certain part of the play. Like, they can't get over that hump. And the Kansas City Chiefs do.
The Kansas City hump.
So I'm just like, until it happens, like the Titans, until they win, I can't be on that.
You know it is going to be a soft topic, or a very sensitive topic right here. But Derek, I think, has been their X factor as of late.
And that's what we thought might happen.
Yeah, they held him out, I feel like, in a few games early this season for these moments right now. He is running like a man on fire, and you got to give it up to him. Their running style right now, Lamar has gotten hot. His big run that he had yesterday, I mean, all things included, has led to where, to your point, if they're going to get over the hump, it's probably going to be through 22 and the fear of running the football with him.
And that's why you bring him there, right?
It was.
You knew, playoff football, it gets to be that time.
Yep.
You have a guy like Derrick Henry. That's a piece they didn't have before. You're right.
27 carries, 147, and a touchdown yesterday for Derrick in a 31-2 win. Not 31-2 a score, 31-2. The win over the Houston Texans. To me, like, they still have to have a very specific game script, Baltimore, to have success, because it's still the same problem for me. And I don't think Derrick Henry would have changed the result of last year's AFC Championship game. I think they could have had prime Walter Payton in their backfield last year. They were dead set on not running the football. They were dead set on throwing it. And I still don't know if Derrick Henry makes a big enough difference for Baltimore, because honestly, you can take Derrick Henry out of the game by just winning the game, by being ahead, by having a lead, a 2-score lead in the third quarter. Well, there goes Derrick Henry. And I don't trust that staff and that team to just continue to run and run. Like, they get out of themselves, I feel like, too much, and they force Lamar to do too much in games like that.
That's true.
To me, it's all Buffalo, man.
Really?
It is all Buffalo, because I think, yes, you can make the argument the way Lamar Jackson is playing puts them in the argument, and I agree with that. But the way Josh Allen is playing, this has got to be the year. This has got to be the year they get over the hump as well. I think there are two teams, those two specifically, that are sitting there saying, all right, if it's not now, when is it ever going to be?
Right.
Seriously.
And we saw Buffalo, earlier this season at Buffalo. They were able to take care of Kansas City when Kansas City was undefeated up until that point. So, it's a game where I feel like Buffalo has a little bit more of an upper hand. But then again, that Kansas City magic, it appears sometimes. And I think whatchamacallit, I'm just like spacing this more. Josh Allen is the better quarterback right now. Absolutely.
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
It's
He's
those
more
two for
exciting.
MVP, and then it's everyone else.
He's protected the football well this
Yeah, he
year.
has
That's
this
been,
year.
I think, always the downfall of him. If we're ever going to knock him, it's been that part of his game. But we can't really say that as much about him this year.
No, he's still been good, man. What is he? Under 10 interceptions still on the season, and even on top of that, the Joker's running the football at a crazy clip too. So Buffalo, I was just going to ask you. So is Buffalo just doing all this for nothing? Their defense. I think their defense makes more splash than I think Baltimore's does. I think what Baltimore did to Houston yesterday was just the fact that not Tank Dell is out.
Tank Dell is
out.
By the way, every L in his leg is torn.
Yeah.
ACL and a broken kneecap, I believe.
Yeah.
MCL.
Dislocated.
Yeah, man, prayers up to him for a very speedy recovery. I don't think he plays
First
next
it was
year.
Nico Collins, now it's Tank Dell. It's
Yeah,
like they can't have all these things at once.
Crazy. But I think Baltimore's defense was able to just smother them because they had no options yesterday, too. When you look at the way Baltimore has been beaten, I feel like they have the ability to get their defense together, but their secondary has its issues and stuff like that. So I'm waiting. Calvin Noy has been a wrecker for them as of late, but when they meet a team like Buffalo again, or if they have to go up against Kansas City, what is the secondary going to do? I just look at what Lamar Jackson and what Derrick Henry can do as far as controlling the pace, and I wonder how much they can press a team like Kansas City that's working a little bit slower. And honestly, Dink and Duncan, can Baltimore be more exciting down the field? Josh Allen, jury's still out for me, Will. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with them down the stretch here.
Jury's still out on what?
As far as can
he can win him a Super Bowl?
continually suppress himself and not turn the football over and not play hero ball where he's jumping over piles, fumbling, or when he should be throwing the ball, he's running the ball. I want to see if he can continually do that. Yes, he's still in a prove-it phase to me the same way, honestly, Lamar Jackson was. I believe in Josh Allen. I just believe in Lamar Jackson just a little bit more right now.
It's fair. Right now, this season, in terms of stats, Lamar Jackson has better numbers in every single category except rushing touchdowns than Josh Allen.
Okay.
Imagine.
Lamar Jackson, better completion percentage, more passing yards, more yards per attempt, more yards per game, 13 more passing touchdowns, 2 less picks, 20-point higher quarterback rating. He has 300 more rushing yards. He just has 7 less rushing touchdowns and a worse record by a game and a half.
That's wild. Like he could
I think
be
Lamar
MVP
Jackson
again.
is stealing the MVP from Josh Allen in real time.
That's wild.
He is. That's what I was going to say. When you look at those numbers in the record, it doesn't seem like he's been doing it.
Right.
But when you go play, they've handled bad teams and mediocre teams, and he's been a big part of it.
To me, it's all about the game script of the way Baltimore wins.
Yeah.
I think Buffalo might be able to win more types of games in the postseason, and that is the number one thing that's most important to me. Like, can you win going to your plan B? And I see that more in Buffalo than I do in Baltimore at this point.
It's interesting too, because like with Lamar Jackson, he's got obviously these MVPs, and that means a huge amount to his personal, journey through the NFL. But he would probably give them all up to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
And so all these can count for so much in his individual career, but until you reach the pinnacle of holding up the Lombardi trophy, like what does that really mean? So hopefully this could be the year he could do it both. Get them both done. And that means also Bert will have to buy a ring for Cheyenne. That's what I'm really rooting for. It's the underlying factor.
I don't know if Bert's going to do it regardless. Okay, that's just where I'm at.
Dang.
Talk about being nervous.
Cheyenne.
You can ask Bert all about being nervous.
Exactly,
about that too.
right?
Eric is in Nashville, 615-737-1045. What's up, Eric?
First of all, I hope you guys had a fantastic Christmas. And Will, I wanted to be the first to say congratulations, but I'm so happy for you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
Hey, guys, a couple of things about the games yesterday. First of all, guys, it's just the thing that's also kind of frustrating for me about the Chiefs is yesterday they didn't have the best defensive player, Chris Jones, playing he was out with a calf injury, and they still got 5 sacks. It's just stuff like that they're just able to plug and play guys and get them in, and they just do the job. And also, there's the thing about the Chiefs: they're 15-1. Is their point differential now more than 100 points? I'd heard where they were winning all these close games. I don't know what their point differential is now. It may have went up, but they're not blowing teams away. But they're doing what the little things to do to win. And I don't know what the point differential, guys, is. But hey, you can't bet against them. I would love to see either like a Detroit, Baltimore Super Bowl or Detroit Buffalo Super Bowl, 2 4-0 franchises, guys. But I got a feeling the Chiefs are going to get in. But, of course, the extra Super Bowl around here, I wonder if a lot of people like to see if Philadelphia against Baltimore, A.J. Brown against Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
So that would be an interesting Super Bowl, too, guys. And Lamar, what can you say about him? The touchdown run he had, the pass that he had, scrambling around the throw for the touchdown. I mean, the guy is just insane, guys. But what can you say? I'll get off, guys. It's always good talking to you. Y'all take care. We'll talk to you.
Same
Thank
to you,
you,
Eric.
Appreciate the call. It's funny, on Pro Football Reference, they give expected wins and losses based on everything you've done this year. Kansas City's would be 11-5 this year.
Okay.
11-5.
Give me the field. Give me the field. I've accepted that I'm going to be wrong, but I'm still going to be wrong in the same way that I have been the last 2 years.
I actually look at both sides of it, NFC, AFC, and we'll talk about it in a minute. How about that?
You have a take.
Well, I just want to know what's the best conference to you guys as it pertains to going into the playoffs. Best of the best. Is it the big 3 that we just said on the AFC side, or is it? But who is it? Detroit, Philly, and who?
We'll talk about that next. RKW 104.5, The Zone rolls on this Boxing Day. Day after Christmas.
Who's boxing?
I don't know. Depends on what is getting boxed up in Europe.
They should have
today,
boxing on Boxing Day, though. Like a big, huge,
big old match.
Big old match. Yeah.
The Premier League football is always on. Everton and Man City getting started this morning. I've got it on the laptop.
There we go.
Yeah, right there.
That is the Boxing Day match that is on.
Very nice.
Anyway, Ramon, you had a question for us before the break.
I did, man. As far as the playoffs go, right, the big three that's on the AFC side of things, man, Kansas City, Baltimore, and Buffalo, right? I don't think there's much else out of the AFC as it pertains to it. Like, when you look at the NFC side, like, I don't know what they have. Besides Philly and Detroit, Minnesota still has its question marks to me. So is there a surprise team like the Commanders? They may end up knocking somebody off simply because nobody knows what Jaden Daniels is going to be in the postseason. I think they have more volatility on their side. They're more volatile on the NFC side than they are on the AFC side.
I would say if there's going to be a surprising team in the NFC besides the two that were mentioned, Detroit and Philly, I'd say it might be the Green Bay Packers.
You think the Packers get hot?
I'll tell you this right now. If you look at Green Bay, they've only lost one game in the last, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. And that loss was to Detroit. And we all know how that one went down. That was a 34-31 loss, a heck of a game that they really all battled till the end, and Detroit came out on top.
Right.
That was at the Lions as well. I just think, we saw what happened last year with them in the playoffs. They surprised a lot of people. They've been there now. They've done that. So I feel like Jordan Love has a little more experience in the postseason. I wouldn't be completely surprised if they turn on, the heat here as they enter the playoffs.
Yeah, and Detroit's right now is going through a bad injury bug.
Yeah, they are.
So
I feel like Detroit's season is it's not over, obviously, but they are no longer the favorite.
Yeah,
by any stretch of the imagination, they are way too banged up on defense for me.
And they need more time to get guys like David Montgomery back on the field, right? If you're asking, all right, what is their identity going to be moving forward? We'll see, because their skill is still there. Amon-Ra St. Brown is still around. So they got their playmakers. They have their tight ends. They got all of that. It's just, to your point, defensively, I don't know if they have enough time to heal up the way they want to going into these playoffs, especially against a team like Philly if they have to see them, if they make it that far.
I think the game between Green Bay and Minnesota this weekend is really interesting in Minnesota, because right now you have the Vikings as the 5 seed. They would have to go to Atlanta. I think there's a big difference between being the 5 seed and the 6 seed this year. I would much rather go to Atlanta than go to SoFi to play the Rams.
Easily.
Very true.
If you're the 6 seed, you are going to SoFi and playing LA, the leaders of the NFC West, most likely at this point, or you are going to Atlanta as the 5. And then you've got the Commanders sitting there 7th at the moment, who would go to Philly for an NFC East matchup in the first round. I do think there is more volatility because there is less consistent quarterback play over the last 5 years for those teams in the NFC than there is in the AFC. The guys in the AFC who are contenders, you know who their quarterback is, because that guy's been in place for the last 5 seasons. Yeah. Mahomes in Kansas City, Allen in Buffalo, Lamar in Baltimore, C.J. Stroud in Houston. All right, they're not a contender at this point.
No, not at this point.
Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh, new to Pittsburgh, but you at least know who he is. Sure. However, that offense, even with George Pickens back,
there's a ceiling.
Looks rough right now. Looks really rough right now.
They have a ceiling.
So then you go to the 2 AFC West teams in the Chargers and the Broncos. I don't know what either of those teams are down the stretch. And on the bubble, you have Indy. Okay, well, next. Miami. Okay. And then there's Cincinnati, again, who just continues to lurk a little bit. And they currently have a 7% chance to make the playoffs, according to NFL.com. To me, the Vikings and the Packers are the 2 wild cards in the NFC, the 2 teams that really, really intrigue me the most. I think whoever isn't going to L.A. out of those 2 has a really, really good shot. I would not want to go to SoFi. to play that team.
Well, and also with Stafford, he's just such a veteran presence for that team, and he always seems to find a way if his parts are healthy in terms of his wide receivers and his skill position players. If they're healthy, this is a team that can usually do something, right? Even if their defense isn't perfect. But when any of those guys go out, Nakua or Kupp, it seems like everything goes downhill real fast for Matthew Stafford and company. So if they can continue to stay healthy too, I would not want to face Stafford.
No, absolutely not. There's one more wild card for me, too, and it's whatever Tampa Bay can pull out in the end. I don't know why I got this Baker fever, whatever it is.
Baker baby fever?
I don't know either, actually.
I don't get it, but he has this playmaker ability about him.
I thought that's why I bet on him and I lost.
Well, it happens from time to time. That's why it's called betting and not winning, okay? But on that side, though, I don't know what to expect, to your point, because of the quarterbacks, because I like what Sam Darnold's done, but what is Sam Darnold in the playoffs?
Sure.
It's win or go home, right? Essentially the way it's broken down, but there's definitely more of a logjam on the AFC side than it is NFC for me.
And I think you can say that about pretty much every starting QB not named Jared Goff on the NFC side.
Yeah.
What is Jalen Hurts in the playoffs? Mm-hmm. What is Sam Darnold in the playoffs? What is Jordan Love? What is Stafford with or without his weapons? Or Michael Penix? Mm-hmm. Jaden Daniels? A lot of question marks on that side of things.
It is. I was just about to ask you just a second ago. Well, when it comes down to what Philly has going on, can they sustain that too? Because now they're finally healthy. Jalen Hurts went out and blasted Pittsburgh and asked everybody, "Is he ready?
He's not
what y'all want?" Huh?
He's got a concussion.
Yeah, I know, but the concussion this time of year, he'll be back out there.
Well, of course.
And then the other side too, Detroit. All right. Dan Campbell's been probably coach of the year, close to it anyway this year anyway. If they don't make it, we're saying this because of injuries, and we expect them to be right back in the spot next year because you expect them. This is sustainable is what we're saying moving forward for Detroit.
So.
All right.
It's just what starts to scare me about the Lions is the type of football they play. And I know it's all physical, right? But the Lions, the Niners, these are two teams that the physicality is at a different level.
I agree.
And you see the wear down it takes on their teams.
Baltimore, too.
Too.
It's been the same thing for years.
Yes. Yeah. Historically, for a while, Pittsburgh had gotten like that. So, yes.
I think it's everyone to an extent.
To an extent. But, their injuries that Detroit had, end game and, everything else. We'll see.
Kansas City's got injuries, too. They just also have Patrick Mahomes. That's what it all comes back to. I think we are going to look back at this era of NFL football and think wow, we had so many Hall of Famers at once, and none of them won a thing other than a year here or there. Yeah. Because they were playing against Fabaruski from...
You know what's nuts?
Is
terrible.
Their running game is like quick 5 yards out to wide receivers. And that's what sucks about it.
Isaiah Pacheco running like he's in construction boots.
Now I'm starting to get a little ticked off because
I'm telling you.
looking at that
Who
offense
is that
yesterday,
successful with
that
the screen
offense
game
ain't supposed to work like that. It's all options is what it is. It's all options.
615-737-1045 is our number. Some Titans headlines when we come back. They have added a familiar face, and they have named their quarterback the Titans for this upcoming weekend. Are you all right with it? We'll talk about it next.
It is 6:58. Good morning from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I'm Jackson Williams. Christmas Day games yesterday in the NFL as the Chiefs routed the Steelers 29-10. Patrick Mahomes in that one going 29 of 38, 320 yards and 3 scores. The Ravens took down the Texans in the late game by a score of 31-2. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson broke the NFL record for career rush yards by a quarterback. In Titans news, the team claimed linebacker David Long Jr. off of waivers from Detroit and put linebacker Kenneth Murray on IR. David Long Jr. was drafted by the Titans in the 6th round of the 2019 draft and played for the team through the 2022 season. In the NBA, the Christmas Day games did not disappoint as the Lakers and the Warriors went down to the wire as a late Austin Reeves layup lifted the Lakers over the Warriors 115-113. Steph Curry leading both teams in scoring with 38 points, including 8 3-pointers. For your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you need to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Seven a.m. and hour number 2, getting started on your Thursday morning, RKW. I just feel like I'm going to work that in as much as I can. It is Thursday. Thursday, December 26th. You know it's December 26th. It is that month where we never know what day it is. Right here on 104.5 The Zone. We got you covered this morning. Live for you. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Will Bowling. Jackson Williams is our producer. The number is 615-737-1045. Man, tell you what, the Titans social media team does a great job, but it is really, really impressive how well they got a Photoshop together of David Long Jr. in a Tennessee Titans jersey.
Oh, you don't say.
It's almost like he has played here before with how good that jersey looks on him that people can put on social media.
I feel like I saw him in Miami, though, earlier this year. Did I see him in Miami?
You did?
And they Photoshopped that jersey is what you're telling me, Will?
Tennessee Titans claim inside linebacker David Long Jr. off waivers, placing Kenneth Murray on injured reserve yesterday. Murray out for the season, that wrist injury. Of course, got it taped up, tried to come back in, gave up a big run, then was done. Well, poet, I didn't know it. In steps David Long once again.
Yeah. And David Long, I know the departure from Tennessee, not with the fans is that's not what I'm getting at. With Mike Vrabel and David Long Jr., there was a little bit of a interesting departure there. There was maybe even some hidden words sometimes in terms of players not, working hard enough
being
for
available, I think is what it was.
Because David Long Jr. at the end of his Titans career, the first round, he was beat up, right?
Yeah.
He was kind of always injured and trying to beat some sort of injury. Then he went to Miami and at least started the season for
healthy,
the Dolphins, healthy and somewhat productive for the most part, with them. And then he just kind of out of nowhere got hurt again, and then it just slid in terms of production.
Injuries are a part of it. It's about how much can you be available during those injuries, or how the teams feel about you too. Once you get that reputation of being one of those types of guys, it's somewhat hard to beat it. But the Titans have a strong need. They need healthy bodies at this point, and he is one of those healthy bodies that you hope they can at least come in and fit the scheme. And again, not playing for a whole lot right now. Makes sense to bring a guy back like him who was on practice squad in, what was it? Detroit, yeah. Oh, man, that sucks for him.
I know you go to like a contending team.
Played in 5 games for him this year.
No. You're like, we got a chance to win and we're up here.
He should have played better.
to your point.
Exactly.
It's not. I mean,
And you're like,
not the
oh,
Lions'
back to the
fault.
Titans.
It's not a charity.
No, it's not a
Trying to win a
charity.
Super Bowl.
Will, you're 100% right. He should have
Well,
played better.
He'll be all right.
man.
He's getting paid. He's good.
See, that's the business
Yeah,
right
I know.
there.
That's what the money's for. He's fine.
That's the
He
business.
didn't get cut from the JV baseball team and has to pick a new sport now. He's still playing football.
You had an opportunity to play better, be on the active squad
Yeah,
with
what
a
are we
team that
talking
was
about here?
winning.
Come on.
That's
And now
the
your
business.
punishment is going to Titans. Okay, I get
Exactly.
it.
It's like Buck talking about getting punished to get paid to watch football. Like, what are we talking
that's
about?
true.
Yeah.
But I guess
He's
one
got a
thing,
good life.
one thing it does show to me,
That's
and
real.
again, it's the business of football. I don't know every little detail that went into this, but clearly Amy Adams Strunk was cool enough with him, and I know she's not picking the roster every move, but it's not like it ended in some bad, terrible way where they were like, never bring him back to the Titans. I think sometimes those things can get so blown up with the narrative of what happened between a coach and a player. Because let me tell you, the narrative at the time was not good.
The coach isn't here anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that coach ain't
Doesn't
here
matter.
no more. That's the same way I felt about, you remember in that era of Dooley and all those coaches
Yeah.
where you couldn't go back and everything inside the facility to work out. Well, that coach ain't there anymore is what you say to a guy like David Long, man. But it's good. You know he has some playmaking ability in him. As bad as the linebacker play was last week, though, against the Colts, you need a fresh body. It was very commendable of what Kenneth Murray was attempting to do. But he hurt the team in a worse way by being out there with one arm, man, one chicken wing. That was, and then on top of that, his hamstring isn't healthy either. You know that. That's been reported all year long. And just, again, you see what Callahan is getting these guys to want to do. It's a matter of tying all the pieces together so that it works and you be a team that can win football games. You're just not there right now. So you take what's given to you like a guy that's on practice squad that's
Right.
been here before.
And I think we'll still see some of, Cedric Gray, because you still want to get a little bit of playing time in for the guys of your future.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much James Williams will be, some big time part of the linebacking core moving forward. He's clearly played a lot more special teams this year as a 7th round pick.
Right.
But I do feel like Cedric Gray, you need to continue to get him reps. He was already put kind of behind the gun in terms of not being able to play at the start of the season because of the shoulder. So I think we'll still see a lot of him as well.
You bring in Kenneth Murray back next season? Now that his first season as a Titan is over?
Was it a 1 year?
No, it's a 2-year
Oh,
deal.
it's a 2 year.
But he's got an out where $2.5 million dead cap if you want it out after this year.
Yeah, I'll bring him back.
I liked him enough.
I would.
I thought he didn't, fit good enough in the scheme to as long as he's healthy.
Yeah, and I just think bad play across the board makes you look bad, too. I do think he's
Sure.
a good player. I look at him and say, yeah, he's got his deficiencies in the passing game. We saw that. We saw that in the Chargers and other teams this year. So, yes, I am of the mindset you bring him back, Will. I thought he was good enough for this squad to start for sure.
I'd bring him back, but not in the same role.
Okay.
I don't think he's good enough to play every down.
Not
I think
every
he's a
down.
specialist if you want to get after the passer. If you want to put Kenneth Murray in different packages, I think he can be a depth piece. I think this team is going to need to just hold on to some guys and hope they get better, right?
100%.
Right.
You can't totally blow it up every single season. PFF has ranked Kenneth Murray as the 162nd linebacker out of 181 this season.
Not great.
I just feel like there have been so many other glaring issues with this team that we just kind of accepted that some of these guys that haven't been good are fine just because they haven't been as glaring of issues as, say, right tackle or, let's say, quarterback. Kenneth Murray has not been great. I know Greg Cosell last week in 3HL was like, yeah, you can play with Kenneth Murray. Like, he's fine. So I think at this point, Kenneth Murray, if he's back next season, needs to be in a different role. I think the way this team addressed the inside linebacker position this year is one of the mistakes we have not talked about enough.
I'll tell you, though, I wish Ernest Jones was still here. I really do. I think he's going to continue to be a heck of a player. He went right back up to he went to Seattle, and he's literally made a difference the minute he walked in that.
Well, and it's odd. They wanted Jerome Baker in the offseason, but they traded for Jerome Baker, and Jerome Baker can't get on the field.
No.
And he's available.
Exactly.
So what's the disconnect there?
I don't know.
So was it the wrong decision to trade Ernest Jones?
In a way, I kind of feel like it because you could just, I know you're going to have to pay him next year, but he's good. He's that good, guys.
Yeah. Another team came back and doubled back to get him. So
Right.
You're right. That is one of the biggest conversations we had is the off-ball linebacker for this team moving forward, just in general. Like, what we'll see out of Cedric Gray is just going to be young guy work, right? How big of a step is he going to take? How good can he be in coverage? Like, it's one thing to have intensity and want and drive, but, like, I think we've all come to the conclusion, look, you want a playmaker. And you need one quick, fast, in there, hurry for that defense. As many issues as this offense has here, the defense has just as many. Like, you're looking for playmakers on the offensive side of the ball. No, you need another D-line. You need an edge rusher in the worst way, right?
Absolutely.
So figuring out if you're going to bring, like, Harold conversation, right? Of course, we've been talking about Arden all year long as far as, like, his impact on this defense. But specifically, the off-ball linebacker, you can't roll it out again with just I feel like a young guy, unless it's going to be that dynamic. Now, if Cedric Gray, over these last 2 games, has some splash, make some plays for you, give you a little optimism going into next year. But considering Kenneth Murray was ranked 126 out of 138.
162 out of 181 linebackers this year.
I gave a little bit too much credit right there. Well,
I mean, like you said, it was covered up nicely.
Yeah.
Like we didn't see that as being a glaring, issue because there had been so many other ones and inconsistency with the pass rush, et cetera.
I think it's becoming a glaring issue, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially you give up 300 yards rushing. It's a glaring issue.
For sure.
Very much so.
Yeah.
And of course, our off-season conversation is going to be one, the quarterback. I feel like one of them would be the head coaching circuit again. Like, is Denard, is Thomas Jones in it this time around? Like, Bobby Johnson, like, are these guys in it because of what's happened this year? What was his name?
Bobby Slowick. Bobby Johnson's the old Vanderbilt coach.
Ooh.
What's Bobby Johnson?
You heard it here first. Bobby Johnson. Adam Schefter is going to tweet it out in a couple minutes if you're not careful.
Knowing him, he will.
Ramon,
right? And he'll misspell his
Ramon
name,
Foster.
too.
Oh, gosh, here we
Bobby
go.
Johnson.
NFL's Ramon Foster says Bobby Johnson floated for NFL coaching job.
Bobby Slowick, man.
Boubby.
I'm looking at this team, though, too. I think there'll be a casualty here or there. And we're speaking about the defense. I think it's smart for Denard to get another year under his belt here in Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
I don't think he's up for head coaching positions this year, no.
This year, no.
Nope. And that might be a really good thing for the Titans to have some continuity there.
Exactly. You're looking for that stability, man. And if that's the case, man, I do hope you see Cedric Gray, considering it's only small sample size he's getting this year, take that next step. Because, again, to spend a free agency, which they're going to have to, again, it can't be every hot spot. You know what I'm saying? It can't be that. And that's what I'm hoping as far as Kenneth Murray and Cedric Gray, that they at least turn something on going into the second year.
Do you guys think we're going to have much change with staffs on either side? And I know, obviously, the special teams is the number one thing people want to see change in. But I was just thinking about that the other day. Does there need to be any other spots that we need to see a change in?
Who's the head coach?
Brian
Callahan?
I don't know that.
I think he will be.
That's one of the questions I have right now about this team. The way these past couple games have gone, I think they're getting closer to cleaning house.
You do?
I do. I think these last 2 games could really make an impact on that, too. If you get blown out or if you get beat by Houston's backups in Nashville and Oilers jerseys, it's not something Amy Adams-Strunk is going to enjoy very much. And it hasn't happened yet. I still think the jury is out on whether or not this staff is back and this front office is back. I can't hypothesize any of this until we hear from Amy Adams-Strunk. Either way, the longer she stays silent, the more I think, as they keep losing, I think I'm not going to rule it out at this point.
I ain't gonna lie. Last year, I was adamant. Vrabel ain't getting fired. I remember us having that conversation, and I was so adamant about no. Absolutely not. That's silly. Why would they do that? Running back, he gets another opportunity. All right. Again, I'm not sure how Miss Amy thinks. I actually hate having that conversation about what she does or haven't done or what history says.
I think it's a relevant discussion.
It is, but it's just me personally. It's hard for me to believe that it's that relevant. But I guess when you look at history, you just never
it speaks
know.
for itself.
I mean, when people are bringing up her name, whether we get calls or in the chat or on social media, like she is part of the conversation at this point.
She is.
Absolutely. She owns the team. Of course she's a part of the conversation. I mean, that's the business of the National Football League.
That was a great pivot there. Well, you just asked the question like, well, who's the head coach? Like, I'd say run it all back. Except
I would too, but with Amy's track record, who knows?
How much money, though, are you willing to continue to start paying when you're
she's
paying
got
all
money.
these other former coaches and GMs?
She can afford it.
Point. How much Netflix play for those 2 games?
One of the things Amy Adams Strunk, and I think that family hates the most, is the idea that they are cheap. And Amy has done a lot to dispel that notion that the Titans don't spend for free agents. The Titans don't spend for facilities. She spent a heck of a lot of money for this organization in free agency. She allowed Rand Carthon to spend a lot of her money to go get some really big veteran NFL players, and she's building the city a new stadium. She is a lot of things. Cheap is not one of them.
Cheap is not one.
And I know that they hate that idea being out there.
And I think the one thing
So I don't think it matters.
that helps Brian Callahan is it all comes back to the quarterback when it's all said and done. That was not his quarterback. And that's the one thing I think that keeps him hanging on the fish line.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Coach Dave McGinnis, Titans Radio's head coach, joins us. We'll talk Titans, talk Mason Rudolph, Jags, hit it all with our head coach next. RKW 104.5 The Zone rolls on this Thursday morning. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Will Bowling, Jackson Williams at the controls as we are joined by Coach Dave McGinnis, brought to you by Two Rivers Ford, the South's most trusted Ford dealer, Two Rivers Ford. Coach Mack, how we doing? Merry Christmas, sir.
We're doing good, guys. Hope all the gang had a good Christmas. Will, congratulations on your engagement.
Thank you. It was good. How was your Christmas, Mac?
It was good. Went several places. Coach Mack gets invited a lot of places. I try to make most of them.
No, you do,
No
Coach
doubt
Mack.
about
I
it.
love it, man.
I love it. Well, Mac, as the Titans get back to the practice field, get back to work, getting ready for Jacksonville, Mason Rudolph announces the starting quarterback again in Jacksonville this weekend. What did you like about the way he played, the way the offense operated in Indy over the weekend?
Well, it was really, it was really two kind of different offenses because when you were still in the game early, they, spun the ball down the field, had the one touchdown, had the one called back. But then when you got a 3-score separation, then all of a sudden the defense changed, and so your offensive structure has to change a little bit too. He made the one interception before the half was a really, really bad decision. Other than that, I thought he operated the offense, the second half okay, but it was a different offense, as I said. Once you get down 3 scores, the way defenses deploy themselves and the way you have to attack them becomes different offensively, and that's what happened in that game.
Mac, when you look at the game that Tajay Spears had late and the performances he has put together in back-to-back weeks, seeing him healthy, Mac, has certainly been a huge positive for this offense. What is he doing that excites you, that says, hey, this guy can be a bigger role of this offense moving forward?
Well, he's just doing what he does when he's healthy. We saw that, last year when he's healthy. He's got quickness. He's got quickness and speed, but he's also got power. And he can catch the ball. And they very seldom does the first guy get him down. He's got a nifty little spin move that he uses. That's a trait that the backs have to. If they have that, it's a natural thing, and he's got that. But I just like his contact balance, and plus I just like how he plays the game. He plays it aggressively, when he's got the ball in his hands, but. The thing that I like, Will, and you said he's finally healthy again, because he went through a stretch, during this season where he was, had the concussion, had the ankle, and a lot of things that kept him from being what he wanted to be and what we've seen him be, especially last season. I think we're starting to see that now, and these final 2 weeks. I hope he can be healthy so that he can at least get back on track.
Coach Mack with us this morning. Happy holidays again to you, Coach Mack, as you settle down this holiday season yourself, man. With that being said, as far as settling down, you put Kenneth Murray on IR yesterday with, with his injuries at the wrist and others that he has, man. I hate to call it somewhat of a bowl practice, Coach Mack, but like bowl experience, but Cedric Gray has an opportunity right now to get a lot of reps under his belt, man. If you're Frank Bush, man, and that defense of Denard Wilson, what are you telling him as he closed out his rookie year right now?
Well, he missed a lot early, Ramon, as you well know. He missed really some important formative time coming out of college. Once he hurt that shoulder, he missed a whole lot of time. So he's just now within the last 3 weeks basically getting back into the swing of what he had a chance to be in early in the season. You get hurt, your chances of getting hurt in this league are 100%. It's just the degree of hurt that you have. He was injured, kept him out. This is valuable time for him. First of all, he got back in the groove on special teams, which was good, but when he gets the experience behind the ball, that's going to be very, very important for him moving forward. So these last 2 weeks are extremely important for him. And plus, this linebacker core has experienced a lot of injuries, and they need healthy bodies in there. Of course, David Long Jr. being brought back here, they need healthy bodies at that position. But you asked me about Cedric Gray. This is a critical developmental time for him, just because he missed so much time early, Ramon.
No doubt about it. And Coach Mack, like I know, this is such a copycat league, man. The Colts ran for 335 last week on the Titans, and considering they have their issues, and it's an AFC South game, and it's the end of the season, the Titans have to correct this, because I feel like that's where the Jacksonville Jaguars will try to do that. There has to be guys, Coach Mack, on the defensive line and linebacking core to step up for this team so that this doesn't repeat itself for Denard Wilson and his defense.
Well, I mean, it can't. I mean, you've really had two bad performances against the run. Both of them have been the RPO type thing with quarterbacks. And you saw it. I mean, you saw it when you watched those games yesterday. If you don't play that RPO game where the quarterback can be a primary runner, there's several ways that you can play it, and you need to change it up to play it different ways. But if you don't play it exactly right assignment-wise, especially when you put the G scheme into it that a lot of people are doing now, as far as when you have to swap gaps when you're playing defense, and everybody's got to fit properly. And so everybody last week on the defense, everybody defensively had a hand in that rushing problem. Everybody had a hand, except for probably the off corner that's playing man to man. Everybody else is involved in that some way or the other. So you're right. I mean, that's everybody's business. The coaches and the players because when you look at it now, it's a different offense you're going to face, but you've got to be able to stop the running back. I mean, they'll hand it to Tank Bigsby as much as they want to if we don't get that stopped.
Coach Mack, in that same context of stopping the run, you've been in these positions as a position coach and as a head coach where you got to make decisions for your guys. But here's the thing. Guys are grown men. Guys have been playing football for a very long time. Can you speak on just how crucial it is for a player to be honest about an injury, considering, Kenneth Murray went back in with a bad chicken wing and he couldn't use both hands defensively, and it somewhat may have cost the Titans, and he ain't the only misstep on that play, but it's crucial to have healthy bodies, Coach Mack, instead of trying to tough it out.
Yeah, well, no, you can attest to it. Nobody's completely healthy once the season starts, but you've got to be able to function, and you've got to be able to protect yourself too. I mean, there's certain injuries that you can play through, and then there's certain injuries that don't allow you to play like you need to. Look, and Kenneth Murray, I mean, he hated missing with his hamstring, and then the fact that he knew how vital it was, because people were when you start dropping at positions like that. I mean, and you've been brought in here. To be an integral part of a defense. I mean, you want to be out there now. I mean, commendable that he wanted to try it. Look, I've had guys do the same thing. When I was coaching Mike Singletary, he got his finger chopped off at halftime and refused to leave. The thing that happens with that is sooner or later. I mean, it becomes pretty evident when they're back in there, whether they can play or not, or whether they can at least be functional or not. And that's what happened to him. I don't blame him for trying to go back, but I do know, in watching that ball game and seeing it when he went back in, as soon as he found out that he couldn't, he said, I can't.
Coach Mack, presented by Two Rivers Ford, joining us this morning on RK Dub. Coach, so we saw earlier in the week that Jalen Duncan comes off IR. He's been activated to the 53-man roster. I know at times this year they tried to get him in. Unfortunately, the injuries played a part. What do you feel like his role could be with the final two games down the stretch at that right tackle position?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he's had his chances. Then he got hurt when he got his chance, and had a pretty serious hamstring injury that kept him out for a long time. Look, you get chances in this league, but you've got to take advantage of your chances. So to me, it's all up to him. He'll get a chance. He'll get a chance to play. I feel pretty certain of that. But that's up to him, and that's extremely important. And look, I mean, Ramon can attest to this too. You got a new guy that's coming back in off of injury. The first thing they're going to do, they've got two really good edge rushers there in Jacksonville. This game we're going to play, if he's in there, they're going to test him. So it's up to him to get ready to meet those challenges. I mean, that's just what it is.
Down the stretch as well, with Mason Rudolph at least starting this Sunday against the Jaguars. What is Will Levis's role, here with 2 games to go? We don't know what the future is going to be, obviously, for him. But how can he make, I guess, the most of his opportunity, knowing that technically he has been benched for Mason Rudolph?
Yeah, well, he's going to be the backup, and he's got to stay ready to play, because that's what his role is right now. And so that's what he has to do. And that's not easy at any position, but you're on the team, you're getting paid, you're the primary backup. Prepare, get ready to play, because you never know when you're going to go back in there. And so that's what his role is right now.
Coach Tim McGinnis with us, presented by Two Rivers Ford this morning on Ramon, Kayla, and Will. Coach Mack, Chigakonkwo the past couple of games, especially with Mason Rudolph, has really stepped up as well, the same way Tajay Spears has. As a coach, as someone who's obviously been in the league as long as you have, how much more can he reinvent himself and kind of impact his tape, Mac, moving forward over these last couple of games? Because you're looking at a guy whose stock might be rising as much as anyone on this team. How much does his, identity as a player and his film, how much can that still change over these last couple of games?
Well, anytime you produce, it's a plus for you. I mean, it's a plus for your team, first of all, because that's what it's about, right? But it's a plus for you, too. And what Chig has done, whenever he's gotten the opportunity this year, and it, again, depends on how defenses, defend this offense and the point of the game. But whatever he's asked to do, the thing that he's really helped himself with, his run after catch and his ability to extend plays, after contact, his ability to catch the ball and to move the chain, it's been evident. I mean, it's been very, very evident, especially the last few weeks. So it helps him. It helps him a lot, and it helps the team. We're going back to what we talked about earlier in this, talking about this last ball game we played. Is an entirely different defense that you were facing in the first half as to what you were facing in the second half there. But he took advantage of it. He found those open spots in that zone, and then he was doing very, very well after the catch. So all of those things, they only tend to help a player, and he's helped himself.
They have, Coach Mack. And also looking at what's being presented this upcoming weekend with Mac Jones and what he has, and Brian Thomas Jr., Coach Mack, the stud rookie receiver that he has. How do you get after a guy like Mac? Because I feel like the Titans had him boxed in the last time, and just circumstance, broken down plays defensively, not getting much going offensively. How do you reapproach him going down to Jacksonville in this holiday season?
Well, they scored one touchdown the last game that we played these people, and Brian Thomas Jr. was a big part of it. Yeah. Really, that's the guy they used in the second half. So, to begin with, you're going to have to stop this run game, and you can't let this run game dominate it. But then you're going to have to focus on him, because Mac Jones knows who his best receiver is too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and so that's where they're going to go, because that's what they did to win that ball game here, because their run game was shut down. Nothing else was really working until that one drive, and in the third quarter and the third and fourth quarter, I mean, that's when Brian Thomas Jr. was non-existent the first half. Second half took the game over. So in my mind, they're going to go to him early and often, and you've got to have a plan for him.
Coach Mack, 3 for 3 in red zone opportunities last week, 4 for 4 the week prior to the Bengals. I know both of these coming in losses, but maybe what have you seen different down there in that red zone area? Because that's something that they had difficulty with throughout the season.
They're running the ball. Mm-hmm. They're running the ball in down there, and that's a big part of it. And plus, they've had those multiple tight end sets and those big jumbo sets down there, and they're just saying, we're going to run it, and so stack the box. We're going to run it down here in the low red zone, so try to stop it. That's what's happened.
Coach Tate McGinnis joins us Thursday mornings here on RKW. Appreciate you making time for us day after Christmas. Mac, hope it was a great holiday, and we will see you here next week.
All right, guys. See you. Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Coach Tay McGinnis with us here this morning, previewing Titans and Jags.
Yeah, that last Jags game here, again, Coach Mack is right. It was only one touchdown scored in it. And I don't want to say it was by mistake, but Brian Thomas Jr. did get hot down the sideline when guys had to press up a little bit to rush the quarterback. It's just when it's that bad of a day, both sides, offensively and defensively, you got to find ways to stick to your responsibilities and win games. If there's not payback on the mind of the Titans this weekend, man, something's wrong. Like, it's hard to have high morale and low losing moments. It just is.
Yeah.
And whatever the spark is, whether they have good fortune to start the game off with, you got to keep it. I don't know where it is, but you have to keep it on weekends like this. I don't think the wins or losses matter too much because if you do swap with the Jacksonville Jaguars, they don't need a quarterback.
No.
If you just need to be in front of the teams that need one.
And look, I know that there are a lot of people that want this team to lose the last two games to get a better draft position, right? There's a ton. I mean, we see them all the time in the chat and social media, whatever. We got callers calling in. But when it comes down to it, we've established that these players are playing to win games, no matter what. And no matter if you think that or not, that's what the end goal is. Look, they've got two prime opportunities to turn around, at least the negative part of this season into a little bit of positive headed into the offseason. There's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. But if you can beat the Jags on the road this weekend and split that series, and if you can sweep, that's the big one. If you can sweep the Houston Texans and finish them off at home in your place with those Love You Blues on, I do feel like that brings a little bit more hope to this franchise going into next year, even though there are a lot of question marks.
I don't know if beating the Texans backups moves the needle for me at all, to be honest with you.
And because
they're locked into the 4 seed. They can't move up or down.
Yeah.
They're hosting at home, too, with that.
Yeah, the Texans are the 4 seed. To me, at this point, like, it's this weekend or it's never, because I just think next weekend is kind of a wash.
Titans have always found a way to beat the Jags, though, hadn't they? Isn't it like one of those old, like, we'll spoil your day type of matchups, man? So,
yeah.
At least with Derek when they went down there, it was.
Oh, don't do that, Caleb. Don't do Derek. But that's neither here nor there, man. This weekend, it can't look bad. That's where I'm at for Coach Brian Callahan and his squad. The performance has to look fluid. It has to look like the team is still engaged now. There's only so much he can control as a coach when those guys go out there on the football field. I joke and laugh about Gerard Mayo saying that about New England. Earlier this year. It's like, look, when they cross those white lines, there's nothing I can do for them. Like, it is as a coach somewhat, but guys get crappy attitudes. Guys find themselves in loser moments where, well, I'm just trying to make it out of this game healthy. I've seen guys on the other side of a losing performance do those types of things. So, as a squad, as far as Coach Brian Callahan is concerned, I would like to see a good showing out of this team, man, because it's necessary. They're without all their major stars right now, for the most part, in Jacksonville. It can't look like a middle school football team. And I say that respectfully because I coach middle school football.
And these young guys on this Titans team, we've heard it so many times. There are a lot of young guys that need to still learn how to win. And they have to continue to try to figure out ways, like towards the end of the season, to do that. I don't care what any excuses, who's playing or how much experience they have. These are the guys for the future. And they got to find ways to win games.
Whose improvement over these last couple of weeks moves the needle for you more, Chika Okonkwo or Tajay Spears?
Tajay.
Why's that?
Tajay for me, because if they can find a method to have him and Pollard work in succession together, that'll make for a way better flow of the offense, I feel like. I feel like Tajay gets in late, and you see all the dynamic stuff that he does. And here's the thing. The business says that Tony Pollard's supposed to get the lion's share. It does, just because of the contract. But when it's hot, it's hot. And Tajay's been that good as of late. Chig, to me, I mean,
it's positive that he's doing what he's doing, but he still has not done it consistently enough for me. Like, the drops still are in the back of my mind that Chig has had over the last couple of years. And I know he's been hot in the last 2 games. I want to see it throughout a season, Chig. Like, I want to see all of that, the yards after catch, what they brought you here to be consistently. That's the problem with this team. It's been the problem. There's no consistency in these players that are, supposed to be taking it to another level. Also with Spears, we've seen how beat up Pollard can get. You need Spears throughout a season because Pollard is not going to last a full 18 games.
I also feel like with both of those guys, Kayla mentioned Sengo. It's been so incomplete of a season. It's been so hot or cold, and more cold than it is hot, that even the yards that Tajay get or that Chig has gotten as of late, it feels like garbage cleanup, right? I saw somebody say like the last touchdown didn't count in the Colts game because it was so close. I mean, it was such a blowout at the time. Like, to see that, to your point, consistently over 60 minutes from those two would be something that it gives you a little faith for the future. I just don't know right now because they've been so down and bad.
Tony Pollard's got 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons.
Yeah.
He's been available.
He has.
No, he has. But if you continue to run him like you did this season because Tajay was hurt, I mean, I don't know how long-term he's going to hold up. That's what I mean.
615-737-1045. More NFL discussion when we come back. Is C.J. Stroud okay? Talk Texans-Ravens next.
It's Ramon Foster, Hiller Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Y'all, they are still giving away cash for the holidays right now. Yes, like a $500 Visa gift card when you buy a select HVAC system or new whole home generator. They're also giving you $250 Visa gift cards when you buy a new tankless water heater. These deals are available until the end of the year. You can still get in on them. They have other deals you can take advantage of. Also, like the $99 drain cleaning special that's still going on. For more details or to schedule, visit happyhiller.com.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson. Nashville is one of the best cities to live in. We have so many choices here, but with all the growth and choices comes tough decisions to be made, especially when it comes to finding a real estate agent you can trust. That's why I'm excited to introduce you to my friend Bernie Gallerani. Bernie has a proven track record, so much so that he's going to guarantee to sell your home in 30 days or less, or he's just going to buy it from you. It's that simple. So recently, Danica and her husband, they were looking for a new home. They were expecting it to be a stressful situation like it is most of the time. But working with Bernie Gallerani real estate team, it was quite the opposite. These two experienced personalized service, clear communication, and it made the process smooth and effortless. Bernie is the only real estate agent in Nashville recommended by Barbara Corcoran of Shark Tank, and he's the only agent I would trust to sell my home. Bernie Gallerani, the real estate agent who has a 30-day guarantee to sell your home, or he'll just buy it from you guarantee. Give him a call on his cell phone. In fact, 615-428-2644. That's 615-428-2644, or just simply go to BernieGallerani.com.
All right, KW, wrapping up the first half of the show. 615-737-1045. The number. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Will Bowling, live waking up with you on this Boxing Day 2024. What's wrong with CJ Stroud and the Texans?
Man, injuries. I'll start there first. I'll give him that one. Injuries.
Okay.
Aside that, decision making. I feel like teams have figured out if they can flush him out, his eyes down the field have not been as accurate as you need them to be, man. His decision-making as of late and ability to not extend plays the way he was last year, finding guys on the sideline, is becoming very problematic. And on top of that, the rush, the running game, is not what you need it to be for a guy that needs the ball down the field like that, too. So it's support ain't there. And here's the thing, too, what sucks behind them is they actually have a good offensive line. I know they got some guys that have been banged up here and there, but they have, to me, a great template for what you need as an offensive line. Got a right tackle, got a left tackle, got a good center, got a good guard. Like, they're missing just one as far as it being deficient. To me, feels like C.J. Stroud is going through the sophomore slump in a major, major way right now. He can't get away from sacks, and just as a decision-making has been lacking.
Because when you look at, you were talking about the protection and maybe not being able to get away from sacks. He's the second most sacked quarterback in the league right now, right behind.
He runs out of bounds.
Caleb Williams, right. And so sometimes I think he is putting himself in those positions. I also think just looking at him this year, he has not protected the ball as good as he did maybe last year. I feel like he's turning it over just a little bit more too. He seems to be putting the pressure on himself. And I understand that they have had injuries, and that does play into it. Nico Collins, who was his number one target last year, got hurt for a big chunk of the season. He came back. Now you got Tank Dell, and we saw the emotion that hit C.J. Stroud when Tank Dell went out in that game. Seemed to affect him personally, too. I think sometimes with C.J., he is an emotional type of player, and I feel like this season maybe that kind of stuff has gotten to him and it's not helped his game per se. Yeah. I feel like he's putting the pressure on himself in a lot of these moments, and that's not what you always want your quarterback to do. So I'm not saying he's not going to be that guy moving forward, but I'm on the same kind of wavelength as you are. The sophomore slump thing, I think the film is out on him now in his second season, which plays a part.
Yeah, it does.
17-31, 185, no touchdowns and a pick yesterday. Joe Mixon, 9 carries, 26 yards. Ugh.
And he was so good until he ran into the Titans, and the Titans stopped him in that game. And I almost think he almost regressed a little bit since then.
Oh, Joe Mixon?
Yeah.
I mean, he's an older running back as it pertains to,
but he started
the tread
the
on
season
his tires.
hot.
Yeah, and it's probably a little bit of, who were they playing the earlier parts of the season? I mean, one of the best wins of the Texans, though, is, they beat the Buffalo Bills. How they did that in that moment, I have no idea. Mm-hmm. But, yes, I don't think C.J. Stroud's seeing it well right now. I feel like that explosion of a rookie year that he had, he's trying to chase that. And all you got to do sometimes is just take what's in front of you. That's what we've spoken about time and time again. He is. But to your point, Kayla, pressure, that's a privilege.
It is.
It's always going to be at that position
right there.
You do have to deal with it. And however they've dealt with him this offseason just doesn't seem to be a fit to what their offense is trying to do right now. Lost Stephon Diggs. Get that one. You mentioned Nico Collins a part of the year this year also, and also losing Tank Dell. I get it. But you have an offensive line and a quarterback that we thought was a playmaker, and I think he has it in him. It's just the consistency of his play. He's doubled his interceptions and turnovers from last year.
Exactly. And also I wanted to note, too, that, for this Texans team, I think, again, like Jacksonville the year prior, all of this hype coming into the season of how they were just going to be the dominant team in the AFC South. I know they've clinched the AFC South. I get that. But it's not like they're clinching a dominant AFC South by any means. And I really look at them now as a playoff team that is probably going to get wiped out right away. 2 points, guys. Yeah, 2 measly points on your home turf on Christmas Day.
Well, that's
that's embarrassing.
In front of God and Beyonce, really?
Right?
Happy birthday, Jesus. Sorry your party's so lame. In Houston, at least. Well, right now they'd play the Steelers, who don't look like much more of a threat than they do offensively. So
I just always trust Mike Tomlin.
the two losing teams on that side of things.
I know. And
Yesterday,
both of them
will play each other.
Anemic as heck on offense, too.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Russell Wilson's been turning the ball over, too.
Russ is, get
danger
down.
Russ coming back there.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Exactly what it was. So he gave out great Christmas gifts.
He did.
But what you're asking, Will, what's happening with C.J. Stroud? Tape being out on him for sure. His ability to think he can just waltz into the league and can continue to make the same plays as he did last year, it just don't work like that. Teams find ways to do one little thing that you don't even know sometimes and find ways to expose it. And I feel like that's been happening to him this year.
If you're a Titans fan that wants a quarterback of the draft this offseason, this is the roller coaster you have to be prepared for.
Yeah.
It is.
Look at Trevor Lawrence, too.
Any weakness that you have will stunt the growth and the development of your guy. Everything else has got to be in place before you go get your guy. And clearly, a couple of injuries, some bad offensive line play. You lose Tank Dell, you lose Nico Collins, you lose Kenyon Green at times. You have to shuffle things on the line. And they've got an elite tackle. Mm-hmm. They have one of the most important positions covered with Laramie Tunsil. But that is what you have to deal with. So you better be sure that you are ready, or you just have no other choice but to be ready for a quarterback. It feels like the Titans, again, are just going to ruin a guy the way C.J. Stroud, I'm not going to say is being ruined yet, but is being hurt by the inadequacies around him this season. Yeah. Are you ready to sign up for this?
It's going to be a roller coaster, probably. That's just a pre-warn, right? It's not likely that it always goes as smooth as it is for Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes, who, by the way, wasn't even a high draft pick.
What's even more fascinating, though, too, is you look at, C.J. Stroud and being ready for it and the team being built around it. Like, Kayla, you mentioned C.J. Stroud's got 52 sacks on the season right now, okay, that his team's giving up. In that same context, you know how many Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings have on their record under their belt? 40 few.
Yeah,
45.
I was going to say it's less than that.
And with that being said, sacks don't matter as much, but you got to have guys that are dynamic enough to be able to overcome those. And I think that's what C.J. Stroud and the Texans are dealing with right now. Minnesota Vikings can overcome it.
Yep.
Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams with 60 can't overcome it. So it's a matter of who's your playmaker at quarterback, Will, in my opinion, and
he's still young. C.J. Stroud is still young. Let's not forget that. It's not to say that he's not going to come back from this season. I think a lot of us, too, are easy to go, off the C.J. Stroud train.
No, I'm
I think he has
train.
enough ability and enough, skill to be able to be a good quarterback in this league. It's hard for me now to find ways, though, to convince myself about Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, we see all the skills, but why, by goodness, has he not been able to do it at this point? And he's on his second contract. That's when I start to think, okay, number one overall pick, you're at this spot now with Jacksonville on your second contract. You still haven't figured it out?
Right.
615-737-1045 is our number. There is a Tennessee football player that has entered the transfer portal we can tell you about. Coming up as we begin hour number 3, we'll hit the headlines, get you caught up on what you missed if you are not working and sleeping in this morning. Got all that for you next.
Hey, it's Kayla Anderson talking about one of my favorite restaurants in town, O'Charlie's. I know it's probably hard to talk about food right now because you've probably eaten a lot of it in the last few days with it being the holiday season, but they do have several locations around the Middle Tennessee area. They're going to deliver that Southern comfort food experience, not hand out that big bill in the end. And maybe that is what you're needing this week. You're tired of cooking. You want to just go in and have a meal that is ready to go for you. They have their VIP menu. It's going to have 13 budget-friendly items. Are all priced at $12.99 and under. Also, it is Thursday, and it has been a lot of time probably spending, time with the family and everything. Maybe you need a happy hour drink. They have their happy hour going on. $5 cocktails. That is happening 3 to 6 p.m., and then 9 to close at O'Charlie's. So make sure you check that out. Get more flavor, more choices, and more value every day at O'Charlie's.
It is 8 o'clock on the dot. Good morning from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I'm Jackson Williams. In Titans news, the team claimed linebacker David Long Jr. off of waivers from Detroit and put linebacker Kenneth Murray on IR. David Long Jr. was drafted by the Titans in the 6th round of the 2019 draft and played for the team through the 2022 season. In Vols news, 2 Vols have hit the transfer portal as Tennessee backup quarterback Gaston Moore and defensive back Christian Harrison have both entered the portal this morning. In the NBA, the Christmas Day games did not disappoint. The Lakers and the Warriors went down to the wire as a late Austin Reeves layup lifted the Lakers to a win over the Warriors, 115 to 113. Steph Curry led both teams in scoring with 38 points, including 8 3-pointers. For your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you need to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
RKW 104.5 The Zone rolls into hour number 3, the second half already of your Thursday morning. Hope it was a wonderful Christmas. If you're making your way back home from your Christmas gathering, we welcome you. Or if you are just not working today, you got the coffee going, you got the blanket on still. Maybe it's the electric blanket. I know those many were gifted over the last 24 hours. You got us on 104.5 The Zone TV. Appreciate you waking up with us still this morning. Facebook Live, YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Will Bowling, Jackson Williams making the show happen. We'll have Rhett Bryan coming up in 20 minutes. Thursday, 3 picks on the way in hour number 4. Transfer portal going this morning. Yeah. I guess Gaston Moore on the day where everyone is taking gift receipts back to places. He had the receipt on his Tennessee uniform because he has entered the transfer portal reportedly this morning.
I had no idea he had another year left. Jackson was bringing it up to us a second ago. Had no idea he had a year left, but I get it. I mean, it'll be a little bit of a logjam for him to get in at any point moving forward. So, of course, it's time to move on. I don't know if he's going to, get a NIL or anything else like that behind it, but to move down a level and go play for somebody, give yourself an opportunity. Yeah,
it's a crowded quarterback room, obviously. And I know that Gaston Moore had familiarity with Heupel when he was a walk-on back at Central Florida, followed him to Tennessee, obviously, and didn't get much of a chance, and that's the kind of dice you roll sometimes. Even if you're familiar with the coach and they're familiar with you, does not mean you're going to be the quarterback, especially in this day and age when there's a lot of talent out there, and you pay a guy like Nico Iamaleava and the future in terms of George McIntyre and all of that. So it's on to the next thing, and guess what? There's plenty of teams that need a quarterback. So.
Yeah, can't be mad at it. At least it's, at the end of their season, not in the middle of a basketball. Never mind. I'm not hurt by that. I'm not hurt by Cam Carr.
Oh, Cam Carr, is that still?
I'm not hurt by that.
Still tingling.
I would imagine Gaston Moore is a starter at the FCS level. I don't think that's a guy that's going to go to a FBS program and start right away, but might just want to play.
Yeah. And there's some good FCS programs. So.
It is. And the way he threw the ball a little bit around when he got in, young man got a cannon. That's for sure. He's got a cannon of an arm.
He's going to run the Brew McCoys down there somewhere play, just with someone not named Brew McCoy next year.
Gas pipe is what Heupel
Gas pipe, that's right.
Yeah, man. So good luck to him. And he's done what you needed him to do. 4 years is good.
Yeah. I know on 3 is projected Tennessee to end up with Northwestern tackle Josh Thompson. Don't know if you guys talked about that with Austin Price the other day, but Tennessee is still doing work in the transfer portal. You surprised at all there's not been more movement for Tennessee incoming in the portal?
They're really particular, I feel like, about what they're going and getting. And I think it worked out for them most part last year in terms of being particular, because I know they've lost about 13 players to the portal. So now it's then, okay, what are you going to add? Yeah. I still feel like there's time for them to get exactly what they need, but I guess it's always a little concerning when you're losing guys, right?
Yeah. The way I look at it, like most of what you want, you have. Right? I will agree. Like
recruiting class wise,
I think they have a young guy at center. Inside as a Satterwhite, I think is.
I'm not as worried about offensive line next year.
I'm just thinking, like in general, like you have the receivers, right?
At some point, you got to start. One.
Yeah,
well,
I need multiple receivers,
and I think they will. But okay, well, the way Heupel plays his offense, how many are going to be used and utilized anyway? And I understand depth, but like who you're looking for to be the splash guy? You have him essentially in Mike Matthews, right? That's a guy that you want moving forward. You have other skilled players that are in house, and that offense, as I said, is just. You can't go out and getting extra bodies when you don't understand like how they're going to be used. And guys, I think, are realizing that now with Heupel's offense. Why would I go there and, not be a mainstay? Like Brazel, I think next year, Mike Matthews is going to be one of those guys. And you probably need one wide receiver out the portal. But to overshot, nah, I don't think so. I think these 2 last recruiting classes are going to be utilized more than I think he has in years past.
No, I disagree. I need more.
What you need?
Wide receiver. I need playmakers. This wide receiver room, I think, held back this offense this past season. I really do.
You think so? Definitely saw it in the national championship in the first round of the playoffs.
Yep.
I honestly put that more on the offensive style of play. Me, I am very, very just out on how Heupel is playing the offense continually. I think the talent is there. I do. I think you can at least with what this offense has been, we've been told this offense should be doing. I think Heupel and his staff hasn't given it the ability to do it. You look at that Ohio State game, man, and then to me, when I know their talent is good, but the way they were able to put a cap on the back end of the offense, and all you had was throws to the flat, there was no variation of route running. Like the way Ohio State ran corner routes and post routes, like the Vols had none of that. So yeah. You can use a whole lot more time. I will absolutely love a number one wide receiver out of the port. I think they're all gone anyway right now. But what I'm saying is this. There hasn't been enough of an offensive identity and just transformation for you to want those types of guys. So I'm actually looking at Heupel and his staff and the wide receivers coach like, what are y'all going to do to change this around? We can't continually to just spread the hashes, throw a quick out, or try to find the defense in a bad position, because when that doesn't work, and Ohio State showed that this past weekend, you have nothing. So until that changes, in my opinion, I wouldn't want to play in it. That's just the way I look at it right now. Yes, there are some huge advantages of it when you're playing against bad talent, but when it's good on good, the offense needs to look a whole lot different. And this past weekend showed that for the Vols.
I just don't think they have enough guys who can win one-on-one. Mm-hmm. Like, how many times did we see a Tennessee wide receiver go up for a 50-50 ball and beat a defensive back this year?
Yeah.
Didn't happen enough for me. It feels like the only times that Tennessee receivers were making big catches or slants over the middle when they were open against zone coverage, or hitches along the sideline. There was not enough of what Chris Brazzell did against Alabama. Go up, beat a man-to-man coverage, slot fade, back of the end zone, touchdown. And it was why Tennessee was able to beat Alabama. There was not enough of that, and it's why this team was also wretched in the red zone offensively.
I think Coach Doug Matthews talking the day after the loss to Ohio State, and he even brought up with these Tennessee wide receivers, he just didn't feel like they were as aggressive enough.
No.
When it comes to, like you just mentioned, those one-on-one battles. And when you look, obviously it's different with those caliber wide receivers that Ohio State has, but just if you look at that on, comparison, it's like, okay, they need to be better.
But the same could be said about the quarterback, too. Nico wasn't great hitting them down the field, in my opinion, either. He was terrible as far as, throwing the intermediate passes this year, too. I expect more out of him as it pertains to the expectation of play moving forward next year. He was the youngest quarterback in this college football playoff series this year.
Well, he looked like it.
And he did look like it. But, I'm with the idea that you can throw it down the field and fight for 50-50 balls, but some of them were behind, some of them were overthrown. There wasn't enough consistency on his down the field passes, even in those comeback roles. Like the way you mentioned, it was Deontay Thornton in that game. No, who was it? Brazzell. In that game against Alabama, I get it, but there was also a really good pass from Nico Iamaleava.
Yeah, it was. It's not just one issue. But when Tennessee goes up against elite defensive backs, it consistently looks like it did Saturday night in Columbus. Same thing with Georgia. That is when Tennessee hits its ceiling as an offense, is when the scheme works and all those things are good and you get guys open so many times, but can you win one-on-one against elite DBs that can cover a lot of that grass because they're faster and stronger than you?
But see, that's where I still put it. Can you scheme it open well enough, though, too? Because everything is between 1 to 8 yards of the line of scrimmage, then there ain't much that you can do to a defensive back that's going to trick him into thinking that, hey, he's running a go, or he's stepping on my feet and running a end route. And I have more of an issue with hype than I do the skill. And the skill plays a huge part because Ohio State showed us this past weekend.
And that you feel, though, that is fixable. What is it that hype?
Self-scouting at this point is crucial.
It's just how crazy, at the snap of a finger, it went from, oh, my God, this offense, to,
I think it's still there.
Gosh, this offense.
I do think it's still there, but you got to be smart about how you're going to game plan in these moments right here. I'm not going to get off this one whatsoever as it pertains to Heupel in that offense. Yeah. That's been one of his calling cards is it's good until it's figured out. Now, I feel like most of the teams that are good have figured it out. And now, where's your adjustment? If you are a good coach, you have to have that.
Marcus is in Nashville up next, 615-737-1045. What's up, Marcus? Marcus, go ahead. And Marcus is
Marcus fell asleep.
Jeremy gets a shot then. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, good morning, guys. I was going to talk about the Titans and what you were saying about the Texans that correlating, but I like this topic you guys are going with about the Vols. I feel like all of you are right in your own regards because, like, if you look back at the Arkansas game, where was the scheme there? It was all of that to the sideline stuff, and we were kind of shocked by it because there was no, slants over the middle like the stuff that worked against Oklahoma. And then I feel like that they did drop. I'm with Will on the they need depth at wide receiver because there were times where, Nico did miss throws, but towards the latter half of those runs that they started to make, there were throws that he made that they just dropped, that should have and could have been touchdowns to make those leads a little bigger in those games that they won. But, and then, you go against a team like Ohio State, that secondary is elite, and they proved it. And I think that they did expose some of Heupel's coaching decisions. Like there was no transitions into some sort of a backup plan for what plays or something could have been run in the secondary, and they got exposed in multiple levels, and it shows you really where the team is at. But I'm always listening, guys. I'm heading to work, and I'll talk to y'all later, and y'all have a happy rest of the holidays.
You too.
Thank you,
Jeremy.
Appreciate the call. Nicholas makes an interesting point on YouTube and says offense hasn't been the same since Alex Golesh left.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I hear consistently behind the scenes about Golesh is not that they miss him schematically, but they might miss his voice in the room.
Okay, that's fair.
That's kind of, I think, the conversation in Knoxville about that. I think the more people you talk to, it's like, was Alex Golesh maybe the bad cop that Tennessee's offensive staff needed?
Mm-hmm.
I think that is more relevant than scheme-wise,
right?
Guys are still open. Guys are still able to make plays. They're not doing anything significantly differently, but I do think there is an off-field kind of unquantifiable just personality and a presence that Alex Golesh had in that locker room that maybe wasn't replaced when he left.
That matters. Trooper Taylor was that in our good era. He was the guy that he was head over heels on discipline and just calling guys out and accountable. So if that is the case, then you got to be able to format your staff to have that guy always.
Mm-hmm.
And
isn't Heupel kind of not stubborn, but he doesn't make a lot of changes in terms of staff?
I'm not sure
they're leaving.
He's just like every head coach in that way. I mean, Glenn Ellerbe was in his wedding.
Yeah.
Well, there's a discussion there too.
Tennessee has a championship level defensive staff. Mm-hmm. I don't think they have a championship level offensive coaching staff.
I agree.
That's an important thing for Josh Heupel to look in the mirror and hopefully realize this offseason. But this game could be the way the 97 Orange Bowl was for Tennessee going into 98. Or it could just be a symptom of who you are under Josh Heupel. But teams can always adapt. Yeah. Head coaches can always change. Nobody is the final form of themselves in real time. It's just, are you willing to make the necessary adjustments? Time will tell. With Josh Heupel in Tennessee. Coming up next, Rhett Bryan will join us. Talk some Titans and Jags next. Hey, it's Will Bowling. Are you looking to keep your home in great shape year-round? Of course you are. You got to sign up for a Lee Company home maintenance plan for just $12 a month. And I'm here to tell you as well, plan members, you are going to be set up all year round for whatever Mother Nature throws at you here in Middle Tennessee. Plan members receive 4 service visits a year from the Lee Company team of experts. You get a heating system tune-up, an air conditioning tune-up, an electrical inspection, and a detailed plumbing inspection. That's 4 annual visits for $12 a month. For the very best in-home service, you got to call Lee Company at 615-567-1000 or visit them online at leecompany.com and search home maintenance plan to join their membership today. That's 4 annual visits for just $12 a month. Something goes wrong at the worst possible time. Lee Company, they know that. They are here to help. Open 24/7, 365 to take care of all that your home needs. That's why we tell you that Lead Company is all you need. 615-567-1000. Visit them online at leadcompany.com. Search home maintenance plan to join their membership. That's Lead Company, all you need. RKW 104.5 The Zone continues this morning in studio. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Will Bowling. Jackson Williams spinning the hits. Rhett Bryan in studio. Usually Rhett puts up four fingers for the fourth quarter of the program. You're here for the end of the third today,
There
right?
you go.
Yeah.
Almost four.
I'm glad that Ramon reminded me because I would have been throwing up fours because, well, I mean, look, that's the thing about Christmas falling into the middle of the week. You're like, what day is it again?
The weirdness.
But let me tell you, and I don't know how y'all's Christmas was, but I had a great one. The weather here, Chamber of Commerce weather. I mean, 63, 64. I know you was all over the grill and the smoker. Same here. And it was good. It was just fantastic. I'm like, what is this, Christmas in Florida? Like, what are we doing?
I had some cedar plank salmon yesterday, too. Yeah,
nice.
That was pretty good. It was real good.
Cedar plank salmon is.
That's the best.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you something, though. And I swore by this, and I swear by it still. I'll never grill another piece of salmon. I'll smoke it.
Really?
Well, mine
nice.
was on the Traeger. It was just getting smoked, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
it's
good.
different. Yeah. So it was on the smoker.
And that cedar
the way to do
flavor,
it.
but it is.
It is.
Oh, my.
And that wood keeps it moist, too, because
Yeah.
you got to
boy.
soak it before
That's
you
how
cook
we
the
do
cedar
it.
Plank,
Absolutely.
You guys know I was obviously in Jersey yesterday to start Christmas.
Jersey!
And we had a New York-style breakfast.
What is that?
What is
Did
that?
smoked salmon bagels.
Oh, that's right.
There it is.
Locks.
Did
Oh
you
my
go to the
gosh.
bagel
Lox
shop
banging?
that you like, too?
No, I did not.
You did not.
Unfortunately, there was no time to do that. But we had we got
If
everything
you were
bagels.
Henry Hill, you wouldn't have to wait in line.
You would not have to wait.
Everything bagels with cream cheese and smoked everything bagel salmon that has the everything but the bagel seasoning on the salmon
yes.
that then goes on the bagel.
By the way,
Fantastic.
I'm glad you brought that up because I did something I'd never done before. At the behest of my sister, I smoked blocks of cream cheese. You ever done that?
Have
What
not
the
done
heck?
Never heard of that.
Have not.
So you just take your favorite rub and score it on the top crossways, little hash marks there. Smoke it about 2 hours.
Good to go.
Man.
Good to go.
I
That
did
sounds
one
good.
of a brown sugar bourbon rub that I like to put on steaks and things. I did one of just a buffalo style
Absolutely.
ranch mixed sauce. And the other one, I just did a dessert one with brown sugar and cinnamon. Highly recommend.
Christmas dinners have gotten more flexible with that, right? I like that one.
I'm becoming the bacon cooking master.
Bacon?
Oh yeah, I cook it
bacon,
perfectly.
the pig,
No,
or
bacon.
baking?
She's baking.
Bacon.
She's bacon Manning.
Peyton
Yeah,
Manning.
Peyton Manning.
You're
Yeah.
right with me.
Debating Manning.
Because like bacon's
bacon
got to
man.
be right. Like it can't be too fatty. It's got to be crisp. Like you got to get it right, but
Can't
you
be
can't be
flimsy
too
out of it.
crisp.
Right.
So I'm starting to give myself that title.
I prefer thick cut slab bacon.
I told you guys I
So
made some
good.
about a month or two ago. Yeah, I cured some at the house.
You need to bring that in, man.
I will. Don't tempt me. I will.
See,
cure
that's the
y'all
name.
some
That's the
bacon.
name of Ramon's unnamed podcast. Ramon's Smokehouse.
There we go.
Cured
Smokehouse.
bacon.
That's great.
Cured bacon.
Cured bacon with 7-3.
I love it.
That's good stuff.
I love it. Rhett Bryan in studio with us talking Titans and Jags as we turn the page forward. Rhett, as Mason Rudolph is set to make another start, according to Brian Callahan earlier this week. The Titans offense, the comeback they had late, Rhett, it was interesting to me in Indy because they still were themselves, right? Like, to me, this was not just, hey, the Colts are just going to let you move the ball. The Titans still were running the ball a little bit. Yeah, they were playing over the top for a lot of it, but I think there are things to build on, specifically with Tajay Spears and Chikakonkwo, Rhett, that interest me. And if I'm looking for what is, I think, the biggest thing to look for these last two games, how do those two earn more of a role moving forward in this offense?
Well, one's going to earn it just because the other guy's banged up. I mean, Tony Pollard's had a lot of snaps. And I heard you last hour talking about that, Kayla, and you're right. I mean, he needs a chance to look. He's shown he can be a bell cow, but
Sure.
This thing needs to be tandem. And with the ups and downs that Tajay's had with some injuries and things, he's not had a great year. In the last couple of weeks, he's gotten healthy and then he's turned it on. Right. So he can help Tony Pollard in that part of it. But I mean, golly, he was very, very close to busting that return the other day for the 42-yarder.
On tackle.
But he absolutely can help this thing going forward. I think he finally is in a place where, he's good to go throughout the rest of these last 2 games. The other one, talking to Chigaconquo in the locker room the other day, he said, I'm just getting more involved in the offense. Like it wasn't my number necessarily dialed up as much. And hell, look at it. Over his career, this time of the year, it's like this. He just, all of a sudden, he's got 17 catches in the last 2 games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So go with the hot hand here, right? And I think the thing that was interesting that Brian Callahan mentioned Monday night on the coaches show, 2 things. One, he mentioned of those 3 interceptions that Mason Rudolph threw, the one right before the end of the first half was the egregious one. Yeah. That's the one where he took the cheese.
Secondary got him.
And took the bait, and there he was caught in a mouse trap. The other 2, I mean, look, a fingertip thing off of the fingertips of Tony Pollard, you can't control that.
Right.
And then trying to make something happen with 3 seconds left in the game, that's something you don't hold against someone. But the other thing that I thought was interesting, when Mike and Amy asked him, why is it mobile quarterbacks in RPO systems seem to give this Titans run defense problems? And he gave a great answer just about, he said, we played a lot of cover 2, playing shell, but that's 6 guys coming down to help against the run, which leaves somebody more vulnerable because you've got 2 guys deep back there because you don't know what this quarterback's going to do.
Right.
Even though, and you know, we knew Anthony Richardson wasn't going to throw as much, but even to the Jaden Daniels part back in Washington a few weeks ago. But he just says the fits and the gap assignments are key in all of that. Right. Those run lanes have never changed in the history of football. It's just making sure somebody is at home to try to make that stuff happen. But he had an excellent answer involved in that, and I'm glad we don't have an RPO quarterback to see in McCorkle Jones. Remember that's what
McCorkle Jones.
McCorkle Mack for sure.
Get him down.
Old family name, I think. Anyway,
seems about right the way he carries himself.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever met a McCorkle.
He looks like a McCorkle.
He does.
Yeah, but.
Especially on draft day.
Here's the other thing with Jacksonville. Of course, it's interesting. You know, it's just 3 weeks ago the Titans played them here in Nashville. And I don't care who you are. The number one thing you got to guard against is Brian Thomas Jr.,
yes,
the wide receiver, the rookie from LSU, who is having a fantastic season. Remember 3 weeks ago, he wasn't in the game plan in the first half. No catches, no targets, no nothing. Finished 8 for 86 and had a couple of nice plays to help keep them moving the chains to get the ahead score and keep it and sneak out of here with a win. The other thing that I find interesting is Mac Jones really hasn't played great football since that. He's had some okay numbers, but the run game of theirs is very interesting because – we have this dynamic where Tank Bigsby is the lead back now. Travis Etienne's more the third down back. But Tank Bigsby has started getting a case of the fumbles. He's fumbled in back-to-back weeks, Ramon.
Yeah.
Peanut punch.
Yeah.
Come on in there. Let's go. Chainsaw that thing out. Rip it out.
How about a Cedric Gray peanut punch?
I'm good with that.
Right?
I'm good with whoever. Look, Linus from Peanuts can come in there and peanut punch for all I care.
It is Christmas.
Go get you a turnover and make something out of it. But yeah, Tank Bigsby is starting to get, I think that was his 6th fumble in his career.
Wow.
And no more carries than he's had in his career. I think he's fumbling about every 30 carries.
Hey.
Well, I mean, he's up next then is what you're telling us then.
Come on.
Right?
Yeah.
Come on, get you some.
For sure, man. Just looking at Mac Jones, though, right? They were able to pull out that win against Las Vegas. How do you go at him this upcoming weekend? He was a statue here. Protection ain't
they
that
lost
great.
Vegas.
Huh? They did lose to Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas
lost to Vegas.
That's right, because Titans moved up.
Because the Raiders ruined their draft pick to go get a quarterback.
Oh, sucks for
Leave it to the Raiders.
Sorry.
With that
Another trip to the barber for Mark Davis.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
He's the starter by default right now, Mac Jones, right? You got to be able to get to him this upcoming weekend, man. And you can't allow him to just sit back there. And I felt like he's not, and I know he's not a runner, but he was able to extend some plays the last time the Titans saw him, too.
He was.
Let me tell you about how well you can do if you can get after him. Now, to their credit, the Jags O-line doesn't give up a ton of pressures.
Which I thought they would, you know?
But Mac Jones' passer rating when he's under pressure, 21.8.
Jeez.
That makes the Anthony Richardson number going into that game last week look astronomical.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, you've got to get after him. And clearly Jeffrey Simmons and clearly T'Vondre Sweat are working through the woes and the dings
they are.
of the season. I mean, we know that T'Vondre's had a hip he's been working through for weeks. And so, but if you can find a way to crash the gates, yeah, I mean, listen, you got a chance to go down there and beat these guys, but you cannot let Mac Jones connect to Brian Thomas Jr. and separate the score. You cannot do that. You've got two backs now, one dinged up in Tony Pollard and one that's healthier and doing well in Tajay. You can control the clock if you want to do this, but you cannot do the things you have been doing. You cannot make the mistakes. You cannot give up a sack on first down, have a holding penalty on second down. Next thing you know, it's 3rd and 18, and you got no play in the playbook for that.
I guess you can also say this too. I'm still a little shocked by the NPF benching because you give up a sack. All right, that's fine. That's cool, whatever, right? It's about how you give up one, but it does show that Coach Callahan isn't settling on bad play, right? That one, again, I'm not sure if you guys asked him that on the coaches show, but that was a quick pull from this past weekend between him and Coach Callahan.
Well, they just have not had the answer at that position. Right. They just haven't. And then now, when Lloyd Cushenberry goes out with a season-ending injury, and we've had a couple of other things, and of course Dylan Radins, with the shoulder. Now we've got pieces and parts. And Corey Levin, I thought, has done a nice job at center.
He's super intense on the sideline, man. He's so intense, Red. He's ready for the moment.
And Dan Brunskill, I think, has filled in very nicely at right guard, but the right tackle thing has just been – and that's why I found the thing to watch, Jalen Duncan may get his shot this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because I talked to him about that in the locker room Tuesday about – it's funny how – this thing's been a revolving door like it has, and you've missed significant time. You came out for a couple of plays in that Buffalo game back in October. Mm-hmm. Here you are back from a significant hamstring, and you actually have a chance to grab this job with 2 games to go.
Mm-hmm. So, Red, I asked Coach Mack about this earlier when he came on the show in the 7 o'clock hour. But in the last 2 games, you find yourself perfect in the red zone. And he said, well, they simply are running the ball. Well, why is it taking it so long for them to figure out the equation down there?
Well, I think part of it is you have tried, one thing that has worked well in this, first of all, you've had a change at quarterback, and you've tried to work the passing game as much as possible with Will Levis.
Right.
So there's been a shift there. I mean, the run game's always been, look at Tony Pollard's got a 1,000-yard season, right?
Right.
But I think part of it is trying to find the way to win. I think that has driven a lot of it, and the quarterback change has driven a lot of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, when he benched Will Levis and announced it a week ago, he said, look, this is about trying to find the best way to win a ball game. We got 3 left. And you didn't get that one in Indianapolis, so now you got 2 left. And that's the thing in all of this is the brevity of the moment is people's mortgages are riding on this. Like, It is a production-based business, and you better get something in that left column and start leaving them out of the right column.
It means something, too, when, I know people want the draft number to be as high as they can be, but this team wants to just win games down the stretch. Mm-hmm. You bring in a guy like David Long Jr., and I know that he started off well in Miami, went to Detroit, kind of lost his job there, but you're still going out and trying to find guys to help you with 2 games left, because clearly you do need bodies at that linebacker position, but you're not just throwing in the towel.
Well, you're not just looking for bodies. You're looking for experience.
Yeah.
And that's no knock to Cedric Gray and James Williams.
Sure.
Those 2 fellas don't know what they don't know yet. They're working. And listen, they've been thrown into it, and they've done pretty well considering. But you need experience. And certainly David Long Jr. has plenty of that. But, yeah, that roster churn is something you're still working. I mean, they brought in Raekwon McMillan to the practice squad as well. So, I mean, you need bodies, but you also need experience. Both of those guys have experience.
Red, I thought it was interesting from Next Gen Stats and NFL Pro this week, talking about Jeffrey Simmons and the run that he has been on this season. I think quite quietly, to be honest with you, Jeffrey Simmons has recorded a league-high 19 run stuffs this season and is tied for the most run stops among defensive tackles. 37 pressures when rushing the passer as well, 16 of them in under 2.5 seconds. That is the 7th most quick pressures among defensive tackles. Big man was still getting after it last week in Indy, too. And,
He's a beast.
Was the bright spot on a defense that just could not stop Indy.
Well, first of all, he tries to hold himself, and I believe he does, to a higher standard than the average Bear. And I'm not talking about over his teammates. Yeah. That's just how he operates. And he's been embarrassed. I mean, from that 267 they gave up on the ground in Washington to Jaden Daniels and those guys to 335 last week. I'm sure he's coming into that building this morning mad as hell.
Sure.
Like Santa Claus has dropped the gifts off. That was great. Now I'm ready to, his motor runs hot. It just does.
Yeah.
I just think the thing that you got to watch is tempering that. Again, no pre-snap penalties. No penalties, of egregious nature that's going to help, give them another set of downs when you're speaking about Jeffrey Simmons. But yeah, Jeff, and those are the things that get lost in the wash.
Right.
Is people having good years, but the record doesn't show. It gets buried by all of that.
I think, Rhett, we talk a lot with you and with Mack specifically about how in the draft, a lot of times you are drafting for the next 5 years, not just the next year.
Yeah.
I think there is a discussion to be had this offseason that I don't think people are ready for how many defensive positions need to be filled in this team moving forward to help Jeffrey Simmons. Because I think a lot of folks are looking at this team and looking at the points scored and looking at the way the defense is played and said, just go draft a bunch of weapons, go draft a bunch of offensive players, you're going to be fine. You start to look up and down this defense. I see more holes, Rhett, on the defense for the next 3, 4, 5 years than I do on the offense.
Well, part of it is you've got guys that are older under contract.
Exactly.
And I think the other part of it is you've got several guys on both sides of the ball that are under 1-year deals.
Yeah.
So you're trying to avoid what has turned out to be a 55% roster turnover this year, which is enormous, way above the average. But yeah, listen, and we'll I'm sure we'll talk about this in the coming weeks once the season's over. But I mean, you can start a punch list right now, and it's pretty lengthy of what you need. And yeah, there's some on the defensive side of the ball that are part of those boxes you need to check for sure.
No doubt. Rhett Bryan in studio with us here on a Thursday morning in the third hour. Good to see you, Rhett.
Congratulations on the engagement.
Thank you.
I saw the future missus on the news this morning at the desk.
Yeah.
Very demonstrative with her hands. And there was a sparkle on that left one.
Maybe look down a time or two.
I think that she burned a hole in the studio floor right there with a reflection. It was like, good thing there wasn't an ant farm there. That would have been tragic.
We spent 3 years' salary on it.
That's what Michael Scott told me to do, yeah.
Do you think this is great, Pep? Holy
Thank you, Rhett. I appreciate it.
I'm happy for you guys. That's fantastic.
That's all we call him Mr. Dirty Knee right now, man. He had to get down on one.
He sure did.
At least he could get up.
Yes, that is true.
It's the most important reverse lunge I've done in my life.
There it is.
Listen, at least he can get up like his Bill Belichick.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Getting on it.
That decides to do it at that 80 or whatever.
I will not be helping Peyton to get college credits like Bill with his new job.
Wow.
So, moving forward, thank you, Rhett. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We'll catch up on headlines this morning. There is an athlete who took aim at the NFL yesterday. I don't know if you guys heard that audio. We'll talk about that next. RKW wrapping up hour number 3 this morning on 104.5 The Zone. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Will Bowling. Appreciate Rhett Bryan and Coach Mack helping us out this morning as we'll give you some Thursday 3 picks coming up in a half hour as well. We live by 3 words in this country. No, not God bless America. Maybe those.
I was about to say what 3 words.
Those 3 words, I guess, count as well. Right behind God bless America, there is NFL is king. Don't tell LeBron James that, though. He took aim at the Shield last night.
I love the NFL. I love the NFL. But Christmas is our day.
Roger Goodell is going to be like Michael Scott when Pam finds out that he's dating her mom. You know what? I'm going to schedule NFL games even harder. You're going to get a full slate. You know what? Chiefs, you're playing twice.
Right?
Chiefs doubleheader. You start at 9 a.m., then you're going to play at 10 p.m. It is decided. The Chiefs are going to play a doubleheader on Netflix next year.
My 3 words are spot that lie.
Man, go from Cleveland to Cincinnati all in a day for a
You know what? Travis Kelce, you're going to play a game in the morning, then you're going to go broadcast with your brother Jason,
Right.
who's also overexposed on commercials and on television. We're going to have you play in the morning, and you're going to broadcast at night.
Hey.
It's crazy, though, you guys, to think about. I've had this discussion with several people this year about NBA. Now, it's nothing against, like, the NBA, like, oh, the NBA is, No, I just haven't even had a chance to turn on the TV to watch a game in full because I am fully embraced in the NFL and college football season.
Yeah.
And maybe once those end, I will catch a few NBA games, probably college before that. But it's just like they're overtaken by the NFL. And now Christmas Day is the same thing, especially when you get Beyonce to do the halftime show. I know not everybody loved it, but I was glued to my television.
Yeah, I think what the NBA has done, though, is 2 things. One, the incorporation of the 3-point shot. I was talking to one of my confidants yesterday about, I was like, nobody wants to come in and see 63s jacked up.
Yeah.
It's that right there. And the other one is the NBA has conditioned us, too. They have, I think, the last 20 years, I feel like the NBA has said, don't take us serious until after All-Star. They continually have said that. And I feel like that's what we're dealing with right now is...
It's watered down the regular season so much.
It has. The Christmas games, LeBron is right. That is an NBA thing.
Oh, it originally
100%.
was, yeah.
You're probably not going to get NFL football on the 2. Well, we have had it.
No, we will.
Oh, yeah.
If they're going to do it on a Wednesday, then all bets
find
are
a way.
off.
And that, I get where you at, LeBron, but, your product, and it ain't got nothing to do with LeBron, but the product has to be a whole lot better. They've changed the way the game has been played so much to where guys that have no skills, and I'm saying this about bigs. Bigs hadn't just been historically 3-point shooters, but bigs have become 3-point shooters. Where's the mid range? Where's the motion offense? Where's the play? And it's a long conversation, and I don't think I have enough intelligence about the game to speak on it in depth the way a guy like Savage does. But I mean, we know the issues. They got to put a better product out there that makes it feels like it's unattainable in a sense.
Right.
The reason I feel like a lot of people love football is guys and people, females, kids watch it and say, man, I wonder if. Now we go to high school games when we see kids shooting 3-pointers like Steph Curry. I ain't saying it's a common man game or anything like that now, but it gets watered down if you go to a Division II basketball game and you see the exact same play going on. It's like, what's the difference between y'all and them? I'm just stick to watching college.
It feels very personality driven versus team driven, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah. I don't know. It
is.
I'm going to raise my hand and say I couldn't tell you what's wrong with the NBA because I don't watch it. It doesn't interest me.
For somebody who doesn't turn on the NBA as my first choice.
I actually watch it from time to time. I do.
I was watching the marketing this Christmas Day for it. And the thing that stood out to me, which is not my thing, maybe it is for others, was they were marketing the hell out of the Disneyland game, whatever they're playing in Disneyland. And I'm just like, that doesn't relate to me. I don't really care about that. Maybe if they're trying to get parents of kids to watch it because of that with their kids. Maybe that's a thing, but that's the marketing that stood out to me, and that was not my cup of tea.
Well, they did that with the
whatever.
Simpsons game too.
But
for the
NFL has established themselves as just being able to get the audience, so they can do things like that in the Slimathon and all that stuff on Nickelodeon, right? I just feel like NBA's maybe trying to do that, but they don't have yet the settled audience to do that yet.
And it's gotten younger. The one and dones in college, I feel like you lose track of that going into the NBA ranks. And then, of course, with how they evaluate talent, like I know the NFL has a bad batting average on like trying to find franchise quarterbacks in the first quarter. But there are dudes that are drafted in the NBA just simply off of 1.2 points a game, half a rebound, and they go top 5. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least you can justify, well, I guess Anthony Richardson ain't a justifiable first rounder, but each system has its flaws. It's just that when you incorporate a lot of the international game, when you incorporate a lot of, hey, we're drafting you off your potential, and I'm going to go real close to the scene a little bit. When you say Dalton Connect isn't a top 10 pick, right?
Yeah.
I think you lose people in that aspect of it, too. So their methods is just way different. I don't know what the projection is moving forward, but all the reports have said the game is down.
Yeah, for me, there are too many games. Games are too long, and I don't have a team in Nashville that I care about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Strike 1, 2, and 3. I've not watched more than 30 seconds of an NBA game all season.
But what I would tell you is this: there's good players in the league.
Of course,
Anthony
I recognize
Edwards.
that.
Absolutely,
and I think we all know that. But for the ones that don't watch, like Anthony Edwards is a stud. He's like Ja has found
his young generation of players that are replacing the LeBron and Carmelo Anthony and Dwayne Wade and Chris Paul generation.
It's almost in a weird transition because you're still talking about the older players, but the young talent is there, but they're not as established yet.
Well,
so
like
you're in
NFL.
that middle kind of ground.
Just like Tom Brady with Mahomes.
Boston won with a young group like Tatum and Jace. Like both of those dudes are young, talented guys, but what is the market when we more focus in on what the New England Patriots and Gerard Mayo are going to transition into? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a weird place for the NBA right now. I don't know if they need to go back to a bad boys era of beating people up.
Or just start the season after Christmas.
Yeah.
Let Christmas be the start of their season. You want to do the NBA Cup thing before the season starts in November up to December. Pre-season. Sure. But that's a preseason tournament. You start the season at Christmas.
That's fair.
It's just hard to compete with the NFL, man. Like and college football. I mean, college football is doing $14.4 million for Tennessee, Ohio State. Like college football is the second most popular sport in America, behind NFL football.
And then on top of that, both of those, NCAA, college football, and NFL have extended their seasons
That's the biggie
out.
too. Mm-hmm.
Like they're going up to All-Star now.
Absolutely.
They're just taking over the territory because they know if they put it on TV, we'll watch it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're starting up early again too. Like we'll be right back into draft talk in March.
Yeah.
And that's
100%.
during March Madness and
100%.
NBA playoffs.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It is. I don't know how to combat it. I don't at this point. I do not. I would say get more American players. They got American players. It's so much. Luka's winning the MVP year after year. If not him, it's Giannis. But they're great players. You can't deny a great player from winning the MVP if they're good. So to get an answer,
it's not an easy
we don't have
fix.
to sit down in the podcast room over there and talk about it. Like we just got to start throwing stuff against the wall.
615-737-1045 is the number if you want to jump in. We can reset the headlines when we come back. Are you all right with Mason Rudolph starting again in Jacksonville? I don't know if you guys have done the comparison of Mason Rudolph's numbers and Will Levis's numbers. They are remarkably similar. We'll dive into that next.
It is 9 o'clock on the dot. Good morning from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I'm Jackson Williams. In Titans news, the team claimed linebacker David Long Jr. off of waivers from the Detroit Lions and put linebacker Kenneth Murray on IR. David Long was drafted by the Titans in the 6th round of the 2019 draft and played for the team through the 2022 season. In Vols news, Tennessee quarterback Gaston Moore is entering the transfer portal ahead of his final season of eligibility. Moore appeared in 14 games throughout his 4 seasons with the Vols. Christmas Day games yesterday in the NFL as the Chiefs routed the Steelers 29-10 as Patrick Mahomes went 29 for 38 for 320 yards and 3 scores. The Ravens took down the Texans in the late game by a score of 31-2. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson broke the NFL record for career rush yards by a quarterback in NFL history. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you need to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Hour number 4, 9 a.m. in Nashville, getting started on Boxing Day, the day after Christmas 2024. Great to have you with us. 615-737-1045. Hope it was a marvelous Christmas time. Wherever you were celebrating, we're glad you are spending your morning here with us as you're either, taking a gift receipt back? Or taking a gift card somewhere.
Right.
I'm going to pick up my golf clubs after this, and I'm going to go play outside today.
You got them sized and everything?
I got fitted, 3 weeks ago?
I said size like they're shoes or something.
No, you got it.
You got to have the right fit.
I was too tall for the starter set, so I have now been fit for what works for me.
Man, I wish I could get into it further because I do need like a mental escape from like the outside norms of like that.
Join me anytime.
Man, no,
you might get a little too frustrated. If you're frustrated about the Titan season,
that's all right.
No.
You might
At least this is under your control.
That's very true.
Yeah.
If worst case scenario, I'll just pick up the ball and throw it. I mean, if you're good.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Handball.
We can do that. A little handball. Hand golf is what we call it.
Hand golf.
Yeah, hand golf, man. Any particular like specifics on these clubs though too? A little different.
They changed the length of them a little bit more because I'm tall.
Okay.
Which again, if you're listening to this radio program and you've not met us in person, that's the number one thing everyone always tells me is like, "Wow, you're actually kind of tall." People just think I look short standing next to Ramon, but I am 6'1". It's okay. So they had to make them longer, and then I think they offset the face angle 2 degrees. Because again, for reasons that are way too smart for me, I just talk about sports into a microphone. So since I'm taller, the club comes through a different way. I don't know, whatever. I got some Titleists.
Titleists.
That's what they fit me in. So that you literally go in and you hit every single brand.
Okay.
And they show you the numbers on the simulator. You only hit 5 shots per brand. Yeah. Because they don't want you to overthink it. They just want you to naturally swing the way you swing and not get so tired that you start changing your swing a little bit.
Right.
And that was the club I hit best, so that's what I got.
Speaking of golf real quick, too, did you see Tiger and his son Charlie up there?
Man, Charlie's ace that he hit at the PNC was electric. That was awesome.
It was.
That was totally awesome.
I'd love to see him be the next Tiger.
I know. Well, did you see what Tiger had to say to him about finally hitting this?
He said, I hit my first one. I was 6, buddy. 10 years later.
Making it
I love him so much.
competitive.
Tiger as a dad. There's cool story, bro.
By the way, you guys interested in this TGL thing?
TGL, the golf league? What is this?
Yeah, so it's all PGA Tour players.
Okay.
They have broken up into teams. It is a primetime on ESPN indoor golf league where they will hit shots at a simulator, and then when they get on the green or they're hitting their approach shots, the screen will raise up and they go to a stage in an arena in LA.
That's
they
wild.
putt and actually hit out of a bunker and hit out of the rough. And it looks really cool. I'm excited about it.
That'll be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'll catch something like that, especially if they've got some of the. I know Ricky Fowler, I think, is a part of that. He's my favorite golfer. So
he's your favorite
I'll catch
golfer.
a little bit of that.
And see, that's the thing too. If you can find a sport that has the pace, a little bit sped up, and doing something like this, I mean, it's definitely watchable. I'll check it out.
Yeah,
Let me know when it's coming on. I'll check it out.
I think it's January 7th, I think is the first day.
Yeah, it's
I don't
coming
know.
up soon.
Is that my birthday? I don't know if that was my
27th.
birthday.
Is that your birthday? Yes, that is Ramon's birthday.
Did you say it was the 27th?
For those who are unfamiliar.
Oh, I thought you said something
No.
earlier
January
today
7th.
about
I'm
the 27th.
stuck in between. Like, do we split half his Christmas gifts and his birthday gifts? That's where I'm at.
There you go.
Yeah.
Titans naming Mason Rudolph starter for this weekend against Jacksonville, of course. When did that happen? Christmas Eve? Yeah.
It did.
About that.
Mason Rudolph moving forward. Have you guys looked at their numbers side by side, Rudolph and Levis?
I heard
taken a look.
or saw Nick Suss's article. about it.
Teron Davenport wrote one as well at ESPN.com. Completion percentage. Will Levis, 63.7. Mason Rudolph, 63.8. Yards per completion. Both of them, 6.7. Touchdown to interception ratio. Both of them, 1-to-1. Levis, 12 touchdowns, 12 picks. Rudolph, 8 touchdowns, 8 picks.
Jeez.
Quarterback rating, identical. 79.8. Both Mason Rudolph and Will Levis. The only difference, guys, the amount of sacks they've taken. The sack percentage, Will Levis has been sacked 12.5% of the time. Mason Rudolph, 3.6%
Okay.
of the time. You cool with going with Mason again?
Well, after what you just told us, we gotta be okay with it. Like, my answer is yes. I'm cool with going with Mason at quarterback because I feel like the offensive flows a little bit better when he's in. I feel like the operation of it, the play calling seems to be a little bit more concise. You look at the interceptions, the plays, the negative plays and stuff like that, they're a little bit less with Mason. Now, Mason has played less than Will Levis. I think Levis has been sacked 40 times this year.
40 times. Mason Rudolph has been sacked 7.
7 times.
That's a little bit of a difference.
If Mason can get the yips of throwing and misreading offenses, that's where you need him. I mean, defenses. That's where you need him to take another step. If there's any inkling of him being a viable starter in this league and replacement of the starter. So, the flow will, to me, is where it's at. His ability to hit the deep pass was good, especially early on with a guy like Calvin Ridley. Calvin, he seems to find him. He knows where his checkdowns are as it pertains to finding Chig from time to time. Yeah, Will, because it's just a little bit more stagnant when I feel like when Will Levis is in the game. Even though they're identical, I don't know how that makes sense, though. I really don't.
I mean, to me, it's like whatever. Throw whatever quarterback you want in at this point because it's 2 games to go. I know that they want to win those games. I really do feel like, though, there is always a situation with this team, whether it's Mason Rudolph gives you the better chance on offense, then that day the defense will not perform. There's so much inconsistency with this team. There is no complementary football that has been played that it is really, truly hard to even say with Mason Rudolph in that you're going to be able to get the job done. Yeah. I think he does give you a little better of a chance. And you just read, the numbers. They're very similar, but he's not going to take as many sacks. He's probably going to give you more of a flow. But if the defense can't hold up their own, then you're not going to win a game. So you got to have both working together in this next game to make that happen. And what is Mason really trying to prove moving forward? That he could possibly come back as the backup? Because I don't think he's a starter next year.
Yeah, unless they're trying to bridge this thing and stay in the middle of the road. No, I don't think that's going to be the case moving forward.
He had to pretty much just set the world on fire these last 4 games in order to have a chance to start next season all here.
Be a great glue guy inside the building. I mean, if we're speaking about I think we talked about this on Tuesday, Kayla. Like, if you're looking for just any level of stability as far as like having a player coach in a room, like, what is it, Trevor Siemian? Like he's here. But when you talk about a guy that's actually playing and being there, and here's the thing too, Mason came in the league as a backup. He was behind Ben, and then of course you draft Kenny Pickett in front of him, another role he had to play as a backup. So that, to me, we were having a conversation. Well, yeah, it was a little spicy actually about what type of backup? Yeah, what type of backup are you signing?
Yeah,
and it's a Mason Rudolph type.
Yeah.
Oh, who's the quarterback? Who's the starter?
That's what we don't know.
I ain't got no answer.
There's no way for me to know that.
I ain't got no answer.
I think no matter who you put him with, though, and you can say it because he's been with a young player in Will Levis, he's been with an older player in Ben Roethlisberger, and he's always kind of just played the part how he's needed to play it, right?
And stay out the way. Yeah, and that's where I am with if he's planning to be signed back here. We spoke, and I know we're super early in this, and I don't want to just drive this into the ground, but we spoke on if the Titans are picking top 3, right? Like if the Giants are dead set on getting Cam Ward or who else?
Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur, right? Then if you're picking at 3 and Jacksonville's in front of you, unless you're willing to just trade back and get more capital, that's who you go get in free.
Yeah.
I mean, that's who you go get next offseason.
Well, I think you made a point earlier, too, that this game doesn't matter much because Jacksonville won't take a QB.
Right.
Correct.
Yep.
I actually disagree with that.
You do.
Because I think Jacksonville then could become the trade back candidate you would like to be.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Because Jacksonville, what prevents the Jags then? All right, I don't need a QB. Give me your first next year. Give me your, second. You want Cam Ward? All right, pay me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the Titans should need to lose this game, but I do think that trading back is still, to me, the plan A because of how many things that this team needs. And you look at all the teams in the league recently that have kickstarted their rebuilds. They did so by selling a major asset.
Right.
For the Lions, it was Matthew Stafford. For the Texans, it was Deshaun Watson. Right? Unless you can get that transformational quarterback with one of those picks, that's often what it takes to build up the rest of the roster. That way, when a quarterback does come in, they can be successful.
So in that same context, and if you are Jacksonville Jaguars, do you say screw it? I ain't going to say they're the smartest franchise anyway, but do you pass up on Travis Hunter?
Well, that's the big thing. How much do you really value him? Right.
Yeah, and that's the decision that they have to make. And we don't have those answers either. But I didn't think it was much of a game, but you're right. If they don't need a quarterback and they really are okay with next best,
yep.
And you find yourself in a sticky situation as the Titans,
yep.
Take them.
I'm still interested in Shedeur Sanders, but that's about it for me in this draft class at quarterback. I don't think it's the year.
And again, we haven't heard enough from Brian Callahan because it's all been about Levis and it's all been about developing him. We have no clue what Brian Callahan looks for in a young quarterback.
Well,
we have no clue.
And we have no clue if Brian Callahan's going to be the head coach next year.
And that's true, too.
And if Ran Carthon's the GM and Chad Brinker. I really think these last 2 games could still define whether or not the Titans clean house.
I really do. If it's
that's a whole lot more to work with, or not work with, than moving forward. Man.
I think it's an important couple weeks for the Titans.
Dang, you don't have pieces. You might not have a coach.
And what's weighing it down even more is the divisional games too.
Oh yeah, they always mean something.
Getting embarrassed in these types of weeks. Again, I don't know if she's what Ms. Amy's going to do, but I do know this. I saw Justin Miller retweeted an article from somebody talking about 5 potential head coach candidates for the Titans in 2025.
Yeah, right.
Like, those types of things are happening right now. Now, of course, that's done to get clicks and, keep people informed if something happens.
But last year, like your point earlier, Ramon, we did not think Vrabel was going.
It came together quickly.
We did not.
We started hearing rumblings with, about a week and a half left? Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, the buzz got louder and it overtook him.
Wasn't it the Houston game when everything started to really, get
I think we learned that
fire?
In hindsight, yeah. But, it wasn't until week 18 last year that we thought, oh, hey, something might be happening behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. Until we hear from Amy Adams Strunk, we have no way of knowing. She is willing to pull the trigger when most owners wouldn't.
Yeah.
So at this point, until we hear from her, I have no idea who the head coach and GM is next year. And it's up to her to kind of dispel a lot of that conversation. Yeah. It is totally in her control. Mm-hmm. If she didn't want that to be a discussion, she could come out tomorrow and talk about it. But clearly, that's not going to happen until the season's over. So if she even says anything after that, this organization's in a really interesting spot and just a weird area of flux right now.
It is.
Yeah.
No, it is. And we were speaking about it, Will, while you were out a little bit, and it was just the only thing that can help this staff and front office right now keep their job is time. And how much are you willing to give of your ownership and management?
How much do you believe in a process that's probably made you one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in the NFL this year? Yeah. 615-737-1045. Coming up next, picks against the spread, bowl games, playoff games, NFL Week 17. We'll pick them all coming up. RKW continues at hour number 4 this morning on 104.5 The Zone. No, this voice you're hearing is not recorded. We are live and in studio today. Ramon Foster, Kayla Anderson, Will Bowling, Jackson Williams makes the show happen. We have got some picks to make, and we were all 1-2 last week against the spread in our Thursday 3 selections.
Dang.
So Ramon still leads at 27-24.
Love that.
And the rest of us are 25-26. So we are 2 measly games back. I have not yet heard from Robert Walsh on what his Thursday 3 picks are going to be.
Oh, he's not up yet.
I also just texted him 3 minutes ago because I forgot. So I will not blame him. Otherwise, I was going to have Jackson just be Bert and do his best Bert impression and make picks.
And
he would have to live with it.
We might have to live with that.
We might have to do that. I got you mine the day I was gone. So
I just remembered to text you earlier. I'll take the blame. We were a little busy yesterday.
Bert might be up in a blind somewhere hunting
He's probably
deer.
sleeping.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
After Christmas, got a good meal.
We'll give him the day.
Well, we'll give him the day.
Okay.
I'd say we'll give him until 9 p.m.
Oh,
All right.
He had a big old 10 days here. I mean, Baltimore beat the Steelers, and they go to Houston, and Lamar Jackson watching Beyonce perform at halftime. Bert's having a heck of a holiday season, man.
Uh-huh.
So as long as I'm winning right now, that's all I really care about. I actually thought I was going to get dogged out because that Notre Dame game did not go my way up.
No, it did not. That's the one I got right. The only one.
Going with the heart in Pittsburgh.
But of course, that Atlanta game, I figured they'd have a new quarterback like Burst, and they did. Oof. I don't even think the young boy. By the way, Kyle Pitts just throwing an interception to the other team.
Dude, Kyle Pitts has not been good.
What was that in Atlanta?
Oh, Bert already got back to me.
Oh my gosh.
Look at him.
Tell him to say hey.
What a guy.
Yeah. Hey, friend.
Perfect.
Yeah. Well, do I lead us off this week?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
You're still in the lead.
Did you need to ask us that, or did you want to rub it
in the lead.
I see you over there.
He will laugh. I'm still shocked I'm in the lead. That's all I got for you. Also shocking is the next game I'm picking, the Birmingham Bowl, man.
Oh, my God.
Got to. I figured one of y'all would. I'll be honest with you. Georgia Tech, Vandy.
Oh, gosh.
It's kind of a tough one to pick, honestly.
I'm going to be real with you. It is. It's very tough to pick this one, man. But I'm actually going with the favorite on this one, Georgia Tech, man. I love the quarterback play. Diego Pavi's probably going to be lights out when it comes to his play this upcoming weekend. And he got the extra year. But I like Georgia Tech in this one, man. I got a -2.5 if it's still the same.
That is the number.
Georgia Tech, 2.5.
Okay. It is interesting that those two programs are so similar.
Yeah.
I mean, Georgia Tech has more history. They have more success traditionally than Vanderbilt does.
Smart schools.
In terms of, intelligent, big city schools who run a similar kind of system.
Yep.
Always going to get the second level of talent than their in-state rival, but try to piece it together in a way that's just annoying enough for their in-state rival where they feel like they can, sneak up on them every now and then.
I've told you guys my quarterback crush.
Wait, who is it
next
again?
year? Haynes King.
Well, you have a lot of quarterback
you
crushes.
do like Haynes King.
Curtis Rourke is another quarterback crush.
Another quarterback crush of mine. Ball players. We got picks, though. Ball players. We can get in that in the offseason, man.
We got plenty of time.
Fair enough. Kayla, your first pick.
So I'll do a bowl game too. So I'm headed to the Citrus Bowl. We've got Illinois, South Carolina, 2 ranked teams, 2 teams that are honestly, for the most part, their roster's pretty intact. They're not losing a lot of guys that aren't either transfer portals or just deciding not to play. And Lenoris Sellers, man, he just got a new deal there. Isn't it weird we're talking about that? Like, oh, yeah, just got a new deal there.
No,
but he's
seriously.
staying in South Carolina. That's huge for them when there's quarterback carousel everywhere right now in college football. I think both have really good pieces on the offensive side. And in bowl games, I just feel they like to show out. So I'm going to go the over 47.5.
Okay. In the Citrus Bowl, South Carolina and Illinois, the over, that total is 47.5. That works.
Okay.
All right. For my first pick, they hurt me last weekend.
Uh-oh.
You going back to them?
The Rose Bowl is happening this weekend between Ohio State and Oregon. This line started at Ohio State -1. It has since moved to Ohio State -2.5. against Oregon. I am taking Ohio State -2.5 against Oregon. Here's what happened. Ryan Day decided, I want to prove that I'm tougher than Michigan. I want to prove that I can run the ball and beat Michigan. And then he figured out, oh, no, that's not the kind of team I have. Mm-hmm. I have maybe the best offensive coordinator in college football, maybe the best defensive coordinator in college football. If I just throw it around the yard a little bit because I've got 3 future NFL wide receivers, wow, this team's kind of good. And they can block a little bit. This is crazy. I like Ohio State against Oregon. I think Ohio State is better than Oregon. I think Ohio State, with the way they played against Tennessee Saturday, is the best team in college football. I like them to go all the way and win the national championship. I am drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't care about the pressure on Ryan Day because I think that is in the rear view, and I think they found the best versions of themselves against a really good Tennessee defense last Saturday night in Columbus. I like Ohio State minus 2.5 against Oregon in the Rose Bowl.
That's the thing, Will and Ramon, is I was waiting to see how Ohio State responded in that Tennessee game. And they either would have responded or it would have went a complete opposite direction. And clearly they responded, and that's why I feel like they've almost reset their season because they got behind their coach, right? They got mad. They got pissed off. And they're now ready to, I feel like, go the full way.
I'm with y'all.
Well, and two,
except for one.
What do you mean?
Georgia.
Well, who's Gunnar Stockton at quarterback?
Look, it's Kirby's.
Well, one of our listeners DM'd me at Instagram and got real mad that we did not defend Gunnar Stockton as being a high caliber quarterback. First of all, he's still young.
Governor Stockton, whatever he is.
I feel like, okay, I understood he had a great high school career. Not all these quarterbacks that had great high school careers go on to be great college quarterbacks. And this is a huge stage he's on.
He was good enough against Texas to beat him. It's just a big question mark.
Like,
that we just don't know who he is.
Yeah.
You know, when a defense could game plan for him for 2 weeks or for a week.
Hasn't played enough yet.
No, but to that point, Stephen Godfrey told us the first time we met with him earlier this season that we're going to have to change the way we think about these teams because they can reinvent themselves as long as the postseason is.
Sure.
You can take that break from conference championship weekend going forward into the playoff. You've got enough football to then change the identity of how we talk about you as a team. The same way a lot of us are Braves fans. Like in 2021, the Braves were one of the last teams in the postseason and won the dang thing.
Yeah.
The Texas Rangers did it. Like, I know it's different sport. It's apples and oranges, but I don't think that's too dissimilar of a comparison anymore with how much time you still have to do something different and learn, oh, hey, this is the best version of ourselves. I think Ohio State figured out what the best version of themselves is. They are my pick to win the national championship at this point. I think they're going to do it.
Gotcha.
I really do. Bert's first pick, he will go to the great city of San Francisco, or dare I say Santa Clara, and take the Lions minus 3.5 at the San Francisco 49ers. I love this pick. You have a 49ers team that has been eliminated from postseason contention, that is already banged up. Detroit, obviously banged up themselves, but
playing for someone.
Yeah, they're playing for a lot more than San Fran is. So
correct.
That is Bert's first pick. Lions minus 3.5 at Niners in prime time.
Okay.
Hey, Bert. That's what I'm talking about. Is it on me?
It is.
It is. It's back to you, buddy.
My second pick, man, goes to a matchup, man, that's a ranked one, close in proximity to one another, and some good athletes in it. Colorado versus BYU, man. Colorado has taken out insurance at most of their players.
Yeah.
I think all their players will play in this game. We get one more Shador against a team that should play them well enough.
One more Hunter.
But considering what Shador's done all year long and just being a quarterback, I'm taking Colorado minus 4 and if it's still the same.
I'll even give you a half point, 3.5.
Look at that. Perfect.
Give me.
You see the Deion Sanders quote this week?
Which one?
Well, there's been a lot. That's like
which one?
That's
Which
hard.
Deion
It's like,
Sanders?
oh, did you see that one LeBron soundbite? Like, yeah, which one? He said to his team, there's a video of him saying, if I hear any smoke is coming from your room, it'll be your last puff.
Oh!
He said, old guys, how many bowl games y'all been to? Like, none of them, coach. Yeah, you ain't gonna ruin it. If I hear anybody, if I hear smell a puff of smoke or hear about it, it better be a good one because it will be your last. He said to his team.
What if it makes you play better?
Well, I've never been a fan of doing that before games, Kayla. Like,
okay.
Listen to me.
I know some people do.
I can break it down to you guys if you want to do it. Win the NFL test,
Lord.
okay? Either be done
That's
with
just
college
funny.
football
my
or
God.
I'll tell you win the NFL test. I'll tell you right now. They usually start testing on
He's giving you a
420.
heads up.
Why do they start testing on 420.
Who's to say?
Earth Day.
Let's think
funny.
about
Do
it.
it for 6 weeks, and then you'll get it right back in training camp. So,
Right.
all right. That's your time.
You are hilarious.
Wait. Please wait.
It's funny.
Okay. I'll go to the NFL for my next pick. And I am going to head to our capital city, and we're talking about Washington, and they're taking on the Falcons. We just spoke about the Falcons. Look, they made a switch at quarterback. Michael Penix Jr. might have a bright future, but right now I think it's a little bit too big for him in terms of the stage. That's not the case for Jaden Daniels. And Jaden Daniels, by the way, since losing 3 straight, they found their way getting right against the Titans. They've won 3 straight since then. And Jaden Daniels seems to be back to his old self, running, being able to throw, all the good things that come along with it. I just think that they're going to probably overwhelm the Falcons a little bit in this one. So I'm taking 4.5 Washington.
All right.
Commanders -4.5. I like it.
I like that.
Yeah.
Over the Falcons. Mm-hmm. My second pick, I'm going to go to the Meadowlands. I think the Giants have given up. I think the New York Giants are the worst team in football. And I think the Colts, a team that mathematically are still alive for postseason contention, will cover -7.5 against the New York Football Giants. They are atrocious, guys. They are absolutely atrocious. And I think they're more interested in a quarterback than they really are in playing. Honestly, even though Brian Daboll's coaching for his job, so I'm not sure he's in on a tank. But anyway, I don't think home field advantage necessarily matters when no one in the home field is really going to want them to win. So give me Colts -7.5 at the New York Football Giants. You know a team's got to be bad if I'm picking the Colts to cover against.
Seriously, but it is what it is.
Are you okay, Wood?
I am picking a quarterback with a 47% completion percentage to beat you, New York. No, DeForest Buckner's healthy again. Obviously, we saw what Jonathan Taylor can do once he gets going. I mean, the Giants are awful. They're absolutely terrible. So give me the Colts.
I'm still going to go get a thermometer, Will. We got to start checking our temperature over here.
I know. I just got engaged. And all of a sudden, I start seeing sideways.
Right?
Weird.
Up is no longer up. Down is no longer down. Bert also has Commanders -4.5.
Okay.
Against the Falcons.
There we go.
That is his second pick.
Got a twofer. I'm closing this thing on out then.
Begin the third round.
All right, here we go. This one's going to be a very interesting game. I think Cincy's out of it.
Oh, here we go.
And Denver's playing for a little something. What I do know is this. Cincinnati's defense is bad when you're playing against a good offense. They're giving it up points like crazy, although that did not happen here in Nashville. Well, we always got to continue to do this, all right?
Because it's part of the theme.
It is, but what I do know is that Sean Payton offense can move the ball, so can Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals. I'm actually taking the over on this one, Will, 49.5. I don't even think the Holiday can start the blitz of points that's going to come that way. So give me the over. I honestly can't pick who would win. I wouldn't even go money line on this one. I would go over under. So I'm going over 49.5.
I like that pick. Let's go. And Bo Nix playing well.
He is playing well.
One of the more underrated storylines of the NFL this year is how good he has been.
I agree. And sometimes the pairings with your head coach work, and I think it's going to be one that works with Sean Payton.
I got to look up and see where was Bo Nix pick because I'm thinking to myself.
In the draft?
Middle of the first round.
Yeah, middle of the first. When is your guy you take him, right? Like
if you have Sean Payton as your coach,
Well, there's also.
Because I trust that guy to pick the right guy.
That's why I almost say give Callahan more a year. I like let him pick your quarterback. But again, it's not the greatest draft to do that. So.
Yeah, you can only pick who's made available to you.
Yeah. True. For my final pick, I'm going to stay in the NFL. I was thinking about betting on that Bengals game, but I'm going to stay away from it.
Which pathway were you going to go?
I was actually going to go Bengals. I do feel like they're on a bit of a and I know it doesn't mean anything, but they would probably like to finish off.
They got a shot.
7%. Yeah. And Burrow's just hard to pick against at home too.
It is.
So, but I'm going to go with another difficult game to pick. But for some reason, the inner part of me is screaming, "Let's go with the home team." The Packers are facing the Vikings. Really exciting game in this one. When it comes down to it, I think that the Vikings are going to have enough in this game. Just being at home, I'm going to give them that extra advantage. It's going to be really close, you guys, though. Packers are favored, -1. I'm going to take the Vikings +1.
That's how close it is? -1?
Yeah.
Minnesota's favored.
Oh, and this,
Yeah.
I'm reading
Minnesota's
they're
favored
not.
-1.5 on FanDuel
Okay,
Sportsbook
so they
right
must
now.
have switched. So I'll take them -1.5.
Minnesota Vikings
Yeah.
-1.5 against the Green Bay Packers. I like it.
There we go.
That's actually good. So we still got good football
We
left
got
to
good
watch.
football.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
plenty
we
of good
do. I was
football.
gonna
Don't worry. It's
say.
just not happening in Nashville.
Look elsewhere, folks.
That's exactly
I mean, what do you want me to say? Like, it's just
you're not lying. This is what
No.
we're dealing with right now.
Jeez.
We got to call it bad when it's bad. Well,
Commanders, Falcons, and Vikings, Packers, along with Dolphins, Browns. It's a 3-game afternoon window this Sunday.
Oh, we have a lot
That's
of
my
football.
thing is once you start, sprinkling in these Saturday games, it really makes Sunday afternoons just barren.
Yeah.
Like only 3 games. Maybe that's why NFL Red Zone shows commercials now.
That's
Have you
true.
guys talked about that?
No, but I saw that.
Yeah,
That
NFL
was
Red
a new
Zone
thing.
showing. Scott Hansen can't even say 7 hours of commercial-free football start now. He says 7 hours of Red Zone football start now.
Because,
What-
Will, you remember we weren't red zone people over here.
I know. We used to be a proper country.
By the way, there's football tonight, too, if you didn't know.
Yeah, there is.
Seahawks,
And Bears. Which that's Bert's final pick is Seahawks
Oh,
-4.5
is it?
in Chicago. Yeah.
That's
Is
funny.
that turn?
So that's Bert's 3.
They fired their head coach this year too.
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
he's
He's been
already
out for a
gone.
minute.
Gone.
Ever
He's
since the
been gone.
Thanksgiving
Eberflus has
fiasco.
been gone.
Yeah.
So who they're going to hire, we don't know. Maybe Cliff. Maybe Mike
Kingsbury?
Vrabel.
Ben Johnson, I think, is the one that they are really wanting.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll reportedly wants the job,
I
according to
saw
Adam
that.
Schefter.
Would he be 80 at that point?
74, I believe, because he's 73 right now.
Driving and coaching, there needs to be age caps on them. Okay.
Oh, my God.
Just,
Well,
this is my
and-
stance. You
and
can
leading the
choose to go
country.
against me on that one, but yeah, those are I don't get it. Pete loves it.
My third and final pick, I will go to the All-State Sugar Bowl. Georgia and Notre Dame are going to play. I have no clue what's going to happen in that game, result-wise. Gunnar Stockton at quarterback. I think Mike Bobo in the Georgia offense will look more like it did with Stetson Bennett, with Gunnar Stockton, the more mobile quarterback in for the injured Carson Beck, whose season officially came to an end as the school announced earlier this week. Here's what I do know. This is going to be like an NFL game because I think you've got 2 more pro-style, essentially, offenses who are going to shorten the game with the way they run the football and manage things up front. I like the under in this game. I like Georgia Notre Dame under 44.5 because I don't know what Georgia looks like for a full 4 quarters with Gunnar Stockton at quarterback. And I don't know if Notre Dame can sustain its offensive success and momentum against a really talented Georgia defense. Riley Leonard is balling. He's playing a lot better now than he was at the beginning of the season. I'll give them credit for that. And their line play is excellent. Notre Dame's. They are starting to establish a pretty good little tradition of just winning up front on both sides of the football. I think it's a low scoring. I think Georgia probably wins it, but I think you're looking at a 20-17, 21-20 kind of game. I like the total going under 44.5.
Nice.
This game is scary. Like I said, I mentioned Georgia earlier. You said Ohio State was going to win it, but to your point, Notre Dame. I
turning
feel
it
like
on,
they've
man.
clicked it. The physicality side of it. I feel like when Notre Dame was under Brian Kelly, they were more of a, try to catch you and scheme you up. I feel like this Notre Dame team is actually beating people up more defensively.
Right. Yeah. And they've recruited well enough to be able to play that style.
Right.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Yes, they have.
You fear him a little bit more. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
I'm interested in this one. This one's this Saturday?
No, I mean, all those
these are
are
all
next
next week.
Wednesday.
Next Wednesday.
Yeah.
Ooh, I can't wait to see that one.
One quarterfinal on Tuesday, the rest of them Wednesday.
Yeah. That's going to be fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Be a good New Year's Day.
It will be.
615-737-1045 is our number. We can hit headlines on the way out and get you on your way on your Boxing Day coming up.
Did you know that up to 50% of the air you breathe in your home comes from your crawl space? Have you ever looked in your crawl space is a question I have for you, but I get it. Most of us don't even want to know what's in there, but moisture in your crawl space can create unhealthy issues that can make their way into the air you breathe every day in your home. It's Ramon Foster, and this is where United Structural Systems can help. USS has been keeping homes dry and stable in Middle Tennessee since 1994, so you know they aren't going anywhere, all right? Help control moisture and musty smells with mold treatment and crawl space encapsulation that comes with a USS guarantee. That's right. Encapsulation helps reduce high humidity in your crawl space, helps deter mold and mildew, and protects your crawl space from pets and wood rot. Turn your crawl space into a healthy space, all right? Reach out to the folks I know who are known for foundation repair and waterproofing needs. That's USS. Simply go to USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com or call them at 615-488-7855.
RKW wrapping up the show this morning on 104.5 The Zone. Appreciate you hanging out with us. If you're out there working today, it's all right. We're right there with you. So is Buck Rising. He's next.
Yeah.
Cover 2, Blaine and Zach, and 3HL as well to continue your day. ESPN's Bill Barnwell has a new piece this morning of most attractive potential head coach openings in the NFL. Mm-hmm. He has 9 teams as possible openings. The Titans are one of them.
Are they the...
Says ranking NFL head coach openings for 2025, best, worst jobs. Who would you guess is the best job? This is interesting to me. Y'all are not going to pick this team as the most attractive opening, but who would you think?
The Bears?
The Bears they have as the 3rd best job opening.
The best job I'm thinking through.
God, please don't say Jacksonville.
Not New Orleans. They're in bad situation.
I think New Orleans is the worst on this list.
I would possibly go Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh?
What?
Pittsburgh's not going to have an opening.
What are you doing?
People want Mike Tomlin fired. I don't know what this back half of the season going to look like.
All right, so I'll give you the 9 teams on the list. I'll make the list shorter for you.
Okay.
Out of these teams, Titans, Saints, Raiders, Patriots, Jets, Jags, Giants, Dolphins, Bears.
Raiders?
Raiders
Giants.
Giants is the best opening?
Yeah.
Giants are 5 on this list, right in front of the Titans. They have the Titans 6th.
Okay.
So they have the Titans as the 4th worst job opening.
Oh, that's better than I thought.
They have the Jacksonville Jaguars as the most attractive job opening.
That's what I said. Please don't let it be the Jags. Oh, God.
The Jags?
Why?
Because Trevor Lawrence. The pros are quarterback, weak division, patient ownership, location, high draft pick, regression of the mean coming.
Location?
Location.
In
that
the
one.
B?
Warm weather?
Absolutely not. Warm weather. You're in Florida. I get it. You can recruit Florida athletes, which is a lie. You can't do that in the NFL.
So gross,
I wouldn't expect that. The fact that the Titans are on this list, though, says a lot about what could happen this upcoming offseason.
Yep.
Who else is on that? Patriots are on that list, too.
Patriots on that list as
with
the first-time head coach.
Patriots. So they have the Jags as the most attractive opening. They have cons as culture rot, significant spending over previous 3 seasons, general manager. I'll be honest with you. I can't come up with a much better opening than the Jags. Like, these are all openings because they're in bad situations. Like, you're picking out of bad situations.
Mm-hmm. So
they have the Dolphins as the 2nd most attractive potential opening.
You see the pros? I'm on the article now. The pros, quarterback?
Yeah.
That's what it is feeling. I'm feeling like they're leaning towards who's the quarterback. And if you have a somewhat, reliable quarterback or just a guy that they're going to put them first.
Well, your job's not immediately on the line.
Right.
Because if you pick the wrong quarterback, you come straight in, you pick a guy and you get it wrong, then thanks. We'll see you on the way out. Your code no longer works to get in this building.
You willing to take a Mike McDaniel type in Nashville if something does happen?
If he became available?
Yeah. I mean, that's a real thing. He went from being a guru.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No.
I don't know if I would
either.
I honestly don't know if I would. I can understand the love affair with him anyway. It's like the league is caught up with him also in his style. I know injury's been a part of it too, but I didn't expect him to be on the hot seat at all.
I mean, that went downhill quick.
Yeah, fast and in a hurry. I'm talking about fast. And they've been without their quarterback. Tyreek was out. Dylan. I mean, all those types of things are part of it. But, yeah, I didn't expect him to be on the hot seat or potential hot seat situation.
They have the Bears as the 3rd most attractive, Patriots 4th, Giants 5th, Titans 6th. When evaluating the Titans' potential opening, Bill Barnwell says the pros are the division is bad and you're young. Says the cons are missing talent in key spots and cap space. I don't understand the cap space part of it. They've got money to spend.
Plenty of money to spend this upcoming offseason.
I guess that's more, long term down the road because you have spent some of the 26 cap, but still.
Who was the last again in this hole?
Saints. Saints are by far the worst situation right now.
Talk about cap space. That is a real issue there.
Because they don't have money and they don't have a quarterback.
So if these are the cons that Barnwell has and, missing talent in key spots, that's the only one that really matters there. Like, do you give a mulligan to Coach Brian Callahan if it's known that he's working with less here?
Right. By the way, I kind of like Drake May.
You like Drake
in
May?
New England.
Yeah.
That's why the Patriots are ranked ahead of the Titans on this list, too.
I like him.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got a quarterback.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But I went from, not even want to have the conversation about making a change, Will, till this conversation continually comes up to where you believe there will be one, a stronger one than I thought.
We got 2 games to wait to see, huh?
Bill Barnwell writes, the core of the most great teams are the players they select in the first 3 rounds of the draft. Owing to mistakes from John Robinson and disappointing picks by Rand Carthon, those core guys consist of 2 defensive linemen, Harold Landry and Jeffrey Simmons. There's nobody left on the roster from the 2020 draft. The only person for 2021 is Dylan Radins. In 2022, no longer has A.J. Brown. It has 1 starter in it, Chika Okonkwo, and then Roger McCreary, who's often injured.
But why did he bring up Rand then in those?
Well, because he says Rand Carthon's drafts have not been much better than John Robinson's.
I don't agree with him on that.
Really? Mm-mm. Why not?
Because look at, first of all, you've hit so far what you think on the first 2 first-rounders in back-to-back years. That's what the problem was with John just off the bat, was failing to get first-round talent right. For the most part, I think Peter Skoronski, by the way, great pass
he's playing better
percentage this year. And then J.C. Latham, I still am high on J.C. I still think he's going to be a really solid guy at left tackle. And then I just think sprinkling Tajay Spears. Let's see, who else is on that list?
His biggest success story is T'Vondre Sweat.
Oh, T'Vondre Sweat? Yeah.
Rand Carthon. In terms of guys that he's drafted,
that's impact.
T'Vondre Sweat is the biggest success story of Rand Carthon draft picks, right?
Yeah.
Him.
Early on.
Yeah, right now considering Tajay's been
because Bill Barnwell makes the point. Like, J.C. Latham leads the league in sacks allowed this year with 13.
But he started off pretty damn well.
I know, but it's your full body of work, right?
It is your full body
I think it's too early to know what J.C. Latham is. I still believe, I agree. I believe that he has shown us enough flashes, but I mean, we've talked about it a ton on the show, right? Until year 3 with an offensive lineman, you don't really know.
That's the thing about it. The positions that you're missing at key spots, like, they are those you got to mature positions, and it sucks. And you still got to go find a quarterback for next year. So, yeah, it's a lot to really break down when it comes to this team.
Yeah.
I just didn't realize it was going to be this bad if it was only 1 or 2 positions that was this hurt, Fascinating how it's turned out this year. But close out the last 2 weeks, baby.
Yeah.
Bill Barnwell says, here's some optimism for you on the way out. There is a scenario in which the Titans are competitive in 2025. The veterans stay healthy on defense. Bill Callahan's methods root into the offensive line in year 2. The offense stabilizes behind a quarterback who isn't getting sacked 11% of the time. And 1 good draft propels the franchise forward. If ownership goes after a new coach, though, it would be the 4th consecutive season in which it fired either the head coach or general manager.
And that's what's hard to grasp. Like, are they really going to do that and continue to put themselves back? Or do you roll the dice and say, we could also do that if we keep on moving ahead with
That's the thing. Like,
I don't know.
Guys like J.C. Latham were drafted under a specific vision and specific plan for them by this organization.
Right.
Continuity is important to young players.
Yeah, it is.
Do you really believe in those young players so little that you feel like you need to bring in new ones and stunt the growth of the ones you have by tearing it all down? Maybe. Maybe not. A lot of questions to be asked about this team right now.
Black Monday's going to be interesting.
That's for sure.
Yep.
Tomorrow's Friday, by the way. Today is Thursday, for those of you listening.
Oh, I thought it was a weekend.
Today is Thursday. Tomorrow is going to be Friday, which means we've got a Friday lineup coming up for you. Mike Keith, Brent Hubbs, potentially a sleigh ride. It's the last time we can use that sentence because Christmas is over now. This week, at least.
Heck, let's make it year-round.
Friday morning coming up. That's tomorrow. Buck Rising is next. Ramon Foster is right now.
Y'all got to remember, good people, your Twitter fingers and your mic is always hot.
Good morning. Welcome into 104.5 The Zone. Happy Thursday. Hope your holidays were delightful. Happy holidays to those of you who continue to celebrate. Know there's some of you out there getting the 8 crazy nights going as well. Always a good time. Christmas at Mount Rising was delightful. Jackson, how was yours?
Wonderful, buddy. Good time with family. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, you're a little bit of a Scrooge, so I'm surprised, but glad you had fun.
Well, I like it on my terms because I love my family. I love my family very, very much. But if I can make it a day trip instead of an overnight type of situation, which Evansville is definitely a day trip, 2 hours up, 2 hours back. I did that. I think I got in around noon, and I think I left by 3:30. That's exactly how I want it.
That's such a short Christmas, family thing.
Yeah, I mean, we just did like an early lunch. It wasn't anything crazy. And then afterwards, we're just sitting around. I'm like, all right, my aunt and uncle left, and my cousin left. And I was like, we got anything going on? My mom said no. I said, all right, I'm probably going to go home. She said, okay, Merry Christmas.
What was the spread like?
Spread was delightful. Spread was lovely. Is this, I don't know if this is just circumstance for the number of Christmases, because this is now the third Christmas luncheon, dinner type of situation that I had in the last couple of weeks. All three have been Italian in nature.
That's strange.
Some baked ziti yesterday, which was lovely. Italian's my favorite kind of food. I'm all for that. I don't like the Thanksgiving retread. No turkey. I don't even like turkey at Thanksgiving. Not for me, a little dry, and certainly I don't want the same spread that we had or that you have typically at Thanksgiving. So to switch it up this year with Italian, it just so happened that 3 meals that I had were Italian-based for Christmas. But I hope you guys had a great holiday, no matter what it is that you celebrate, and I hope that the transition back into the workflow, if that is something that you're doing today like the rest of us are, goes smoothly. 615-737-1045, the number. If you want to get involved, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Also available for you, where I am greeted on YouTube by, that's a very complicated YouTube handle that I'm not going to be able to pronounce, but it says, if the Titans fire the complete coaching staff and general manager, I will lose all faith in this ownership. Okay, I guess that's how we're going to get started this morning. We will spend some time on that because I told you Tuesday, the last time that we did the show, that I saw an interesting interview that Kevin Clark of ESPN did with Dan Orlovsky, who is, of course, also of ESPN, the former NFL quarterback, now breaking it down on the occasional Monday Night Football broadcast. He's doing college football games for ESPN. Of course, he's nearly daily on NFL Live, about Caleb Williams and the Bears job and the kind of coach that should be hired for Caleb Williams, and how it's not the layup that a lot of people might have thought that it was, for a couple of different reasons based on who the quarterback is and who the obvious choice. Many people think that it would be Ben Johnson, the Detroit Lions offensive coordinator. Why that's not necessarily a good marriage. And when listening to Dan Orlovsky break that down, it made me think of Will Levis and Brian Callahan. So we'll spend a little time on that. Titans are back on the practice field today in preparation for Jacksonville. Some transactions yesterday on Christmas Day, because no rest for the wicked. The Titans did place Kenneth Murray on injured reserve. We knew that he had a substantial wrist injury in Indianapolis, and that required an MRI. He did not return to the game. Ultimately, they shut him down for the season. And they bring back David Long, Titans legend, David Long. Scoop him up off the Lions practice squad. There are financial reasons why I'm sure David Long is happy to be on an active roster, because you sign a player. Once you sign a player, they go to the active roster. You can't sign a player from one practice squad and put them on your practice squad. So I'm sure that David Long, for financial reasons, is pleased to be on an active roster, but I don't know how I would feel, at least me, if I went from the Detroit Lions to the Tennessee Titans ahead of Week 17. Less than ideal.
Probably convenient.
Convenient how?
I mean, you might still have a place here.
That assumes that people on rookie contracts buy places more often than not, as opposed to rent.
He was here for a long time.
He's here for his rookie contract. He's here for 4 years. I don't necessarily know that means you have to buy a home.
Could be convenient.
Okay, it could be. Well, yes, he knows the city. You are correct. He is familiar with the building. Although, honestly, the building's undergone a makeover since he was here. And I'd be curious, honestly. Titans will have media availability later today, and I'm sure David Long will be one of the people that we speak to. I'd be curious to know at some point, probably not this week because I'm sure he just got here. What's the difference? How big a difference is it is between the previous regime that he was drafted under and the people that currently populate that building? Because famously, he was not in love with the way that things ended here in Tennessee, with Mike Vrabel calling him a repeat offender regarding soft tissue injuries and his general health when he was asked about that by the Miami media after he signed a deal there. And then he was, of course, cut this offseason, or rather waived this offseason, ended up in Detroit, played a couple of games there, was active for a couple of game days there, and now he comes back to Tennessee. The Christmas Day games. Netflix. So my family doesn't care about sports. There's zero interest in sports. It was basically like the kind of negotiation that one would have to go through with somebody who's holding hostages. That's what the conversation was like with my mother, trying to talk her into, hey, listen, the Christmas music that you want to play in the house, we can play it from my phone. You don't have to play it off the TV. So I can put the football on the TV without the sound and play the Christmas music from my phone. But that was not acceptable.
Was it a successful negotiation?
Only in the sense that the football did end up on television, but with no sound. And for some reason, she decided that she would rather just play the Christmas music on her phone, not through a speaker, but just straight up from her phone while we were eating dinner. Listen, it's not my place to press my mom on Christmas. I'm there infrequently enough, whatever you want. Just allow me, because I have 3 hours of talk radio to do tomorrow with no college football team of relevance, right? Well, Vandy playing in the Birmingham Bowl was something we can talk about, I suppose, when that gets a little closer. And the Music City Bowl, of course, will be in Nashville here in about a week, a little less than that. But as far as the Titans and the Vols go, it's tough sledding. So I need to watch as much football as humanly possible today, Mom. So I have something to talk about for 3 hours on Sports Talk Radio tomorrow.
And those games were both nothing burgers.
No, they were just terrible. It's like the first round of the college football playoff. But here's the thing. Here's the biggest takeaway that I had. You fools tricked yourselves into thinking that the Chiefs were flawed. And by you fools, I mean me. They just casually waltzed by the Pittsburgh Steelers yesterday. By the way, Steelers losers of 3 straight, which is notable, as Baltimore obviously tries to continue to jockey for position in the AFC North. Baltimore handling business. That Texans game so bad. The Houston Texans. Is it just that the AFC South sucks? Is that it? Because we looked at that Texans win for the Titans and said, oh, how about that? I mean, I know what they did.
Hey, we'll take any we can get, bud.
No, because I'm trying to figure out just what this football team is and whether any of these 3 wins that they have are actually worth a damn. Because the Houston Texans team that I saw yesterday is terrible, truly terrible. And the Titans beating them at home may not be as comforting a win. Certainly not to them, where Chigakonkwo is saying, yeah, we thought we turned a quarter after the Texans win, and they were suffering a hangover of success when they went to Washington after beating the Texans, and all these different things that ended up being nonsense after the fact. But you fools, me included, tricked yourselves into thinking that the Chiefs would not be able to turn it on at any given moment, and damned if they didn't turn it on yesterday. Steelers obviously experiencing some struggles. TJ Watt not having any kind of impact on that game. Kansas City keeping Patrick Mahomes very, very clean throughout the course of that game. One of the more surprising outcomes that we did see. This is a tweet from Matt, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing his last name, Verdame, who hosts That Football Show on KCSN. The Chiefs have played Will Anderson Jr., T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, and Danielle Hunter. In a 4-day stretch, they've allowed 0 sacks. Easy for Kansas City to operate at that kind of a level when you're not getting consistent pressure on Patrick Mahomes, who is already a very difficult quarterback to sack. It just makes me, the Chiefs, I don't know that they're going to win a third straight Super Bowl. There's a million different things that can happen. It's not as random as, say, basketball postseason or the NHL once you get into the Stanley Cup playoffs and all these different things. Like, more often than not, the better football team wins. More often than not, the healthier NFL team wins. Chiefs' health, rounding into form. The thing that pisses me off the most yesterday about the Chiefs is that they did it without Chris Jones. Arguably the player on that team that's played the best football all year long. Didn't seem to matter that they didn't have the best offensive tackle in the sport out there against the Pittsburgh Steelers, both because the Pittsburgh Steelers experiencing their own struggles and the Chiefs are just that damn good. So with everything that's going on right now, we'll see how the playoffs go. Obviously, the Titans won't be involved. Did you see Nate Bargatze on the Netflix? Did you watch the Netflix broadcast? My whole point with that is that I didn't have the sound on for either of these games yesterday. I
didn't watch any of the pregame. I watched when the games kicked off.
So Bargatze apparently has a new Netflix special out, and apparently the Titans are a part in it. My aunt, who's a big Nate Bargatze fan, told me that the Tennessee Titans have a role in the Nate Bargatze Christmas special. I have not seen it yet. I don't know what that role exactly looks like. I don't know if he's vying to be the next NFL head coach of the Tennessee Titans or what's going on there. But either way, Bargatze was talking, they were asking him questions about football, his special, all these other things, his NFL fandom. Obviously, he's from Nashville. He's a Vanderbilt fan. He's a Titans fan. And he said something to the effect of, well, yeah, we just need both teams to lose, and we're back alive, baby. Keep hope alive. Titans in the playoffs. That's all the Titans need to make the playoffs, is for both teams to lose at the same time. Not even a tie, just both lose in some form or fashion, which I thought was a pretty funny joke. But unfortunately for the Titans, that can't happen, and they've got a bunch of different things to figure out with 2 games left to go, and we'll work our way through these things since we've last met, because they did have practice on Tuesday instead of yesterday, as is the custom, to give everybody a day off for Christmas. They have made a declaration on the starting quarterback situation, and we will get into that later on. Greg Cosell of NFL Films is going to join us. I figured since Lucas is out and I was scrambling around this morning trying to get the show together, why don't we just do a live version of the install? That's next. Welcome back to the show. We are fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Now, if you are a regular subscriber to the Install with Greg Cosell of NFL Films, you know that those podcasts usually get recorded on Thursday morning, but I figured since Lucas is out and Greg is very kind to adjust to my schedule, I figured we'd just bring him on the radio show and do a little bit of a live install. Greg, hope your holiday was good. Good to see you, bud.
Welcome, doing fine. During football season, it's like yesterday was Wednesday for me, That's the way it kind of works.
There is nothing that resonates more with me than something like that, because my family just utterly perplexed at the idea that I had to leave yesterday because there's practice again and they have a game on Sunday and all these different things. Right. Continue to spin. The wheels on the bus go round and round. It's football season, baby.
I mean, I actually did not see one snap of either game yesterday because I was actually working.
Well, that's an interesting way, because I know that you're a red zone guy on Sundays typically, and then you go back and peel through the tape that way. You did not obviously prepare anything for the NFL matchup show on these two games since the NFL matchup show.
But the Mahomes, I think, is fascinating, and the Chiefs are fascinating to me because of the way they've been spoken about all season. And I don't think people are aware that Mahomes has the most dropbacks in the NFL over the last 9 games. They are a passing football team. A lot of people have spent all season talking about the fact that they run the ball and, now that there's more balance in their offense and all that. But the fact is, they're a passing team. I think people think differently because we haven't seen 60-yard touchdown passes, which we were used to seeing, 3-4 years ago, certainly when they had Tyreek Hill. Now it's efficiency. Mahomes has become an incredibly efficient player. They've got the most dropbacks, but they lead the league in third down conversions. They're second in time of possession. We know that he makes, and I don't want to sound cliched, but there's really no other way to say it. We know that he makes plays in those critical high leverage moments, whether it's third down or more recently in the red zone. So it's really an offense that's fueled by Patrick Mahomes, and he's really just a terrific player.
Yeah, well, I don't want to spoil anything for you as you go back and watch these games perhaps later in the week, but he was every bit the Patrick Mahomes that we've come to expect yesterday against the Steelers. And Steelers not able to get any pressure on him, Greg, which has been the big thing. They've played the Texans and the Steelers in these last couple of days, and they've kept him pretty clean. They're not allowing any sacks up front right now, which, of course, if you give Patrick Mahomes that kind of time, he's going to kill you.
Yeah. And then, the other thing, too, is because of all these dropbacks and the fact that he's been so efficient, I mean, he's not thrown a pick, by the way, in the last 6 games, and he's second in the NFL to Jared Goff in passing yards in those games. So, just to reiterate, this is an offense that's clearly fueled by Patrick Mahomes. And, the great thing, too, is because they control the ball and they're second in time of possession, there's an effect on your whole team. We know that Steve Spagnuolo is really good, arguably the best D coordinator in the league. But when your offense controls the ball like that, your defense plays fewer snaps. And that is a stat that's not looked at very much, number of snaps a defense plays in a game. And over a course of a season, that really matters. I remember speaking years ago, I think it was Herm Edwards when he was coaching, and saying that in an ideal world, you would really like your defense to play between 60 and 64 snaps a game. If you start going above that too regularly, it really puts a burden on your defense.
Greg Cosell of NFL Films is here with us on 104.5 The Zone. You can subscribe to The Install, which normally shows up in your podcast feed every Thursday, but we figured we'd do a live episode today, and Greg is kind enough to accommodate. Greg, the Titans go to Indianapolis and they lose. They come back in the second half to make it a 1-score game, but obviously they got themselves down 38-7. Mason Rudolph started. We talked about the idea of from the standpoint of where they are, purely from a football standpoint, it didn't necessarily make sense to make the quarterback change at the time that they did. Now, obviously, we understand that there are mitigating circumstances there, and they plan to go with Mason Rudolph again, which reaffirms my position on why they're making this quarterback change, because they got to show something here in these next couple of weeks as far as the viability of everybody involved right now on a 3-12 football team. But I guess with Mason Rudolph, The objective was to keep the offense on time and on schedule. He threw one egregious pick, even though there was two more that he threw. What did you make of Mason Rudolph against this Indianapolis defense?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mason Rudolph played fine, relatively speaking. I mean, it's hard to play when you fall behind by so much. I mean, that's a difficult position for any quarterback, and certainly this team's not built to throw the ball. I mean, they ended up not throwing it that many times relative to the rest of the league. I think, did he have 34 attempts? Something like that. It was right in that range, as I recall. I think really the bigger picture, and again, we don't know the answer to this. You may have a sense because you're there and I'm not, but assuming that this coaching staff is back, and I never advocate for anybody to lose jobs. I don't do that.
Sure.
And nor do I know enough to know whether that should even be considered. But assuming this coaching staff is back, it strikes me that they've made the decision that Will Levis is not their answer going forward. Now, again, we can debate that. People can debate that. If that's the case, and it'll be interesting to see how teams evaluate this quarterback class. I think it's going to be all over the board with this quarterback class. I think there'll be some teams that could have a couple in the top 10, and I think there'll be other teams, because I've looked at all these guys, not from this year in 2024, obviously, Buck, because I'm doing NFL work now, but I've looked at all these guys from 2023 and some even going back to their 2022 tape. I think there'll be a lot of teams that don't view any of these quarterbacks as top 10 picks, but there'll be some that do. That's the nature of the scouting business. I don't know where the Titans stand on that. They may feel that they need to play another year with a stopgap quarterback, and who knows? It could be Mason Rudolph. Depending on, because he's on a 1-year deal, right?
Correct.
So I mean, who knows? I don't think he'll be in demand as a starter, and if the Titans make it clear that, hey, you could be the guy going forward, for a year anyway, he may say, hey, this is a great spot and I'm going to come back. But I think, again, just as an outsider, so to speak, because I'm not there in town and in their building, I just sense that this particular staff feels like Will Levis is not the answer.
Yes, I would 100% agree with that assessment. They haven't said anything to that effect publicly.
There's no reason for them to. There's
Correct.
no reason for them to.
But we can infer to a degree based on their actions. And just to add some context to what you're saying about this upcoming quarterback class, their preference would be, it feels like, to go with a veteran stopgap situation. But that depends on where they end up picking, Greg, right? This is all very fluid. April's a long, long way away, and we still have free agency before that. So to get ahead of ourselves in any way, shape, or form, obviously, is not productive. But there are some underlying thoughts on this in the building, and it's worth keeping an eye on how those things go from there. Without necessarily getting into, the Jags as the opponent, these are two teams in a very difficult spot. We've talked about what it takes to get after Mac Jones. It takes pressure, and that's not something that they necessarily had in the first meeting between these two teams. From your standpoint, with teams that and I know that you don't spend a ton of time, obviously not on the matchup show, with teams that are out of the running.
Sure.
But for a team like the Titans, from a tactical standpoint, maybe it's not even a tactical standpoint, what are you looking to see from them? Because obviously you and I are going to talk more about them as we move forward. With two games left to go, understanding the kind of personnel that they're prepared to deploy here.
Yeah, and I don't get caught up in because I don't know the answer and it's hard to tell from tape. I don't get caught up in whether guys are playing hard or, I assume that guys go out and they play. Yeah. They're professionals. I mean, this is what they do. Obviously, when you're playing for something, there's a human element as well. But unless a guy is clearly dogging it and it's evident, I don't get caught up in that because you just don't know. But I think, I think for me, when I watch, like for instance, when I watch the Titans D, because Murray got hurt and who's the other linebacker who started with him who got hurt?
Otis Reese.
Otis Reese. So I was very anxious so I spent a lot of time on defense focusing on Cedric Gray and James Williams because you don't know where the future goes here. I mean, those are two draft choices. Gray, I think, was drafted with the idea that he could become a starting linebacker, particularly given the fact that he was a 3-year, highly productive player in college. So I watched, Gray and Williams fairly carefully. And I thought Gray, flashed. I thought he had some good moments. Williams is obviously making a position change, so he's seeing the game differently because he was a safety in college. And even though he played down in the box a decent amount, he's essentially a safety in college. So, I spent a lot of time looking at those guys. I still spend a lot of time looking at Brownlee because I think he's got a chance to be a pretty good player. Whether he's an outside guy or a slot guy, I'm in my mind, I'm trying to figure that out. I know he's playing on the outside for the most part, and obviously McCreary, after missing a game, is back, so he's the slot corner. I obviously spent a lot of time looking at Sweat, who I think for the most part has had a very good season.
Yeah.
I think it's on the edge where they're probably going to look, to get better because I think Key he's a free agent too, correct?
No, he's under contract for one more year after this one. Yes,
one more year. Okay, I'm sure he'll be back.
They do have outs from his contract though, Greg, and they do actually have an out out of Harold Landry's contract, depending on how that goes.
Out of whose?
Landry's.
Oh, okay. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I look more at individual players at this point, not so much the tactics because, obviously they're not involved in the playoff race and I'm not looking ahead to see, hey, how are they going to play tactically or schematically? I spend more time at this point kind of looking at individual players.
Yeah, I know you touched on a lot of defensive points there, but just from what I was able to see going back and watching this game and an untrained perspective, of course, but J.C. Latham looked like he had a pretty solid game, particularly in pass protection this past week against the Indianapolis Colts. Greg, we have talked just quickly, and then we'll move on to the rest of the games that are this weekend, because obviously there are some highly competitive ones that are worth breaking down. And, of course, you can catch Greg not just here or on the install, but you can see him on the NFL Matchup Show on ESPN, which I assume is again on Saturday this week.
There will be two airings on Saturday morning this week because there's 3 Saturday games, which all mean something. So they're all on the show. If we air on Saturday morning, we have to do the Saturday games. And the good thing, as I say, is they all mean something.
Right. So before we move on to those, you and I have talked about what the tape tells you about this offense. And let's just operate under the assumption that this coaching staff will, in fact, be back in 2025. And how Levis has Levis specifically not necessarily vibed with what they're trying to run offensively. And they've told you that based on the quarterback change that they felt necessary. I'm curious to know, because there's going to be a lot of dialogue around like Caleb Williams, for example, and an offensive coordinator name that's going to be at the top of most people's list in Ben Johnson, who runs a very different kind of system for a very different kind of quarterback than, for example, Caleb Williams might be, based on the timing, based on the rhythm that they want out of that offense, keeping it on schedule, how well Goff does that in particular. And I'm wondering if it was just kind of a bad fit for Will Levis and Brian Callahan for the jump, given that Callahan wants to run that same kind of system and doesn't necessarily create these easy completions that you and I have talked about for a player like Will Levis and again, that you have to have those answers for.
Yeah, one thing I learned, from a coach that was in the league for 40 years and is a really good friend of mine, he said that coaches coach what they know. And again, that doesn't make coaches bad, good, and different. I mean, every coach, has strengths and certain things they probably don't do as well as others. But your point is a good one. I think when I watch the tape, and I'm purely going by tape, again, I don't know how things are taught in the building, so I don't want to, I don't go there. But I think that your point about easy completions, like for instance, Ben Johnson with Goff, he doesn't run an offense because Goff's a certain kind of player and he's very good, where he just builds, simple throws in. He's very schematic in how he attacks at the intermediate and deeper levels. And he has a really good O-line. And don't forget, they have a really good run game as well. So they can line up and they can pound you in the run game. So their pass game tends to be very schematic in terms of what they do at the intermediate and deeper levels. Then there's other coaches that work more at the shorter level to create easy completions for the quarterback. And I think with Will Levis, to me, that's something that you really needed to do. And again, this is purely a tape comment. I don't think you saw quite enough of that within the Titans offense. I think Levis he always strikes me, because he's so high strung, as a guy that needs to feel good early in the game, that he needs to get completions. And even if they're 3 yards, he needs completions. And I thought that there were a lot of individual routes in this offense. And again, not 100%. I don't want people to think, or if a coach happens to be listening, that, oh yeah, we do these. Every coach does a lot of the same things. But I think overall, when I watched their tape, I always felt at times, not always, at times I would feel like, I don't think that these kinds of routes are helping Levis really see it cleanly and feel real comfortable delivering the football. So, again, don't forget where Callahan came from. He came from Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow is a high level quarterback. And Joe Burrow is phenomenal at not only what he sees, but he's phenomenal with his ball location. And Will Levis needs work in that area. So there's a lot of one-on-ones that Burrow completes that Levis will not complete.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, obviously we'll do an autopsy of the season by the time we get around to finishing this thing off. But there's just some of these questions through our conversations have arisen, and I know the audience appreciates that perspective. On to the weekend of games that is ahead. I assume Broncos and Bengals is in the matchup show.
Yeah, that's a Saturday game. That's I think in our matchup room here, we're all kind of rooting for the Bengals because they're fun to watch on offense. But a lot of things have to happen for them to get in. But obviously, they have to beat the Broncos. They have to win their final two and then see what happens. Because I think they're low man on the totem pole as far as the Colts and the Dolphins. I think so a lot of things would have to happen for them to get in. But yeah, that game's in the show. Chargers, Patriots, even though the Patriots don't have a great record, the Chargers have to keep winning. They've become kind of a fun offense to watch because they're a little different. They play a lot out of base personnel, yet they go play action and they push the ball down the field. So they're kind of a little bit of an old school offense in that they don't spread you out necessarily. They line up with a lot of base personnel. They play Scott Matlock, who was a D end in college at Boise State, I believe, and he's become kind of their fullback. And then they have this kid, Stone Smart, kind of a hybrid tight end wide receiver who's really become a bit of a factor in the last 3-4 weeks.
Excellent name, by the way.
I know, it's a great name, isn't it? Stone Smart.
There's some good ones every year in the league, certainly. I want to go back quickly to the Broncos, Greg, because from and I know you don't necessarily analyze teams through this prism, but from my standpoint, Denver has been one of the more surprising teams of the year. When you watch them on tape, specifically their offense, we know that they have a good defense as well, but given that Bo Nix was a draft pick and a lot of conversation had about how highly they drafted him, what's working there between Sean Payton and the personnel that they have, especially Bo Nix?
Yeah, I'd say there's a couple of things. Number one, you talk about giving a quarterback, some of those quote unquote easy completions. Payton's really good at that. Payton's really good at getting his quarterback comfortable. And the other thing that stood out about Nix, which I think has maybe surprised a lot of people, I'd probably say it surprised me as well based on the fact that I did him in detail coming out of college, is his arm has shown to be a little bit livelier than I think a lot of us thought. Because the other thing that they have in their offense is they do have a lot of those in-breaking routes, those dig routes, sort of 18 to 22 yards. And he sticks the ball in there really, really well. But there's a lot of movement with him. There's a lot of boot action. They get him out of the pocket. They give him throws that are clean, defined by NFL standards. They're simple. They're chain-moving kind of throws. They don't have to be 20-yard gains. And therefore you get a quarterback feeling comfortable, feeling that, hey, I can complete balls. So when you do call that deep dig, or it does get to be 3rd and 8, you're not in that pressing mode of, man, I haven't completed many balls in this game, and now I got to try to stick in a dig ball, at 22 yards. So I think that Nix has really become more comfortable as the season has progressed because their run game has not been that great. So it's really been more about Nix in their ability to move the football, where you need the pass game to be more of the sustaining element in many respects than the run game.
Eagles-Cowboys would be a different kind of a game. We're not certain right now of Jalen Hurts' availability, I assume,
right?
Given the concussion protocol situation. But from the Cowboys' perspective, I assume this game is in the matchup show, yes?
It's actually not for the reason you mentioned, because the Cowboys have been eliminated. And unfortunately, because of the concussion protocol, which, as you know, that's at least 5 days. And even though this week we're shooting the show on Friday, we're not going to have an answer to that. And I just, we know they're in the playoffs, and I wasn't sure what to do with that game.
Yeah, no, I completely understand. That has to be the first time in history that Cowboys Eagles hasn't been in the matchup show.
but it's funny. The Cowboys, it's almost a shame they've been eliminated because they're a block punt away from being 5-0 in their last 5 games, or a punt botch, I guess, whatever you want to call that. From being 5-0 in their last 5, and in watching their tape, particularly in offense, Cooper Rush is not a highly high traits quarterback, but he's played pretty well. And last week in that Sunday night game against the Bucs blitzed him a lot and they tore it up, which is not just on him, but the whole offense. But he did really well. And on third down, they dominated. He's been very decisive with the ball as he's gained more experience. And even though they didn't run well last week against the Bucs, prior to that, Prior to that game, Rico Dowdle was the second leading rusher in the previous 4-game stretch, only behind Saquon Barkley. So they've been able to run the ball. And their defense, playing with a lot of names that people might not recognize, has actually been playing pretty well in recent weeks.
He's Greg Cosell of NFL Films. You can follow him at Greg Cosell on Twitter. You can watch him on the NFL Matchup Show, 2 airings on Sunday morning, or you can set it on demand. You can watch it on ESPN Plus. However you want to get the best tape breakdown out there, make sure that you do it before this Sunday and Saturday slate. Buddy, thank you for being flexible on the schedule. Always good to see you, and I look forward to doing it again next week.
All right, Buck, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
That's our good buddy, Greg Cosell. Make sure you subscribe to the Install Podcast wherever it is that you get your podcasts. Some interesting stuff there on Callahan and Levis in particular, why it didn't work, and kind of parsing that out, because obviously that's going to be a big talking point heading into this offseason, depending on what this team does at quarterback. We'll circle back to that later in the noon hour. Jackson, do you have SEC observations?
Let's give it a shot.
They're next. Now, we have a bit of an issue here because the SEC observations are not about basketball or not about football today, yes?
They're not about football.
That entirely features football coaches that you've just played the Open. The other Open that we have for the SEC observations or stat of the day is what?
Who's down with SEC with Lucas P? I am not Lucas P, so I played the other one.
We should probably be prepared in these instances, given that football season has an end date, and that we can't always be talking about Kalen DeBoer.
How about we stop with the semantics and get into some SEC basketball? How'd that sound good, bud?
That sure does.
Okay, so let's just go down before we get into conference play. 5 of the top 10 teams are SEC teams. 10 total SEC teams in the top 25. UT and Auburn really at that 1 and 2 spot locked in, 1A, 1B. The only reason Auburn isn't number 1, in my opinion, even as a Vols fan, is because they lost to Duke, who is the number 4 team in the country. And conference play starts next Saturday. Tennessee opens up with Arkansas, the Jonas Adu revenge game. Are you excited for Coach Cal's first trip to Knoxville as the head coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks?
I am. I don't think you should be. Adu, the Adu revenge game is not a thing. If it is a thing, then you've done something seriously wrong as a Tennessee basketball program, because I don't think that's not why I would fear Cal's Arkansas team necessarily. And also you saying I believe that Auburn is the only reason that Auburn's not number 1 is because they've lost. It doesn't matter who they've lost to. Tennessee hasn't lost yet, bud.
I know, but when you look at the Ken Pom rankings,
no, I know.
Auburn's won in almost every category.
Yeah, no, Auburn is excellent. Jackson is correct there. Number 1 in net rating as far as the offensive efficiency goes. They are number 1. Duke is actually the top defensive efficiency team in terms of the Ken Pom rankings. Proceed.
Duke is the number 2 overall team. So is the SEC the best basketball conference this season?
Oh, I would say, well, yeah, it's difficult before conference play starts, right? That's kind of the thing that they're up against here. And we know, as Jackson said, that they will not play their first SEC opponent. Tennessee won't play their first SEC opponent until January the 4th, when they will play Arkansas. Right now, it does feel that way. The ACC, one of the best college basketball, historically, one of the best men's college basketball conferences in the country, is a non-factor this year, which is one of the more surprising things. It's not necessarily surprising to me that the SEC is as strong a basketball conference. They've really made investments over the course of the last, let's just say 15 years, as far as the caliber of coaching that they've brought in across the board, the way that you've seen these teams compete, how well they fare against, in the Big 12 SEC challenges or the SEC ACC challenges, all these different things. They very much hold their own. But when you talk about the top 25 right now, Tennessee 1, Auburn 2, as Jackson mentioned, Alabama 5, Florida 6. The Florida thing, their coach, the allegations around their coach and the fact that person is still coaching and has one of the more successful teams in the country right now is going to be, it's an off-the-court type of storyline to keep an eye on. But I'm just curious to see what happens with Florida, because that seems a bit fraught. Kentucky, they do have 2 losses on the year, and they haven't necessarily done themselves a great deal of favors as far as keeping in the top 10. They are still in the top 10, but they did drop pretty substantially here in the last couple of weeks. And then you continue on down through the top 25, A&M at 13, Ole Miss at 16, Miss State at 19, before you get to Arkansas at 23, who just recently found themselves in the top 25, bumping up 3 spots to get in there at 23.
Kentucky's interesting because they've had some really nice performances. And then you look at this past Saturday's game against Ohio State, where they got throttled. So it's going to be interesting to see how the first year of Mark Pope progresses.
You searching for words there?
Yep.
Do you think Kentucky and Arkansas, like the fan bases, and you'd be curious to know, 615-737-1045, I don't know how many I know we have Arkansas fans in the listening audience, and I sure as hell know there's Kentucky basketball fans.
I think there's going to be fights in the parking lot.
My point is, do you think both sides are happy with how that went down from a coaching standpoint? Like, Arkansas fans seem very, very happy to have Cal there, and Cal is making Arkansas more competitive. Arkansas's had good basketball, obviously, in their history, but Cal gives it a little more juice. Mark Pope at Kentucky seems like a really good fit for what that fan base was after. They haven't had to experience the slow starts that have typically been associated with Cal. They obviously have a very, very high standard for their basketball program, and
you remember when he was hired, they were not happy.
Mark Pope?
Yes.
Oh, I was that the sense?
Yeah, there was like emergency podcasts all over the place on Twitter Spaces, and they were freaking out, man.
Social media, social media is very loud and very dumb.
But it was like the big contingent of Wildcat sports fans in these, and there were big time college basketball names in these spaces on Twitter and podcasts, and people were not happy with the Mark Pope hire when it first happened. They've warmed up to it, but when the hire originally happened, they were not happy.
Well, I very much enjoyed it because I laughed at them, and now who's laughing because my basketball team is cheeks?
What's Indiana's record?
I would have to go find. They have at least 4 losses at this point in time. They are not a good basketball team.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What's a basketball loss like this season? Haven't had one yet.
You're very chesty for getting pushed by, and MTSU, we talked about this on Tuesday. MTSU is having a good season so far.
Go ahead and offend all the people in Murfreesboro. You could keep moving.
I will not, especially given how much time I spend in Murfreesboro these days, given that's where Grace is from and where Grace's family is from. But I'm not real interested in hearing you chirp about your best non-conference opponent, MTSU, really pushing you at home the way that MTSU did. And then obviously Lanier and Ziegler take over in the second half and you outscore them. You damn near double them up in the second half. So perhaps that makes you feel a little better about the situation. But I think for the most part, Kentucky fans are probably pretty pleased with how the Mark Pope experience has gone. And we'd be happy to hear from you because I know we have Kentucky fans in the audience. Let's start with Tyler, who is one such Wildcat.
What's up, y'all?
Yo.
So I'm a huge UK fan, and we did get throttled on Saturday. That was kind of embarrassing. But I love Mark Pope. Like, his energy and his tenacity that he brings is so fun to watch. And then, UK men's basketball, they always post, a journey kind of thing. And during the Duke game, he, really kind of told them exactly what Cooper Flagg was going to do. He was going to spin, and Mark Pope said he would. And then we took the ball and we won the game. And that was just kind of an insight into really who Mark Pope is. Super energetic, and he's a great coach.
Well, thank you for the call, Tyler. So I appreciate he can be a good coach without, and I know he cited that specific example. The stuff that they let you see as far as the coaches and what they say and how much of it is actually tactical versus just fluff. I don't necessarily put too much value in that. It's like coaches' interviews at halftime or pregame and stuff like that. They hardly ever say anything that's worth it. It's something a television network pays for, that level of access, and it's a good thing to show your fan base. But
let's go play.
Got out rebound them. It's just them screaming a line over and over again more often than not when you get those inside the huddle looks. But I get your point that he has that team ready to play, even if this past weekend was not necessarily their best outing. Steve is next. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Buck, I just wanted to chime in on the question about Kentucky coaches. People in Kentucky are extremely happy with Mark Pope, and really was from the onset after a Connecticut coach turned them down, basically. Yeah. But the thing about Calipari, he was a great recruiter, but he was and is a terrible bench coach. And that's really the thing in Kentucky. Everybody was really not happy with him because he's not a good bench coach. So, I got one question, though, is I see Tennessee is ranked number 1. Who have they played, actually? I watched the Kentucky-Ohio State game, and it was one of those nights where, everybody was cold. They couldn't throw it in the ocean. So those games happen from time to time. But here in Kentucky, we're extremely happy with Mark Pope. Great bench coach.
Thank you for the call, Steve. Yeah, we do have a good percentage of our audience that listens from the state of Kentucky. So it's more that they got turned down by Hurley, right? It was kind of the slap in the face of Kentucky should be able to get whomever they want, and that was not a thing with UConn continuing to retain their coach. So we have the dumbest thing in sports coming up next, Jackson. But you're telling me that there's nothing in the nebulous prize bucket to give away.
Yep, nothing in the prize bucket. It's empty.
Well, I'm going to put something in the prize bucket. I am going to offer the audience an opportunity to win a Sad Boy Radio hat, courtesy of me and the fine folks at Rowdy Lou. If you call us, 615-737-1045, the number, and you give us the dumbest thing in sports this week. 615-737-1045, a free Sad Boy Radio hat to the person who gives us the dumbest thing in sports.
It is 11:01. Good morning from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I'm Jackson Williams. In Titans news, the team claimed linebacker David Long Jr. off of waivers from Detroit and put linebacker Kenneth Murray on IR. David Long Jr. was drafted by the Titans in the 6th round of the 2019 draft and played for the team through the 2022 season. In Vols news, quarterback Gaston Moore entered the transfer portal this morning as he looks to spend his 6th and final year of eligibility. Christmas Day games yesterday in the NFL as the Chiefs routed the Steelers 29-10. Patrick Mahomes in that one, 29 of 38 for 320 yards and 3 scores. And then in the late game, the Ravens took down the Texans by a score of 31-2 as Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson broke the NFL record for career rush yards by a quarterback. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you need to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
It most certainly is, especially with that seamless transition into the segment. Normally we do this on Wednesdays, but that's all right. We were off yesterday, so we'll do it today. 615-737-1045 is the number. If you tell us what the dumbest thing in sports this week is, you will win a free Sad Boy Radio hat and also a gift card to Hattie B's. 615-737-1045. Just call in and tell us what the dumbest thing in sports this week is. Jackson, do you want me to start? Because you were scrambling, you were breathing heavily into my ear because you were stressed, because you didn't have one, because you usually grift off the people that respond to me on Twitter when we put it out as a poll, but because it's not a Wednesday, I did not tweet it as a poll, and you've been, not, you've been sweaty and stressing back there.
Go ahead and go.
The dumbest thing in sports this week is that the Will Levis mayonnaise commercial is still running.
Oh, no. Yeah. I told you this was going to get awkward. I said it last week when he got benched. I go, are they going to still running the Mayo commercial? And you go, yep, got to pay for it.
It's not his fault. I'm not mad at Will Levis. If anything, I support Will Levis's decision to do that mayonnaise endorsement deal before the season because his financial viability as an NFL starting quarterback is obviously in question. So you take the bag while the bag is there to be taken. But it's a national campaign. It's still running everywhere. I had somebody tweet me. Now, I didn't see it, so I don't know if it was a part of the Netflix Christmas Day broadcast. I don't know if it made an appearance during the ESPN bowl games that were being played across their family of networks. But an account that's just Legwand for Hall of Fame tweeted me on Christmas as I wished all of you a happy holidays on social media and said, Buck, help. He's ruining my Christmas. It's a picture of Will Levis doing the splits and the Zen thing with his hand on the 3 stacked up jars of mayonnaise as he's talking about controlling the chaos as a backup quarterback. Now, I will say this. There's an ongoing advertisement campaign for backup quarterbacks that features guys like Jacoby Brissett. So it's not without precedent that a backup quarterback has a national advertisement campaign that's going on, but it's really tough to still see that if you're a Titans fan and maybe you're a Titans fan that's just decided, you know what, I'll check back in this offseason, or maybe you'll just limit your Titans consumption to Sunday because of how poorly things have gone, and then you're just, you're casually enjoying whatever you're watching on whatever network you're watching, and there appears Will Levis doing the splits on 2 stacks of mayonnaise jars. It's tough. It's real tough. Do you have one?
Sure, let's go for it. Mine is going to be people who doubted the Chiefs. They are inevitable, and it's just super crazy that it just seems like every year this happens, they go on a little slump, but they continue to win. They just don't look great, and they're inevitable, bud.
They do seem like they are going to be inevitable. That was a very mailed-in dumbest thing in sports by you, because that was basically what I did the entire show open on. You were presented with a variety of options, and you just did the thing that we did at the start of the 10 o'clock hour.
Well, some people missed the 10 o'clock hour.
615-737-1045 is the number. What's the dumbest thing in sports this week? If you call us, since the company put nothing for Christmas in the nebulous prize bucket for you all to win for the dumbest thing in sports this week, out of the goodness of my heart, you will win a Sad Boy Radio hat and a gift card to Hattie B's. 615-737-1045 is the number. How does a team slump? Honestly, I think it's a dumb submission by you. You're the dumbest thing in sports this week. How is a slump a one-loss football team?
They weren't playing their best football.
Oh, bleep you.
Bleep you.
No, that's not what the radio show is going to devolve to without Lucas.
We can do this for the next 2 hours, but I'll just bleep you to death.
Phrasing.
Whoopsie.
Shadows.
Ah!
You can take phone calls from the shadows. 615-737-1045. That was not what I expected to happen. We'll have to get through this thing together until Lucas comes back on Monday and helps us normalize. What's the dumbest thing in sports this week? For the opportunity to win those two great prizes, let's start with David. Fade him up, Jackson.
The dumbest thing in sports this week is the Beyonce concert yesterday.
Really?
It was awful. It was horrible. It was weird.
Based on what? I'm confused.
Just horrible. I mean, just a horrible experience. I didn't like it. Nothing about it.
Okay.
Awkward.
Well, that's awkward. He said, as is your right. I think there was a couple other people that didn't enjoy the Beyonce concert, but for the most part, I was all for it. So we have a difference of opinion there. Ken is next. Hey, Ken.
Hey, listen, I wanted to expand on what Charlie was saying on Tuesday about the first down signal when somebody catches a pass. Woo, you caught a pass, you got a first down. We know, stop. And every time these guys get an interception, it's like, somehow or another it sets off a midnight special dance party in the end zone. Why are all these guys gathering together in the end zone after an interception? Oh, big deal. You caught a pass. I'm sick of it, man. Stop it. And all this weird dancing and of course, I'm old school, so I go with the old thing. You get a touchdown, great. Go to the bench, sit down, rest, do it again. Stop getting on my nerves with all your weirdness.
Thank you for the call, Ken. So Ken's dumbest thing in sports is just general celebration? Ken,
Glee and merriment is his dumbest thing in sports.
So we got one person, and this is some of the weirdest, dumbest thing in sports that we've ever got. Beyonce and celebration. I mean, listen, Ken, you're absolutely entitled to your opinion. Again, I would respectfully disagree with you. But as is your right. Let's see if Anthony has something else. What's up, Anthony?
What's up, y'all? Dave, this is too dang funny to follow up that. But I say my dumbest thing in sports is probably all the people that decided to hate Derrick Henry just because he joined the Ravens. That man is just balling out. He's a Titans great. We drafted him. He's still a Titan. He's just balling out somewhere else. So I think all those people who hated on him just because he joined them, they're the dumbest thing in sports.
I agree. That's a good submission. Anthony, leader in the clubhouse right now. If you hate Derrick Henry just because he went to a better football team, and it's a football team that you hate, I understand that. But this is the first time in my life that I've actively gotten to root for Derrick Henry, the football player, and it's a joyous experience. I don't know why you would deprive yourself of that joy if you're a Titans fan experiencing a pretty miserable season, and you can look up on a regular basis on primetime and see Derrick Henry still doing to the Houston Texans what he did for so many years here in Nashville. I like that one. Zach is up next.
Hey, bud. My dumbest thing in sports, the Houston Texans, just as a whole franchise, and their crappy owner, Hannah McNair, for running her mouth all the time. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. Yes, famously, it's Hannah McNair she married into the family, the McNairs, that own the Houston Texans. Hannah McNair is the one with the public comments saying before the Texans-Titans game this year that, we've got our fan base. They're just the Titans or whatever, being asked questions about uniform disputes and all these different things. Their fan base sucks. Objectively, and I know that, Titans fans are going through their own tough times as far as getting people to show up at the stadium, but that's because their football product is bad. And the Texans football product is not good this year, but how easy it is to dissuade Texans fans from continuing to watch their football team. I've done a bunch of games at NRG Stadium, and the Texans have been good at points and bad at others, but it's almost always one of the worst crowds of any away stadium that I'll do in any given year. And, much less that you score 2 points and let Derrick Henry do Derrick Henry things to you again, so you add insult to injury. But just the Houston Texans is Zach's dumbest thing in sports. Let's go with Isaac next.
Hey, I'm calling in. I know we've been talking football, but let's talk NBA. A couple of nights ago, the Golden State Warriors were playing, and out of nowhere, they're trying to signal to the ref, hey, it's a wet spot on the court, and next thing you know, they get a whole technical foul for it. The reffing is getting out of hand now. It's making, basketball boring. They're calling dumb techs, and I really just feel the Warriors got it out for them this year. They're going to have a tough year with these refs.
Appreciate the call, Isaac. I didn't see it specifically. And we'll talk about the NBA, NFL stuff on Christmas Day here in just a second. If that did indeed happen, the way that Isaac said it, you can't have, even if it's just optical, because I have a really hard time. There are coaches that'll tell you that refs are retaliatory from time to time if you run afoul of a ref. And I'm not going to be ignorant and sit up here and act like it doesn't happen, because human beings are human beings. I would have a hard time accusing a ref of being retaliatory without hearing explicitly from said ref that they took that action in retaliation, but that's a tough look. You can't have that. Michael is the last submission. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Buck. Thanks for taking my call. How are you today, brother?
I'm good, buddy. What you got?
Hey, so I've been transplant here from West Coast. Don't hate, participate. Almost 3 years now. My first time calling in is because what I saw in that Chiefs-Steelers game when Xavier Worthy, really talented kid, pulled up his jersey and flashed. I didn't get a good look at it, but he was showing off something improper. I don't know if it was his gang affiliate, whatever it was. Got that flag. I thought that was about the dumbest thing I've seen, lately. And if we don't nip that in the butt like they did, that type of ridiculous stuff will continue.
Thanks for the call, Michael. So I'm looking at the video now, and he's holding up, and I don't want to. I mean, it just seems to be a gun-themed celebration.
Yes.
Is that how I would diplomatically put it?
Sure.
That's a penalty worth throwing. I think that there are probably some fans confused by it, but the way that it looks, I'll say optically, it looks like a gun-themed celebration. That's something that you probably want to avoid, just generally. I'm good with the celebration. I'm not like, who was it earlier, Ken, that just generally doesn't like the celebrations in football. I do think that there's a line, and you have to be cognizant of the line. So avoid the gun-themed celebrations if you can. All right. My preference is Anthony. I think that if you're rooting against Derrick Henry just because he plays for the Ravens and instead of enjoying the joy that is Derrick Henry continuing to do Derrick Henry things at an advanced age, I think that is the dumbest thing in sports this week.
Yeah, that was a great submission, and I agree with you, although Ken made me laugh a ton.
Ken did make me laugh, too. Yeah, and you get bonus points for laughing, or for making us laugh, so Ken will be, even though I don't think he meant to make us laugh.
I don't think he did either, but...
It's like Charlie and Franklin. Charlie and Franklin also does not intend to make me laugh most days, but he still does, and that's why I love it for him. So we do appreciate all the submissions, but congratulations to Anthony. Jackson will take down your information, and we will send you a Sad Boy Radio hat and a Hattie B's gift card for submitting the dumbest thing in sports this week. Thank you guys, as always, for participating. Typically, it's on Wednesdays, but we were off, so we did it today. Coming up next, the Titans made a decision on their starting quarterback for Sunday. We'll get into it. You'll hear from Brian Callahan. I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone. Welcome back to the show. We are fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. Congratulations to Anthony, who wins the Sad Boy Radio hat. No end in sight for the Sad Boys. So that will at least be able to be put to good use for the remainder of the season. And a Hattie B's gift card. So we always appreciate you guys' participation there. Titans are back on the practice field today. There's a variety of different quotes that are starting to circulate because of the coordinators and their media availability right now, whether it's questions about David Long coming back into the lineup. The Jerome Baker thing looks, I mean, I know the Titans got a 4th-round pick back for Ernest Jones, and maybe that's good enough because you don't have to do anything with Jerome Baker, and it's not like he would have made a difference in this season, a significant difference in this season anyway. In fact, they tried, and he was not one of the best options that they had available. They continue to play these rookies over Jerome Baker at this point in time, the off-ball linebacker, and now they've signed David Long to the active roster from the practice squad after they put Kenneth Murray on injured reserve yesterday. But that, I don't know. There's a couple of different things that they're going to be nitpicked when we finally do an autopsy on this season. I don't know. I haven't made up my mind what I'm going to say about this Titans season yet by the time we finally get there. Because I'm going to wait these 2 more weeks, or less than 2 weeks at this point, mercifully, to kind of make a final opinion on what I think most went wrong and most went, it's tough to say most went right. But it's not all bad, right? It's not all a nightmare. It's not all a disaster. There are some things there that you can look forward to in 2025. But on aggregate, it's been really, really tough.
Got a really good running back and a pretty solid kicker.
Yeah, there's some other things there too. And the kicker's also 40, so I don't know how much more than that. Especially
long snapper's great too, and the punter's really
the long snapper is I think the long snapper's older than the kicker. I need to double check that, Morgan Cox, but they're ballpark same age.
If Ryan Stonehouse wasn't in that position group, what do you think the average age would be?
Old. 39 and a half.
Oh, no.
Eddie Gray says, Will Levis destroyed the morale and the momentum of this team from the jump. It's tough to argue against that Bears game didn't immediately kneecap you from any of the promise that you experienced in the first half of that game. Now, there's also a punt block in there that really probably didn't make you feel good either.
But he just flicked it away in the final seconds.
Yeah, that's that. I don't know that a season has ever started with a more visceral loss. A season of hope, a season of optimism, a season of, truly, I thought Titans fans were having a lot of fun this offseason because nobody loses, right? You can't lose. I guess you could lose the offseason. I think most people declared the Dallas Cowboys losers this offseason, but there's not a lot of bad vibes no matter what your team is or what your team's state is in an offseason. And to have the first game go, start the way that it did and then turn so drastically.
A literal surrender cobra to start the season.
It's really hard for me to advocate that that's not the case. But here's what I will say. All right, Will Levis is going to get buried by the fans. Will Levis has earned a good percentage of that. I'm not here to make excuses for a quarterback that hasn't performed up to expectation. But truly, when we talk about how badly this has gone for him, it's tough for me to not put a good percentage of the blame on the coaching staff. And I think Cosell has been more diplomatic in the way that he's pointed that out. I think you're going to hear a quote from Dan Orlovsky later on in the show that's going to make you think twice about whether or not this coaching hire was done correctly. And you can argue that they should never have built around Will Levis in the first place. Many of you would, and many of you would probably still be correct at the end of the day. But for what they had and what they decided to put their chips all in on, they really screwed up a bunch of stuff around the thing that they thought was going to be viable, which was the quarterback, beyond the quarterback screwing up himself. Again, equal parts blame there. But we'll spend more time on that in the noon hour. It is also interesting that there's a piece on ESPN.com right now by Bill Barnwell. And again, it's not reporting. It's a column. It's a very, very long column ranking NFL head coach openings for the 2025 season, best and worse jobs. The Titans are on here. The Titans do not have an opening. But that tells you what most people think should probably be done here after a 3-12 start where they really struggled to look better on any consistent level. And I know that the Giants aren't technically open yet, or the Jags aren't technically open yet, and we both expect those jobs to change coaches at the end of the season. But the fact that the Titans are being mentioned in here at all with a first-year head coach, as are the Patriots, for what it's worth, because New England has been, there are a lot of parallels in what has happened there versus what has happened here, even if it hasn't gone exactly the same way. So, anyway, the starting quarterback situation is not going to be Will Levis on Sunday. It's going to be Mason Rudolph. This is Brian Callahan talking about why, again, after a 3-interception performance, they felt more comfortable going back to Mason Rudolph.
And then the other one announcement was for you guys is Mason will go at quarterback this week. He'll go one more week for sure. And we'll go down and go try to beat Jacksonville this week.
I guess the decision to stick with Mason based on maybe you being pleased with how he did on Sunday and want to give him another shot.
Yeah, I think he's earned himself another shot to play, and he did a lot of good things in the game. You know, obviously the one interception was probably his only really poor moment. The rest of it was pretty well executed on his part, and operated in a drop back passing game and had to fight his way back through it, and it was good to see. So we'll let him take another crack at it.
All right, so Lucas gave me a hard time because on, what was that, Monday's press conference, I guess it would have been?
Yes.
I paraphrased what Brian Callahan said of force a habit, of Mason Rudolph's performance in this game. And I said that Brian Callahan essentially described it as fine. Lucas took issue with that for some reason, even though the quote honestly reads more towards what I said than what Lucas said about it when he was still up in the air about the quarterback situation. I'll read exactly the quote that he said on whether he, at the time, whether he thought about making another switch at quarterback. I haven't made any decision on that. I thought Mason, outside of the one interception at the end of the half, that was kind of his one poor decision of the game, and that was one he'd like to have back. I thought he did a lot of other really positive things in that game, which, again, I paraphrased as fine, and Lucas took issue with, which is nonsense. He goes on to say he was efficient. He found ways to complete the ball. He got the ball out of his hand, and those things were good. So it was relatively good performance by Mason. The other interception bounces off Tony Pollard's hands. You can't have it. We can't have those. Tony's got to come down with it. And then the last one was just there's 3 seconds left. He, last play of the game, seeing if he can get something. Thought he had a good performance. Again, nitpicking fine is stupid. But ultimately, we needed a little bit more. Can't have the turnover in a critical spot, so that's been sort of our Achilles heel most of the season, is turnovers in big spots that swing momentums in games for us. So that part was disappointing, but I haven't made any decision on that. He has since made the decision. The decision is Mason Rudolph. Whether or not he already had that in mind by the time he said he was going to go to Mason Rudolph, you could debate. Obviously, it doesn't benefit him at all to say anything publicly because you don't want to necessarily, you don't want to pile dirt on Will Levis's professional grave here. And there have been opportunities to do that, and I think Brian Callahan has avoided it. Mason Rudolph, do you agree or disagree with the decision?
I agree.
I wasn't asking you. You can agree too.
You paused. You asked if I agreed or disagreed.
It's a solo radio show. I'm doing dramatic pause. I just can't bulldoze through everything. I used to do that when we first started the radio show. I basically was breathless for 3 hours.
Well, when you looked at me and you paused.
I can't see you. There's 3 ring lights in my face and a bunch of glare. I don't know where you are other than that pig hoof middle finger you just shot me.
That's fair.
So, for dramatic pause and for the purpose of the audience, do you agree or disagree with the decision to continue to ride this thing out with Mason Rudolph? 615-737-1045 before you turn on your microphone again and I throw an orange at your head.
I agree.
Well, I've gone back and forth on this because from a football standpoint, it doesn't make any damn sense, right? You've said all year that you want to give Will ample amount of time, and then all of a sudden you decide that 3 games left, it's enough.
I think the ample time was given.
Yeah, I mean, you probably know what he is, but here's the thing. Like, I think they screwed up too.
Yeah, they're not blameless in this.
But the vast majority of people want to put this on Will Levis, and they were already predisposed to put this on Will Levis. It's easier to blame Will Levis for all the things that have gone wrong here. But I continue to think that what Cosell said about coaches coach what they know, I get that. I do. You've run a system with success for a good portion of your career. Your plan is to implement that in wherever you go to become the next head coach of whatever organization that you might be. If you're talking about an offensive play caller who is now becoming a head coach, and and there's examples of this all over the place, be it Shanahan, McDaniel, Callahan, Kevin O'Connell, all these other offensive-minded guys that have gotten gigs where they also are the play caller whilst being the head coach. I get that coaches coach what they know, but it's really, really hard for me to accept that on face value without saying, okay, but what if what you know doesn't work with what you've got? I get you don't have to be married to everything that you've got, but this player is still under contract for 2 years and has shown you that there are moments, really prior to this season, that he can be a better player than your system is allowing him to be. So who's that more on? The coaching staff that's unwilling to adapt to the talent, or the player who just isn't a schematic fit for what it is that they're essentially, I'm not trying to force, that sounds gratuitous, but what they're trying to what their approach has been, it hasn't worked. He's gotten worse. Whose fault is that? Is that his fault? Yes, to an extent. And the maniac moments are 100% his fault. You cannot put that on Brian Callahan. I don't know that they're closer to a 500 team. I mean, I know that they're closer to a 500 team if they don't literally throw away the Bears game and do similar things against the Jets that they did in the week following. We don't necessarily have to relitigate that because we know definitively that's his fault. But what about the rest of this stuff? There's just such a willingness to let people not named Will Levis off the hook here. And frankly, I think that's trash. I also acknowledge that nobody is going to turn down, if you're a first-time NFL head coach or coach NFL head coaching prospect, for lack of a better term, candidate, that you're probably not going to turn your nose up at any NFL opportunity if you've never had one before, and you're going to try and make it work with whatever you got. We've talked about that a lot. That doesn't mean that it has to look this bad the whole way through. And that's just what it's been, even if Mason Rudolph is the better quarterback. If Mason Rudolph was the better quarterback for this coaching staff, then they should have just done it, no matter what the owner said in their statement. Even though I acknowledge that that's a difficult thing to do, and you could say the same thing about Cleveland, for example, where Deshaun Watson clearly and obviously wasn't getting it done, but the owner paid out a $230 million guaranteed contract and wanted to see it work with that guy. 615-737-1045 is the number. Do you agree or disagree with the decision to move forward with Mason Rudolph? They may continue to say it's week to week. There's only 2 weeks left. So if they go back to Will Levis in week 18 against the Houston Texans, I mean, he beat the Texans once, and maybe he can do it again. I don't know. But that would, to me, not be the most sensible approach. And this is a better question for Titans fans than it is for me, because I've lived here for 10, or coming up on 10, be 10 in August. And I've done this job for 8, or covered this team for 8, not this specific job. I haven't had the radio show for 8 years, but you get my meaning. Is this the worst Titans era team you've seen? Wiz and Hunt made it feel worse because Wiz was a jerk. And I got here at the tail end of that. I got here the season that he got fired, so I didn't get the full Wiz and Hunt experience, Wizinator. But enough people I know, enough people I trust, enough people that worked there still or continue to work there under that administration. He was a jerk to everybody. He was just a generally bad person while he was in that job. Brian Callahan is not. He's much easier to deal with. Pleasant guy. Got the bedside manner of a doctor that you'd trust, right? And sometimes that can translate to being a good NFL head coach. Sometimes it may not. Who's to say? But I looked around in the press box in Indy on Sunday, and I asked people who had been here for a good deal longer, whether it be Kaharski, McCormick. Obviously I wouldn't put Jimmy in that spot because he works for the team. But people who have been here basically since they became the Tennessee Titans. Is this the worst Titans team that you've seen? And is it worse than Wiz? And the consensus has been basically yes. 615-737-1045. Let's go to Ken. Hey, Ken.
Hey, it's Tim.
Okay. Excellent work by Jackson. Hi, Tim.
Anyway, in my opinion, they probably waited too long to put Rudolph in. I mean, really, after Game 6, they probably should have seen enough of Levis, and the decision should have been made to go with the guy that makes them comparable or at least competitive for right now.
I appreciate the call, Tim. There is some logic to that too. Like if you always knew, if it was just a waiting game for this coaching staff, and they came in, whatever they said publicly, because it's one thing to say things publicly, and there is nothing to be gained by NFL coaches or personnel people just showing you their entire hand. So I didn't expect Brian Callahan at his introductory press conference to get up there and be like, "Yeah, Will's not for me. We're just kind of waiting this thing out until I can get my guy." Well, if Rudolph's closer to your guy, and you already kind of have that in the back of your head, what is the appropriate time to make that change? Because I would have said the bye week. And that was week 5. It's a hypothetical. It's impossible to know the answer. But could you make the case that this is a better football team, a more competent football team, had Mason Rudolph been the starting quarterback for the bulk of the season? You can't answer it because you didn't see it. But you could get a pretty good gut feeling that the answer would be yes. 615-737-1045 is the number if you want to join the conversation. The NFL got into the Christmas Day business, which has historically solely belonged to the NBA. LeBron James had some thoughts on that. You'll hear from King James. I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone. All right, how about this? So David Long was signed from the Lions practice squad to the Titans active roster yesterday, or at least that was the plan. Just moments ago, during the commercial break, we got an email. David Long failed his physical. He's not going to be on this football team, and now the team continues to have a hole at off-ball linebacker, which is why Jerome Baker, Denard Wilson was asked questions about the linebacker depth earlier, and he said something to the effect of it's all hands on deck at the inside linebacker spot. I don't know if they knew at that time that David Long had failed his physical, but yeah, that's a transaction that just got made official. David Long failed physical, so he's out. Kicker Matthew Wright, an insurance policy, because remember Braden Narveson, who missed the one field goal attempt that he took in that Colts game, he was waived, and so they bring in Matthew Wright to the practice squad as Nick Folk Insurance, and in a corresponding move, they released from the practice squad offensive lineman Kellen Deich, Diesch. But, yeah, I guess we won't get to ask David Long anything today in the locker room because he failed his physical. I don't know if that's well, obviously you hope that he's healthy and you hope that everything's okay with David Long, but, from his standpoint, going from the Lions to the Titans at this particular time in the year with the playoffs so close, even if you are a P-Squad guy, it's probably not something you were necessarily excited about, even if there are financial reasons why that might be okay. That's tough, man. This team can't get wrong for doing right. Either way, whatever that phrase is. 615-737-1045 is how you jump in. Randall wants to weigh in. Hey, Randall.
Hey, Buck, how's it going? Love listening to your show.
Thank you.
Buck, I think Will Levis needs to be given one more year, and listen to me before you think I'm crazy, but give him all the tools that he needs. Give him, go in the draft and get a good right tackle for him. I think one of the guards' contract is up this year. I can't remember his name, but I have something very interesting, and I know you're really going to think I'm crazy for this, but I think we need to bring in Jameis Winston to compete for the starting job if Brian Callahan feels that he can put a system around Winston where he won't throw so many darn interceptions. Outside of that, Winston is one of the most prolific passing quarterbacks that I've ever seen. Outside of the interceptions, can you think of anybody that can? I mean, man, Jameis Winston, this guy, he is when he is hot, he is out of his mind.
Thanks for the call, Randall. That's 60 seconds. It's not a system problem. It's a Jameis problem.
Yeah, but he's been in like 6 different systems, and it's been the same issue.
There is no system.
He even tried to get his eyes fixed, and that didn't work. He's literally praying to God to not throw any more interceptions.
Well, he's praying to be delivered from pick sixes, not interceptions. And he was delivered from pick sixes prior to getting benched. But it's not a system problem.
Should have been less specific.
I covered the season. Jameis played here the year that he threw 30 touchdowns against 30 interceptions. Will Levis is the first quarterback to turn it over at that kind of a rate, by the way, since Jameis, since the 30 for 30 year. I'm for Jameis just for a pure entertainment standpoint, because if this team is going to suck, at least entertain me, and Jameis is entertaining, God knows. Listen, to me, your coaching staff sitting Will Levis down means that your coaching staff is done with Will Levis. So he can be on the roster and he can compete, but it's like saying that Malik Willis had a real a real shot to compete for the starting quarterback, honestly, even the backup quarterback job here, prior to them releasing Malik. He didn't. And they were fortunate that Green Bay, well, depending on how you view the way that Malik Willis turned out, because Matt LaFleur, seemingly a good offensive head coach who also is a play caller, seemed to make things right with Malik Willis in his opportunity there. Packers also a significantly better roster, so that should be taken into account. And Malik was not good when he was here and has been significantly better in Green Bay. But I'm looking at Will Levis like I looked at Malik Willis. He may be here, but it's really just a matter of time. And as far as I'm for bringing in a vet to compete. with Will Levis or to outright be the starting quarterback next year, even if there is the guise of competition. I don't think it's going to be an actual competition. And I think Brian Callahan's telling you that by sitting this quarterback down 2 weeks ago. Or I guess a week ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago at this point. 2 games ago, let's say. But I think that's far more likely. Again, it depends on who's willing to come here. This is not a good situation right now. They're going to have a top 5 draft pick again, one would imagine. But if I'm Kirk Cousins and 36 years old and not mobile, do I want to come and play behind a Titans offensive line that is suspect? Probably not. Now, money is the answer to all your questions, and you can just overpay. But, I mean, ask the guys who got paid this offseason how happy they are. Like, I know L'Jarius Sneed hasn't had to deal with a bunch of this stuff because he's been on injured reserve or not available. But I'm sure, not that Calvin Ridley regrets it, but money does not necessarily make you happy. Kirk Cousins is a mercenary, and Kirk will probably find the best situation that makes the most sense for himself and his family, because financial viability is probably at the top of the list there. But like if Sam Darnold even hits the open market, if he's not franchise tagged in there, he's got to look at some of these guys, Sneed, Ridley, Cushenberry, cautionary tale type stuff. Just because a franchise is willing to overpay you doesn't mean that that is going to make you happy. Money does not make you happy all the time. It can help a great deal. I acknowledge that. Easy to say that money cannot cure all your ills if you're not having financial troubles or if you're not somebody who's paycheck to paycheck or whatever the case may be. And there are plenty of people out there who are, and I want to, be cognizant of that. But I don't know, man. It's a tough sell. Or at least I would think it's a tough sell. Now, Derek Carr may like Brian Callahan fine from their time together in Oakland. And Derek Carr may say, yeah, all right, I can play within the system. I can make this work. Statistically, Derek Carr can still get it done, even if he's not the best option out there. He's the best option to me because I'm not interested in paying Sam Darnold $35 to $40 million. I don't think that you have the infrastructure here to support that. And I think the fastest way for the fan base to turn again on the organization is to overpay a guy like Sam Darnold and not have results. 615-737-1045 is the number if you would like to jump in. Ben is up next. No, don't have the radio up in the background, Ben. Just talk to me. Or don't. Excellent work by Ben. Let's go to Darrington.
Good morning.
Hi, bud.
Hey, man, next time you got a one-way show, just let me know and I'll come fill in for Lucas. You know what I'm saying? I give you some pushback here.
Not with that phone line. That's terrible, too. Sorry, bud. What is going on today? Callers are having a real tough time today. We got to do better than that.
I'm sure it's my fault.
Well, I'll blame you.
Yeah, it's fair.
Darrington has had bad phone lines before, so I should not hang up so abruptly because I could tell
that
he
was
could
mean.
Clearly. Well, I mean, I couldn't hear him.
I could hear him.
Maybe it's a headphone issue for me. Sorry, bud. We'll give it a go next time. Make sure we're not on speaker. Anyway, quickly, before we move on, because there will be much more conversation to be had around the Titans and Brian Callahan and the quarterback situation moving forward. Obviously, we'll spend an entire offseason having that conversation. LeBron James, how long is this clip? It's like 7 seconds, yeah?
Yes. Lake Show?
So the NBA obviously has long since been the one sport that runs Christmas Day as far as our attention spans go.
Has the NFL not always had a Christmas Day game?
No.
At least one?
No.
I know the Titans and Chargers played on Christmas Day.
Well, I mean, if it's on a Sunday, then it's different. But never has the NFL had a Wednesday on Christmas Day and said, yeah, let's put games there. Like, this is the first year in a couple of years that I've not done a Christmas Eve game. There's been plenty of Christmas Eve games. But never has it been, all right, NBA, get out of our way. It's a Wednesday. We're going to put 2 games on Netflix. This is new. So the 2 games of the NFL, they're not great. Did you watch the basketball?
Of course, the Lakers and the Warriors, a big bucket from Austin Reeves. LeBron had 31 points. Steph Curry hits 8 threes. A phenomenal basketball game. Dalton Connect with 13 points, by the way.
Like show. So LeBron, after the Lakers beat the now wounded Warriors, they've been struggling after having a really good start to the season, got in front of a microphone and said this.
I love the NFL. I love the NFL. But Christmas is our day.
Okay, that's fine. The NBA games were better than the NFL games. Did anybody watch them? That's going to be the question, because the Netflix numbers, they're going to come out faster than your traditional Nielsen ratings numbers will. But I think, I mean, the NFL games that were on at the same time as the college football playoff games were on over the weekend, which is America's second most popular sport, college football, and frankly, a bigger novelty than NFL regular season games on a Saturday were, they outrated them pretty handedly. And, you know, Ravens-Steelers is always going to be a competitive game. It's a better, certainly it's very easy to tune out of SMU-Penn State after the way that went, or Clemson-Texas was a better game, but it wasn't really a good game necessarily. And, I mean, we don't have to talk about Tennessee-Ohio State if you don't want to, Jackson. Up to you.
Please no.
Okay.
Go Vols.
But the NFL outrated the college football playoff first round with relative ease. I just don't think that you can. I mean, LeBron can think that, but he's wrong. There's not going to be statistical evidence to back that up. The NFL is going to outrate the NBA on Christmas Day.
I get what he's saying, though. Like, this has been the NBA's day for a long time.
Sure. And it's no longer, because the NFL is greedy and they're coming for all your stuff, and they're coming for Christmas Day, and they're coming for Black Friday, which is the first time we've had a game on Black Friday this year, and all these different things. They've already fought religion for the holy day, right? And a lot of times the NFL gets a good percentage more of the attention, depending on who you are and what your religious proclivities are. They've at least cut into the market there. It's going to be tough for the NBA to hold a candle to the NFL if they really want to come after Christmas Day. And it's clear that they already have. Coming up next, the most costly injury on the Titans roster. There have been a few. It's not been as catastrophic as it was in the last 3 years for this franchise. But which injury has been the most costly for this 2024 season? Also, did the Titans get the coaching hire wrong when they brought Brian Callahan in to work with Will Levis? I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone.
12 o'clock on the dot. Good afternoon from the 104.5 The Zone Studios. I'm Jackson Williams. In Titans news, the team claimed linebacker David Long Jr. off of waivers yesterday, but he failed his physical today and will return to waivers. The Titans, in addition, yesterday placed linebacker Kenneth Murray on injured reserve. In the NBA, the Christmas Day games did not disappoint as the Lakers and Warriors went down to the wire as a late Austin Reeves layup lifted the Lakers over the Warriors 115-113. Steph Curry led both teams in scorings with 38 points and 8 3-pointers. In Vols news, quarterback Gaston Moore and defensive back Christian Harrison both entered the transfer portal today, and they will be leaving the UT program. For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, you need to visit USSTN.com. Breaking news at once on your home for the Titans and Vols. This is 104.5 The Zone.
Final hour on this Thursday. Welcome in, welcome back. We're happy to have you. If you're just now joining us, the news is that David Long was acquired off the Lions practice squad. He has since failed his physical, and he will not be on the Titans active roster, among several other transactions that came out within the last 20 minutes. Jackson and me, are with you until 1 o'clock. 615-737-1045 is the number. The question for you in this next segment: what is the most costly injury to the Titans' 2024 season? This has not been a season that's been overwhelmingly wrought by injury. In fact, there's any number of reasons for you to be pissed about the way that this Titans season has turned out if you're a fan. I think one of them is the fact that this roster's been relatively healthy and that you're as bad as you have been and that you can't seem to get it together with all the pieces and parts, especially the big-ticket items. Now, some of those big-ticket items, Snead, Cushenberry, they've missed significant time at this point. But I'm going to read you every player that's been placed on injured reserve for the Tennessee Titans since training camp started, essentially. Garrett Wallow, Chance Campbell, T.K. McClendon, Marlon Davidson, Quandre Diggs, Lloyd Cushenberry, which was November 20th, by the way, the fact that it could be November, mid-November by the time Lloyd Cushenberry gets back in the lineup next year, that's a tough one because of the Achilles injury. Jack Gibbons, Traylon Burks, Logan Bruss, who is a guard, if you're not familiar, Andrew Rupsich, an offensive tackle, L'Jarius Sneed, now, Dylan Radin, Samani Hooker, and Otis Reese, there's been no injury designation. They'll be questionable for the Jacksonville game, one would expect. But those are players that have experienced injury at this point. And then you get to Kenneth Murray, who recently went on injured reserve, and David Long, who wasn't here long enough. No pun intended. There's one player that's not listed on here that I believe to be more costly than any of them. You want to take a guess who that is? The most costly injury to the Tennessee Titans this year has been Will Levis.
The shoulder sprain.
And let me tell you why. The shoulder sprain cost him how many games, Jackson? Do you know?
I believe it was 3 starts, but 4 games.
He missed 3.
Well, I got hurt in the first quarter of the Dolphins game.
Okay, so 3.75. He obviously returned from that injury. He continues to deal with that injury. Now he'll have time to rest that injury because he's no longer the starting quarterback. But here's why I'll say it, or I'll say that it's Levis. Because you could make the case for Snead, and you may be right. You could make the case for Cushenberry. You may be right. Those are really the only two that I would hear out a viable argument not named Levis. But here's the reason. If Will Levis had played in those 3 games, again, it's a hypothetical, but there's reason to believe that you would have gone through the up and down experience that you went through after he got back into the lineup, but you would have done it 3 games sooner. Now, I don't know if having basically a month more of Will Levis would have ultimately led Brian Callahan to making the decision that he made to sit him down. Whether that would have happened straight up 3 games earlier and given you a chance to be a more competitive football team, hypotheticals that we can't entertain. But the most costly injury of the year was Will Levis because it deprived you of that month to evaluate him. It then caused setbacks as far as what the developmental process would have been for him, what the evaluation process would have been for the coaching staff, and how ultimately how much sooner they may have been able to come to the determination of, oh, this guy, it's enough. We've seen enough. Let's sit him down. We can still win games here. Let's get Mason in. Let's get Mason ready to go. If you do it 3 weeks sooner, I don't know that you're making the playoffs or anything like that. There's still plenty of issues with this football team. And again, I don't know if Callahan makes that decision. But it's a pretty easy thing for me to wrap my head around. This coaching staff felt like it was always kind of biding its time with him. And if you could have gotten an earlier determination on Will Levis instead of dragging this thing out into the misery that it's become, and if you're Brian Callahan trying to make the case for your job, where ESPN is now listing the 2025 job openings and which ones are more attractive than the others, and they're listing the Titans, even though they have a first-year coach and they haven't fired anybody yet, and we're all actively talking about, I don't think anybody's said publicly, at least in the media space, that Brian Callahan needs to be fired yet. But I would imagine that there would be at least some people that would be comfortable putting that out there or having that opinion. Many of you probably already have that opinion, or some of you, maybe not a majority of you, but I bet there's a good chunk of you that are sick of this, sick of the way that things have gone, sick of the way that they haven't gotten better, and are looking at a football team that doesn't overwhelmingly appear to be well coached. The season was always said, in part, in majority part, to be about evaluating Will. Now, that's since turned on its head, and it's about evaluating the coaching. The coaching with Mason Rudolph, the offense functions better. There's no way to predict that the defense would have collapsed the way that it did, even though Washington apparently did the exact same thing to them that Indianapolis did, and this defense just doesn't seem to have answers for gap scheme runs. I don't know why that is. Jeffrey Simmons, honestly, one of the most damning quotes to come out of the post-game locker room was Jeff saying that they weren't running duo, which means that they weren't double-teaming guys, which means that they were just straight up getting moved out of the way. Even though you knew what was coming, even though they knew what was coming, and I don't know what percentage of double teams Jeff actually faced. I could probably look that up for you with relative ease. But still, if Jeff is saying in the post-game locker room, yeah, it's not like they were running duo on us or anything. It's just gap scheme. We knew it was coming. We were prepared for it. We knew what they were going to do. They just went out and did it, and we couldn't stop them. That's not great. But I think the conversation is a lot different if Will Levis doesn't get injured. I don't think there's near as many people calling for people to be fired, or near as many people who are comfortable putting that thought out there that a first-year coach with a second-year GM, neither of whom have had results of consequence, there wouldn't be nearly as much prevailing thought out there about potentially cleaning house again. I think Will Levis is the most costly injury that this team had this year. I'd probably put Lloyd Cushenberry second. Snead, I don't know what that's going to look like when he gets back. They make this injury sound pretty complicated, this quad injury that he experienced and ultimately ended up shutting him down. And without, any level of medical expertise that I would not pretend to have here, and without knowing specifically what the complications are that required him to miss as much time as he did after initially just thinking it was a quad sprain that turned into a quad bruise, and that's where we started to have the trailing off part with Snead.
A strain
to a bruise. Either way, whatever it was, whatever they thought it was, to whatever it became, and whatever complications arose as a result of that, sounds like it's not necessarily cut and dry. And that's a player that already came with a special circumstance, let's say. It's not like he was healthy based on what they needed to do to keep him healthy. And his knees aren't what cost him the year. It's the quad injury. But he wasn't one of the best corners in the league when he was playing this year. He had been in Kansas City on a much better defense. So Cushenberry is the more costly one. Brunskill is a backup. He's been all right. He's not been bad. I don't know if he would want to stay here. He's at the end of his contract, Daniel Brunskill. In fact, I think there's some reason to believe that he didn't necessarily want to come back this year based on what the messaging has been, but was under contract, and they obviously ended up needing him. I would be interested in keeping Daniel Brunskill as a backup again if he was so inclined to re-sign with this team. But Cushenberry is going to be the second most costly one after Will Levis, because the timeline, man. Achilles is such a hard thing to come back to no matter what position you're in. And again, not a medical expert, so I'm not going to pretend to say that it would be easier for a quarterback versus an offensive lineman versus a basketball player dealing with Achilles injury. All I know is it robs you of a great deal of your athleticism, and it's basically a full year that it takes to get back. And this player was put on injured reserve on November the 20th. So not just because of Lloyd Cushenberry being a plus player, but because you're essentially going to have a center again for the bulk of next season, given Lloyd's timeline. That's the second most costly injury on the roster. Then I'd probably go Snead. The rest of it, it's been pretty ancillary, I would say. Your defensive line depth took a hit. That matters as far as a team that doesn't really generate pass rush frequently enough. Your secondary with Quandre Diggs, I think they've held the fort with Darryl Worley and Mike Brown, but there's no question that Diggs was the better player and that it happened before the trade deadline, which prevented you an opportunity to potentially move an expiring contract like Quandre Diggs and gain back draft capital for a team that was clearly not going anywhere around the deadline as far as playoff implications were concerned. You could work your way down through the list, but I would start Levis, go Cushenberry, and then say Snead.
Is Jeffrey Simmons on that list with the elbow?
Jeff's had good games this year. And I like the one thing about Jeff that I would never question is his effort. Like that dude is a menace no matter what the score is. Even if he hasn't had his best year. It's a good question. Because he's been available ever since.
Yeah, but we don't know how it's affecting him or anything like that.
Well, he played better after the injury, ironically enough. Like, he had better games that he had at the start of the season than after.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know how to answer that question, Jackson, but it's a good question. I wonder what Jeff's thinking right now. Like, we've asked him questions, obviously, and on Sunday night, it was, I never... Basically, and I'll paraphrase, he never thought it was going to look like this based on how they looked in training camp as a team, based on where he thought this team was going to be. But like in a genuinely honest moment, what Jeff thinks of this entire situation, because he is the best player on the team. But it's a team that, I don't know, the path forward is not clear. And it's difficult to be the best player on a team that has 3 wins and kind of cape up that way. He could make a difference on another team, but obviously they weren't willing to consider that around the trade deadline. 615-737-1045 is the number if you want to join the conversation. Coming up next, you're going to hear a clip from Dan Orlovsky talking about Caleb Williams and the Bears job. Why that's relevant to you is because it makes me think that the Titans got the hire wrong around Will Levis this past offseason. I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone. Welcome back to the show. We are fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken. 615-737-1045 is the number. Did the Titans get the job hire right when they went about hiring a head coach for Will Levis? Now, you can say, well, the mistake in the first place was building around Will Levis. You may have ended up being right about that. There's no way to know that. What I know is that Will Levis, all right, yes or no, Jackson, Will Levis was a better quarterback under Tim Kelly than he was under Brian Callahan.
True.
The question was yes or no, but that's fine.
Yes. True or false would have been a better.
The inability to listen is so mind-numbing on this radio show. I don't know if it's just a disease the three of us have from sitting together in the same time slot for 3 hours, but you just can't make it up. Almost cussed.
That would have... I think the question would have been more appropriate as a true or false. So I answered it the way I wanted to.
Shut up. The question. So, Will Levis, a better quarterback, under an offensive staff that was not necessarily beloved by Titans fans, but did enough with a quarterback who was flawed to make the owner think that the quarterback wasn't the problem. It was the coaching staff. Okay. So you go through this offseason. They don't name Will Levis necessarily in Amy Adams-Strunk's statement when she fires Mike Vrabel, but they talk about a promising young quarterback, building around the promising young quarterback. They spend $228 million around the promising young quarterback. They leave no doubt about whose job this is to be the starter in 2024. This is Will Levis's job. The competition is for the backup position, and it's really not a competition for the backup because they paid Mason Rudolph to come in here and be the backup. He's the most expensive quarterback on the roster. Malik Willis gets traded for a 7th-round pick, and on it goes. So Will Levis gets progressively worse. Will Levis plays as poorly as you've ever seen him play since he became a professional quarterback. And you said, all right, well, some learning curve there, different system, different language. He did say it was more similar to the system that he ran in college, which gave you a bit more hope about the circumstance. But you understand that the coach who was hired here was somebody who the organization liked and who checked the boxes as far as, well, yeah, we've got a promising young quarterback. Let's go out and get a gifted offensive coordinator to be the next head coach of this football team. And as a result, both will thrive. Makes sense. I understood the logic. Now, the logic has turned out to be just that on the front end. It seemed logical, and now it's a nightmare. So I was scrolling through Twitter, I guess this would have been Monday or Tuesday, and I saw this interview that Kevin Clark, formerly of The Ringer, now of ESPN, did on his podcast called This Is Football. And his guest on this particular episode was Dan Orlovsky, the ESPN commentator, former NFL quarterback, who does a great job explaining this stuff, both on game broadcasts and in the NFL Live, on the NFL Live set. So they're talking about Caleb Williams and the Bears. Who's the most attractive head coaching candidate this upcoming cycle, Jackson?
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Lions. Jared Goff is playing very, very high-level football under Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Lions. So it makes sense that a team like Chicago that's got a lot of things in place and the number 1 overall pick at quarterback that's already fired their coach, well, wouldn't it just make sense to plug Ben Johnson in with Caleb Williams? This is Dan Orlovsky talking about that kind of a marriage.
Yeah, I think number one, what's Caleb Williams' biggest issue? It was in college, it was in the NFL, is he just doesn't play that quickly with completions. He's wildly talented 100%. And so you would have to make sure that whether it's the head coach that you hire or the person that he brings offensive system-wise, you have to have a play caller and an offensive scheme that bakes in easy completions for that guy. We see it with Andy Reid and Matt Nagy. Shoot, we see it with we don't see it a ton with Ben Johnson. That's the interesting thing. Like we don't. They are not like now they create easy completions with their scheme, but not But that's because when I say easy completions, I'm talking, hey, we're calling this and throwing it. We're seeing it with Sean Payton and Bo Nix. Yeah. And so I think that you have to make sure that you get that built into his game early on in his second year, so he starts to get a little bit more comfortable and you ratchet that stuff up more. We've seen it with Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden more and more. I think that's got to be a paramount thing, just to minimize what has been still a little bit of a growing pain flaw of his. And then you have to maximize the creativity of the playmaking. And that's the challenge, because you don't want to constantly push that on him. You just also don't want to take it away. So I think finding baked-in completions for him, where you're almost doing the thinking of it for him, is paramount.
Is that, you mentioned the Ben Johnson thing, is that the ideal? I mean, you mentioned that he doesn't have those kind of baked-in completions, but would you still have him as your first choice if you're Kevin Warren, or would you go somewhere else because of the quarterback Caleb Williams is?
I think I would very much so entertain others if I was Kevin Warren. My reason is this. If you just have watched the emergence of Ben Johnson as a play caller with Jared Goff, I can very clearly one of the reasons why it's worked so well, very clearly tell you, is Jared plays on time so well. Jared is a rhythm passer. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, throw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, throw. Ball fake, come out, hitch and throw. And so there's a rhythm into that play calling and pass game. That's not necessarily Caleb's strong point. It's not. And so now, can he get there? Of course, any player can get there, but you'd have to be very confident after you dive in and you spend time with him and all that you think he would be able to operate that system that, again, is built on listening to your feet and when they tell you to throw. That's why I would be a little bit more weary of, while that player is unbelievably talented and that coach is unbelievably creative, together, is that the perfect marriage? And I don't know if I'm there yet.
That's Dan Orlovsky on Kevin Clark's show, This Is Football. You listen to that quote as a Titans fan or as somebody who's watched Brian Callahan and Will Levis, and that is the first thing that popped into my head. Oh, he's describing a situation very, 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 very much like this one. Caleb Williams, whatever he ends up being, right? Some of the comparisons to Caleb Williams coming out as a prospect were that of Patrick Mahomes. And you see Orlovsky articulating there, well, Andy Reid runs a system that plays to Pat's strengths, because Pat is not necessarily a timing and rhythm thrower. He does a lot of things frenetically, but they make it work around Patrick Mahomes. And Pat is also the best quarterback, the most talented quarterback that we've seen. Josh Allen is right up there too. But again, I say, did they get it right around the quarterback that they intended to build around? It would seem, based on just the comparison of the Bears and what Orlovsky is articulating there, that it made sense, right? Talented young quarterback. Any one of us would have done that. Again, I think when it came down to some of the candidates, once we got into the rounds, like my position was, yes, this team needs to hire Brian Callahan. I'm not an NFL quarterback. I don't have concepts. I don't have a concept of passing, of what it takes to operate one passing system versus another, other than what people who play tell me. And then, it's incumbent upon me to form my opinions off of that. That dialogue seems to be exactly the same as putting Brian Callahan, somebody whose system comes from working with a player like Joe Burrow or Peyton Manning or Matt Stafford, players who play on time, who keep the offense moving, who play within the rhythm and the structure of the system. And so you don't necessarily have to create those layup completions and do the thinking for them the way that you might have to with a Caleb Williams or a Patrick Mahomes, or in this case, and it's not the same as far as the talent profile, but there is talent there, or a Will Levis. And when you put those two things together, you get a result like what it seems like we're watching, or what it seems like we were watching when Will Levis was starting in this offense under Brian Callahan. So again, they can have made a mistake by choosing to build around Will Levis. They may have compounded that mistake when they put an offensive system or a person who runs a certain kind of offensive system in place around a quarterback who wasn't going to excel in that kind of system unless you were going to adjust it for him. And you heard Greg Cosell, who was on the show earlier, and Greg has been hinting at this. Greg doesn't go at coaches. He doesn't criticize play calling or things like that. But he will tell you what he sees based on what his tape study shows. And tell me if this doesn't sound exactly like what Dan Orlovsky was saying should be the kind of offense created around Caleb Williams, but this time talking about Will Levis and the Titans.
Yeah, one thing I learned, from a coach that was in the league for 40 years and is a really good friend of mine. He said that coaches coach what they know. And again, that doesn't make coaches bad, good, and different. I mean, every coach, has strengths and certain things they probably don't do as well as others. But your point is a good one. I think when I watch the tape, and I'm purely going by tape, again, I don't know how things are taught in the building, so I don't want to, I don't go there. But I think that your point about easy completions, like for instance, Ben Johnson with Goff, he doesn't run an offense because Goff's a certain kind of player and he's very good, where he just builds, simple throws in. He's very schematic in how he attacks at the intermediate and deeper levels. And he has a really good O-line. And don't forget, they have a really good run game as well. So they can line up and they can pound you in their run game. So their pass game tends to be very schematic in terms of what they do at the intermediate and deeper levels. Then there's other coaches that work more at the shorter level to create easy completions for the quarterback. And I think with Will Levis, to me, that's something that you really needed to do. And again, this is purely a tape comment. I don't think you saw quite enough of that within the Titans offense. I think Levis he always strikes me because he's so high strung as a guy that needs to feel good early in the game, that he needs to get completions. And even if they're 3 yards, he needs completions. And I thought that there were a lot of individual routes in this offense. And again, not 100%. I don't want people to think, or if a coach happens to be listening, that, oh yeah, we do these. Every coach does a lot of the same things. But I think overall, when I watched their tape, I always felt at times, not always, at times I would feel like, I don't think that these kinds of routes are helping Levis really see it cleanly and feel real comfortable delivering the football. Again, don't forget where Callahan came from. He came from Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow is a high level quarterback. And Joe Burrow is phenomenal at not only what he sees, but he's phenomenal with his ball location. And Will Levis needs work in that area. So there's a lot of one-on-ones that Burrow completes that Levis will not complete.
That basically sounds like the same thing that Dan Orlovsky just said about Caleb Williams and why Ben Johnson probably wouldn't make the most sense there. Caleb Williams, a number 1 overall pick. Will Levis, a second-round pick for a reason. There are things that Caleb Williams does already at a higher level than Will Levis does. This is not to completely excuse Will Levis, but it makes me look twice, or it would make me look twice, if I was a Titans fan, looking at the collection of people that are tasked with making these decisions at the top about the vision for the franchise and whether or not they are in the best position or best equipped to make these kind of decisions. I don't think there was there a single dissenting opinion on Brian Callahan coming to the Titans coaching staff or becoming the Titans head coach when he got hired? Because I certainly wasn't one of them. I advocated for him.
No, it was all positive.
So it's real easy in retrospect to do it after these things have been done. Or maybe it's easy to just say, yeah, offensive guy with talented quarterback, that makes sense, let's go. But it's not Madden, and there's levels to this stuff, and there has to be some recognition of that internally, that going into this thing, you've got a quarterback that's oil and a play caller that's water. And that these two things just aren't going to mesh. And that kind of stuff is recognizable via tape study, scouting, all these other resources that they have at their disposal. Brian Callahan may end up being a good NFL head coach. He's not yet. Will Levis may end up being a functioning NFL quarterback, starting quarterback. He's not yet. But the fact that those two things were put together to try and make it work in the attempt to maximize them makes me think that they got both things wrong at the same time, which is crazy. This is Will Levis talking on the day that it was announced officially that he was getting benched, talking about why he still believes he can be a franchise quarterback.
I don't think that that's the end of the conversation. I still believe that I can be the franchise quarterback for this team. I have the utmost confidence in myself and my ability to lead any team in this league. And I think that this year was a great development for me, and I think that I truly did improve. And sure as heck don't want to go out like that. And I know that, there's a positive future for me, whether it's here or somewhere else. And I just got to have the conversations I need to here, and hopefully I can show and prove that I can still be the guy.
Last year, that player showed up that he could line up and play to an extent and that he needed more support around him. And they went out and spent around him. And they went out and got a coach that they thought was going to support him. Or not. I think Brian Callahan has still been supportive of him. In fact, I think he's been supportive of him to almost a fault. I don't necessarily think it's either of these. I mean, you could put blame on Levis. You could put blame on Callahan. I don't necessarily think it's either one of their faults entirely. I just think that the confluence of this thing, there were signs there that told you that this may not be the kind of match that you wanted it to be, but because it's the antithesis of the person that you were replacing, both in demeanor and in terms of expertise, and you got along with him because he's a very easy guy to get along with, both of them, then you made the decision around one that impacted the other, and they both failed as a result. It's a really tough thing to kind of grapple with. I'm sure if you're a Titans fan, hell, it's a tough thing for me to grapple with, given what all the things that I thought this was supposed to be or thought that this might become based on, we thought they checked a lot of the right boxes. But I'm not qualified to make those decisions. I'm glad I'm not somebody who makes these decisions. They're very, very complicated ones, and they're difficult to get right, and people botch them all the time, no matter if you get schematic stuff right with the kind of player that's already on the roster. It's why so many NFL organizations fail players as frequently as they do. And I do think I've never agreed with Kevin O'Connell more that NFL organizations fail players at a greater rate than players fail organizations, even if the players are the easier ones to blame. I come back to the thing that we've talked about several different times in several different ways. This is a reflection of people making the decisions at the top. Will Levis, there's some reflection on Will Levis here. Brian Callahan, there is some reflection there on him. Rand Carthon, there's some reflection on the front office as well. But on the people at the top tasked with making the most important decisions, something went gravely wrong. And it seems there's a variety of different places where it went wrong, and there was a completely logical explanation for it the entire time. 615-737-1045 is the number. Last call for phone calls. If you've got them, you are welcome to participate that way or in the F&M Bank chat, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, if you are so inclined. I'm Buck Rising. It's 104.5 The Zone. Man, Brent nailed that, huh? I think they're going to fight. They're just not very good. 3HL later on. In the meantime, Trajan Wealth. Will I have enough money when I retire? When should I start to draw from Social Security? If these questions keep you up at night, let me introduce you to the team that's there to keep you on the right track and, most importantly, to guide you through it. Trajan Wealth, Trajan Wealth is Trajan Wealth, and they're not just any financial firm. They're your partners in securing your financial future. They are more than just a fiduciary firm. They're a family-owned, veteran-led team that puts your needs first. Let their decades of experience specializing in retirement planning and wealth management work for you. Trajan Wealth offers free consultations to help you develop your plan, and most importantly, for all of us, no matter what your age or your financial situation, it's most important to have your peace of mind in place, and Trajan Wealth can help you with that. So call them today at 615-270-5000. That's 615-270-5000, or visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. This is a paid advertisement. Welcome back to the show. We are fueled by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, 615-737-1045. Last call for phone calls if you got them. Titans back on the practice field today and tomorrow before the trip down to Jacksonville. Mason Rudolph at quarterback. David Long, who was acquired via the Lions practice squad yesterday, has failed his physical, so he will not make it to the Titans active roster. He will again be available on waivers. Now, it says that Jelly Roll's on line one. Should we find out together?
What?
What's happening, big dog?
What? Dog, man, I'm a daily listener, Buck, and I'm riding around doing some post-Christmas things, and I was like, you know what? I might have missed it earlier when you were talking about it, but as we're going into the final part of this Titans season, as a Titans fan, you can imagine, a lifelong Titans fan, no matter how bad our season is, if we can beat the Jacksonville Jaguars down in Jacksonville, I'll feel a little better being our rivals. But what do you think's going to happen if we crap the bed in Nissan Stadium when the Texans get here?
Listen,
have you thought of this? Have you pondered this idea, Buck?
Yeah, well, I have pondered this idea while I have pondered what on earth. This is why I respect you as much as I do for a variety of different reasons, because you continue to show up at these games when I'm looking around. Why the hell is anybody continuing to put themselves through this on a regular basis? If they crap the bed against the Houston Texans, Jelly, it will be compounded because they will be wearing the Houston Oilers uniform. And I know you've had some interactions with Amy Adams-Strunk prior, but I know that there is one thing that she hates above all else, and that is to be embarrassed while wearing the Houston Texans uniform. So I think all bets are off.
Yeah, dude, that's how I mean. You know what? I love that fire in this name, though, especially about the Texans. That's what I was thinking. I was like, man, if we're out there in Oilers blue, dude, and that's all I could think about all week. I hate to skip past the Jacksonville Jaguars. But I'll also tell you, Buck, I'm gonna keep showing up, dude. I've been a Titan fan long enough to know that this is just kind of part of our program. You know what I'm saying? That we'll come back around and we'll surprise the world and end up in the AFC Championship again. That's what the Titans do, baby. Underdogs win, Buck. Underdogs win, Buck.
If anybody embodies that, it's Jelly Roll. Where are you in the country right now? Are you home? Did you get to spend Christmas at home?
I'm actually home. I'm at home, man. I'm actually leaving to see some friends in Hendersonville, Tennessee right now. I snuck out here to see some friends this morning, and I'm heading back across the county.
Well, Jelly, you and I will have to catch up offline if you got some time. I know you threw your phone in the river, so we'll have to reconvene about how the best point of contact is made. But it's good to hear from you, brother.
That's it. I'm gonna shoot you away. I love you, brother, man. I listen every day. I really just called to tell you that, boss. I'm so happy, man. I truly listen every day. It's the only thing I play in the car.
I love you too, buddy. It's good to have you be a part of the show for once. We'll have to do it more in person if your time allows, if your schedule allows. I know you're hosting New Year's Eve. You got a bunch of things going on. Get out of here.
It's a big thing. I tell you what, though, we beat the Texans, baby. I'm coming to the studio.
Bookmark it, Jackson. Jelly Roll in studio if the Titans beat the Texans in Week 18. That is not
love
a
you,
safe
Buck. Love you, Nashville. Peace.
That's Jelly Roll. There with us on 104.5 The Zone. See, I told you. Jackson, you've been taking shots. You've been saying things about who does and does not listen to the radio show. We're on in the tour bus, baby.
I have not said any of these things.
You and Reed back there scheming.
Reed has not worked here for 4 months, buddy.
Who?
Reed. I forgot about that. That was a good one.
All right. So, you hate to gloss over the Jags game, like he says. But that Texans game, now here's the thing that kind of sticks with me about that. Because I get what he's saying. He likes that Amy has that fire, and that's a diehard Titans fan, and God knows that it's not going to be me that discourages somebody who's got the passion and love for their football team that Jelly Roll does. And I know how authentic that is in the years that I've gotten to know him and seen him be around this team. And I know that they went to the juvenile detention center together and that he's spoken to the team and that the team has been active in helping him support the community. And God knows he's done a tremendous amount for this community. But the thing that kind of sticks with me about that, should the Texans game have that much weight as far as people's jobs viability at 3-12? I mean, so help me God if they don't beat the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend. But I said that when they lost 10-6 without scoring an offensive touchdown, about had an aneurysm in the press box watching that football game. If they don't beat the Jags, okay, whatever. If they beat the Texans, and that's why people's jobs get saved, I hate that as a decision-making process. Because it makes me think about all the noise that was made around them beating the Houston Texans on the road, and it's a big deal what they did, even if the Houston Texans feel a bit fraudulent right now, especially playing a team like the Baltimore Ravens the way that they did yesterday, where as the only points that they could muster was a safety. If the Texans game, or games, plural, carries that much weight, I don't know, man. I'm already questioning things about the decision-making process around here, and that would just further compile things. But, if they beat the Texans, you guys get Jelly Roll in studio. How about that? You ready to do some polls?
I am not Lucas Panzica, but these are the polls, and they're presented by Two Rivers Ford, the South's most trusted Ford dealer. Who in the NFL is the biggest threat to the Kansas City Chiefs right now? Hold up, Grandpa says it's the Chiefs. Karen says Taylor Swift.
Hold up, Grandpa?
Hold up, Grandpa. That's a great Twitter name. Not a great answer, but a great Twitter name.
Should we just change our Twitter handles to not be our names, but to be burners?
Oh, burner season?
I think
2025?
Well, it's tough for me to have a burner now with if I just tell everybody that I'm going to do it with, however many people are following me that would know that it's just a bit. But what was the question? I wasn't paying attention to you.
Who is the biggest threat to the Chiefs right now?
That to me would be the Baltimore Ravens. Todd Monken has those boys cooking, and the defense starting to stabilize since they've made that positional shift, or how they deploy, not necessarily positional shift with Kyle Hamilton, but how they deploy Kyle Hamilton. It seems to have made a big difference in how they mitigate explosive plays. That was a huge part of the reason that they beat the Houston Texans yesterday. Texans also, showing their flaws. They're having a really hard time at this point in the season, but I don't know. Well, at least in the AFC, that's a blanket statement, though. We didn't.
I'm surprised you didn't say the Bills. You're a big Josh Allen guy.
Yeah, but
and he's having a great year.
But he's one person. And if I give you Josh Allen or Lamar and Derrick Henry,
I'm taking Lamar and Derrick Henry.
You're probably going Lamar and Derrick Henry just in terms of who can keep pace with them, who's got the ammunition to go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. The other side of that is in the NFC. I mean, we'll see what happens with Jalen Hurts. He's in concussion protocol. It's unclear whether he'll play this week against the Cowboys. The Lions offense is so overwhelming, it doesn't matter how many players get hurt for them on defense.
Do you agree or disagree with Brian Callahan's decision to start Mason Rudolph again? Big Bank Polo says, yes, good for the tank.
Well, I don't think it makes. See,
I'm just reading from burners now.
No, I understand. The tank, it's not a tank. They're just bad. Like there was somebody in the chat on Monday after they lost the way that they did to the Colts that said, see, I was 100% right. They've been tanking the entire time. Fools. No. Nobody in the NFL, I mean, people have tried, and there is ongoing lawsuits and losses of draft picks and all kinds of other issues that arise when a team actively tries to toss games. This team is not actively trying to lose. This team thought it was going to be significantly better than it was, and this team is objectively bad this year.
Did the Titans get the coaching staff hire right around Will Levis this offseason? Mark in Tennessee said not everyone is cut out to be NFL caliber, no matter the coaching.
And that may be right. Like, again, building around Will Levis may have been the incorrect decision, and then it's a flawed situation, unfortunately, for Will moving forward. But then when you compound that with a play caller who you're hearing people like Greg Cosell and Dan Orlovsky describe all the different ways why that isn't necessarily a good mix, it makes you rethink the hire that they had around Will Levis specifically, because he is also the offensive play caller, and he comes with an offensive coaching staff and an offensive coordinator in Nick Holtz, who they coach what they know. Coaches coach what they know. That's the most apt thing that you can lean on that Greg Cosell has said. But if the coaches are coaching what they know, and it's, indisputably made the quarterback that they were trying to build around worse, I don't know how you can say that they got it right.
I agree. What has been the most costly injury to the 2024 Titans? Hold up, Grandpa says Mike Vrabel, not Mike Vrabel, Mike Vrabel. And Mr. Robinson says Traylon Burks.
No, it's not Traylon.
It's not Mike.
Mike Vrabel probably smiling somewhere with the repeat offenders line on guys like David Long when David Long failed his physical here, which, if I'm David, I'm probably breathing a sigh of relief that I got picked up by the Titans off the practice squad of the Lions. And that doesn't mean that he goes back to the Lions practice squad. It just means he's on waivers.
No, because they waived him, so I believe he heads back to waivers. Or does he go straight to free agency?
No, he wouldn't go straight to free agency. He would be a part of the waiver claims process at that point.
Okay.
The answer is Will Levis. Will Levis's shoulder injury set them back. It cost them time to both develop him and evaluate him. I don't know if they make a change sooner with the Will Levis timeline, but it is something that's going to stick in the back of my head.
Those are the polls.
Excellent. That's the show. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We'll talk some college football tomorrow. We'll have Coach Mack. I'll see what Ben Jones is doing, see if he can't pop up. Shout out to Jelly Roll for calling in. We appreciate him listening as well. Check out the podcast. I'll see you tomorrow.